If I don't get a $3 million house, you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Day 2. This one we went with Corey to the West Bank. What did you learn?
Of Israeli law. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Benny Moore's live. Fucking cunt. Anyway, there we go.
Yep.
You have it with meats and tatties, turnips and potatoes.
Nice.
Sorry, when I want ice cream, I put the white. You would want.
Yeah.
Scumbag. That bag of scum.
Why are you looking at me? Look at the phone. Talk to them.
I was looking at the phone. Travel update. Travel blog. I'm being flown out to Dubai. Oh, we're playing tiny little chess. That's so cute.
Oh my god. I didn't know you were that into it.
Fuck. Okay, you have to start my clock. Oh, this is the fucking...
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Don't do a bullet game with a real clock. It's so dumb. Anyway, let's see.
Okay.
Hurry up. What a what the okay, wow. What's he doing? He's going for a fox, mate.
A fucks mate?
Fool's mate.
I can't even see this board. This is really good.
Oh no, he's going for it. He's going for the kill shot. What the fuck? This is so funny, man. You have to do your clock, man.
Did you just fuck me?
No, you're fucking yourself by forgetting to hit your clock.
You didn't do your clock!
Okay, go. Alright, whatever. Alright.
Rules are being broken here.
Yeah, fuck it, man.
What are you even doing?
I'm getting desperate is what I'm getting. Oh. See, look, the problem here is that his king is in check and he's just moving anyway, trying to get me on the timer. Chaotic.
That is...
But you're in check. I don't even fucking... Okay. Did he move his pawn 3 spaces? No way. Oh well. Is what it is. It's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like even like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering, because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden.
This is how Lonerbox studies for his interviews.
Jesus.
Well, apparently there's no fucking point, because I read that and then I accidentally accuse a guy of breaking a fucking law and shit. Wait, hang on. What did Mr. Morris actually say about that? Hey, chat. You guys are looking cute today. What you just said is probably one of the fucking stupidest things I've seen in like chat like so far. How can Destiny know how his words will affect other people? He has no control over his words and how other people read them. That is every fucking like white, like you were making a white nationalist argument. How do? Oh, okay, sorry. Thanks. Fuck. Okay. Got it. All right. Imperialism's really bad when white people do it, but China is perfectly justified. Taiwan, South China Sea. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is actually very understandable when you consider the and oh no, the Holodomor. Yeah, like well, technically. Oh god. And also everyone who agrees with me on most things, you're just not. DGG has already basically become a cult because of Destiny's own derangement. The thing is, it has attracted some rightists, but Destiny will never be able to fully cave to the rightists, so that's his weakness. He is currently stuck in an awkward place. With the right moves, he can be easily crushed. Oh god. I'm still a thorn in their side. The final word on this. Nonsense are the biggest enemy, and yes, they rule us. Yes, they are at large. Yes, they are still hurting children, and yes, they are getting away with it. Final word. Now move on. He didn't take his own advice. Holy fuck. I'm going to start banning everyone who didn't listen. Listen, guys, we are here today to debate the following motion, the dog brothel conjecture. The motion today is dog brothels are, 1 second, no more unethical than cheese. Taking the affirmative today will be tentacular male Ron, least deranged vegan. Taking the opposition will be Xylo. You guys have the floor. Would you like to make opening statements, or do you just want to go straight in?
Putin is not a rat, and we are not children tormenting rats with sticks. Or at least we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I never knew he had kids until now. And I was actually really hoping, given the way that he reacts every time he sees me in chat, I feel like a son to this man. You know, he backed me up in debates, took me on his stream, reacts to my content. You know, puts my fucking videos on the fridge. I thought I was his son. Was I deceived by chat logic?
Like I've had
They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No. Fuck. They want open port. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. Documentaries before. Okay. Are you filming now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go closer to you though,
Yeah, no, follow it.
because I'll maybe look like I'm talking to you guys. This is so fucking unnatural. Holy shit! You guys need to just like relax and just walk normally with me. So we're currently in Kfar Qasim, which is an Arab village in Israel, right on the edge of the Green Line. So after the 4-Year War, obviously, about 150,000 Arabs stayed in Israel's borders, but they weren't exactly treated very well. They were treated as a national threat, and for the first 18 years of Israel's existence, they lived under a kind of de facto military rule. And for this place, that meant in 1956, there was a massacre here. And a group of workers were late for a curfew that they didn't even know was in place. And the Israeli security forces ended up murdering about 49 of them. 49 if you count one of them, which was an unborn child. Most of them were women and children. Oh, sorry. And there was a trial afterwards, which found out that the troops who fired on the people were given unlawful orders. Quite a few people were sentenced to jail, but obviously, typical IDF story, the jail sentences were progressively shortened. A few people were pardoned as well. I think the longest any of them actually spent in jail was 3 years. And one of the people who died was the grandfather of Isawi Frege, the guy who we're about to meet. He was an Arab Knesset member, and actually one of the few Arabs who was in the Israeli government, in a coalition with underneath Lapid and then Bennett. He's quite an interesting guy. He's like a Meretz politician, so he believes in a two-state solution. He advocates for closing the social and economic political gaps between Jewish and Arab Israelis. He tried to negotiate with the PLO to end the Martyrs Fund contributions to people who died in terror attacks. He rejects the notion of calling Israel an apartheid state. He very much believes in cooperation and trying to reform the PLO and push towards a two-state solution where borders can be safe and secure and people can be trusted. So, looking forward to it. If I missed anything there. I love you, but you're garbage. Oh, okay. Man. How did Sev never mention his grandfather was in this during the video? I don't know. I didn't actually. Yeah, that never came up. Hmm. Okay. Was that the I can't hear the audio for the waiting screen when I'm doing it from here, but I think that video of me, that's Kvarkasem, isn't it? That's me talking about the massacre. I wonder if I'll use that video for my Human Shields essay. Did you direct that shot? We only had like an hour or maybe less because we were leaving there soon. So I was just like, follow me with the camera. I don't fucking know. Yeah. No, Yobel did not record that. No. It was just, I think it was Sev's friend. Maybe his brother, actually? No, it was his friend. Why is a top WoW streamer talking about politics? Man, this Palestinian Authority crackdown in Jenin is getting quite serious, isn't it? They're still at it. There's allegedly, I don't know if it's real, it's a video of a bunch of Jenin Brigades folks saying that they're going to suicide bomb the PA. Let's see. This is the PA Security Forces spokesman on Auda TV. Okay. Hey! Sorry, bub. I'll put myself here, okay? I'm the moderator. The outlaws that you claim that you're after, claim that the PA and its security
ادعاء الخارجين عن القانون بأن السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية المؤسسة الأمنية الفلسطينية تريد نزع سلاح المقاومة وأن هذا السلاح فقط موجود لمقاومة الاحتلال سيادة العميد.
أولا ليس هناك سلاح إلا سلاح الشرعية الفلسطينية وهذا أمر محسوم ولا نقاش به. المسألة الثانية يعني من يدعي أن هذا سلاح مقاومة، هل سلاح المقاومة يستهدف المستشفيات ويستهدف الوزارات والمؤسسات الخدمية؟ هل سلاح المقاومة يستهدف المواطنين؟ هل سلاح المقاومة يعني يستخدم لتنغيص الحياة على الناس وتعكير صفوها وجعل المواطنين يفقدون أمنهم وأمانهم؟ ثم سلاح المقاومة يقوم بسرقة العربات والسيارات المدنية والحكومية؟ هل سلاح المقاومة يطلق النار؟
What's that sentence there? حان سلاح المقاومة. Is that how you say should the weapons of the should weapons resistant? Okay.
نار على أبطال وبواسل الأجهزة الأمنية؟ أي سلاح مقاومة نتحدث؟ هذا سلاح مشبوه. سلاح المقاومة يختبئ بين المواطنين.
Is سلاح weapons? Is that word? Yeah, whatever.
يا أخي إذا أنت بدك تقاوم روح قاوم برا المخيم.
يا أخي that means brother. Yeah.
ما يعني الطرق الالتفافية.
Wait, what they say here? If you want to fight, do it outside the refugee camp.
تقاوم روح قاوم برا المخيم. ما يعني الطرق الالتفافية موجودة والمستوطنين موجودين والنقاط.
It's so funny that people call these guys like collaborators with Israel, and this guy's just like, go, please go kill settlers instead. Go fight soldiers. Oh shit! That's funny. What do you think of Francesca Albanese? I don't know. She's a weirdo. Dumb fuck.
عسكرية موجودة
Not her.
بالتأكيد.
هو إطلاق النار والمقاومة فقط من داخل المخيم ومن بين المواطنين. هذا سلاح مشبوه
بالتأكيد، وهنالك ادعاء أيضا
لا يمكن أن نسمح أن يبقى منفلتا كمؤسسة أمنية وأجهزة أمنية.
The guy's trying to cut him off and he's just like, fuck you.
نقوم بجمعه شاء من شاء وأبى من أبى ولن نلتفت لأحد.
What group is he speaking about here? The Jenin Brigades. It's basically it's like an umbrella coalition of militants in Jenin refugee camp. Mainly, they are made up of fighters from Al-Qassam Brigades, Al-Quds Brigades, and Al-Aqsa Martyrs. So they're a wide tent. There might even be 1 or 2 PFLP dudes there. Who knows? There are a few clips circulating of Mr. Jelani as well. Recently. I've got tweets of this too.
أهل الشام مسالمين، هم أبسط من أن يدخلوا في حالة نعرات ثقافية وطائفية وتاريخية ليس لهم فيها ذنب. أحداث حصلت منذ 1400 سنة، ما علاقتنا نحن بها؟ يأتون أناس ليثأروا من أهل الشام على حدث تاريخي حصل قبل 1400 سنة. أي عقل هذا؟ أي منطق؟ شو علاقتنا بالموضوع؟ ما لنا علاقة، مو نحن قتلنا الناس يعني، ما بنعرف. لكن على أي حال، لكن سبحان الله من يعني سخرية القدر والأحداث المبكية المضحكة أنك ترى أن
You need to separate between Jenin and the refugee camp. Yeah, the camp and the city of Jenin are different, yes.
يعني هناك من يستغل حالة فقهية أو شرعية يلامس عواطف الناس بعناوين ليحتل أراضي وبلدان. قضية فلسطينية من جهة، قضية تاريخية من جهة، والنتيجة دائما تكون سقوط عواصم عربية في يد دولة مثل إيران. بما يخص لبنان، سوريا القادمة تقف على مسافة واحدة من الجميع، ولا يعني دخول العهد الجديد لسوريا وإلى دمشق أن يكون نصرة لطرف على حساب طرف في لبنان مهما كان لدينا من جراح ماضي. أحب أن أؤكد على هذا الشيء.
Really? They don't want to take revenge on Hezbollah either. I mean, it's probably the right thing to do. I don't think any Syrian incursions in Lebanon are going to heal the wounds of the past or whatever the fuck. Huh.
سوريا لن تكون يعني حالة تدخل سلبي في لبنان على الإطلاق. تحترم سيادة لبنان، وحدة أراضيها، استقلال قرارها، استقرارها الأمني. نسعى بالنصح والحب والود إلى أن تخرج لبنان من الحالة التقاسم الطائفي فيها إلى حالة توزيع الأدوار على الكفاءات. أقول بالنصح والحب والود، أكرر حتى لا يفهم أحد أن نسعى للتدخل في لبنان، بأن تخرج من حالتها الطائفية، لأن تقاسم السلطة بالشكل الذي يحصل فيه لبنان لن يؤدي إلى بناء. أولوياتنا هي الأمن وخدمات الناس في المرحلة.
You see, what we see here really is it's a classic case of takia. Now, I understand that you probably don't know what takia is. Now, let me explain to you. Assalamu alaikum, habibi. Sorry, I'm just so... After that fucking Saudi killer in Germany with the fucking car, I'm just like... Every time I see the word takia now, I'm just like dying inside.
قادمة وإنشاء الجيش وضبط السلاح المنفلت في يد الدولة وعدم السماح بأن يكون هناك يعني مشاريع تقسيم لسوريا ومحاولة
Let me tell you something about Arabs.
الضغط الدولي على التقدم الإسرائيلي الذي حصل مؤخرا في سوريا.
Oh, he's doing it. He's going international pressure.
المنفلت في يد الدولة وعدم السماح بأن يكون هناك
Did he say we want to collect the weapons that were not controlled by the state?
أولوياتنا هي الأمن
Our priority is to provide security and services to the
وخدمات
people.
الناس في المرحلة القادمة وإنشاء
Build the army, collect the weapons that are not controlled by the state.
الجيش وضبط السلاح المنفلت في يد الدولة وعدم السماح بأن يكون هناك يعني مشاريع تقسيم لسوريا ومحاولة الضغط الدولي على التقدم الإسرائيلي الذي حصل مؤخرا في سوريا مع التزامنا باتفاقية 1974 والمنطقة العازلة واستعدادنا لإدخال القوات الأممية لحماية المنطقة وسحب أي ذريعة ممكن أن تكون لأي جهة ما في يعني إدخال أو استخدام هذه
They want to
الذرائع
go back to 74.
في التقدم على سوريا واحتلال أراضيها.
Interesting. What was the 74 agreement? So after the Yom Kippur War, Israel responded to the attack from Syria and Egypt by going a little bit ham. They basically got to within 20 kilometers of Damascus. And when the ceasefire took place, why is there no good map? All right. When the ceasefire went in place, Israel was in control of this area here as well. They were up to here. And they made an agreement with Syria, brokered by international community, that Israel would pull back, but there would be an agreement that this would be a demilitarized zone, like a buffer zone. That was it. That's the gist of it. You can read the whole thing online. It's not very long. I think it's just called Israel Syria Disengagement 74, something like that. How Hezbollah's losses have weakened Iran. Oh, this went on 60 Minutes as well, just like 5 minutes. This went just today.
60 Minutes overtime.
How did you...
Wait! This is part of the Mossad interview. Oh, shit. Why is it called 60 Minutes when the thing is not 60 minutes long? Why do they do that? So the pager video is 13 minutes, and it's the one that's got all the views. And then there's the weakness of Iran because of Hezbollah's losses. It said overtime. Shut. No. Don't try to beat me into submission with these rationales. I wanted a 60-minute sit down. Okay? Adverts. Oh yeah, it's the United States. Makes sense. Depends on the gravitational field. I never considered the gravitational field. She's got one of the pagers. Remember when people were saying like anytime you buy an Israeli product now it might explode. Oh no. So true. All right. How Israel's Mossad tricked Hezbollah into buying explosive pagers. Okay. Tell me how. Wait. Do I want to do this now? Or do I want to... Wait. Oh, wait. Hang on. Do you really think Mossad would expose their operation, how they conducted this? Probably, because this is like that's like a once in a lifetime thing. You only get to do that once, right? And then everyone, because I imagine if someone is selling you sturdy, heavy duty pagers, like for your military operation, you're probably going to be, I imagine even just like a little bit more care would have probably saved them. But so yeah, I think once you've done it once, you've done it all, right? There's probably sensitive parts that they can keep to themselves. Willie Mack fighting with Dark Viper. Oh no. That's a big back and forth.
Recently, we've been having to wrangle some lolcows, first with Hassan's response, and now it's Dark Viper's turn. Back in April, I made a video giving my opinion
oh my
on
god, he's fighting the whole of Australia.
reaction content, Viper striking Shud's critical reaction of him, and his crippling victim complex whenever someone mildly disagrees or inconveniences him.
Why must my life suffer? Why must I suffer so with no one caring for so long?
Dark Viper has since released 2 videos, over 5 hours of content, repeating the same points that I've already covered, calling me a liar when I slightly misspeak. Viper said Ethan memeing him saying 14 pages has traumatized him.
It's 14 pages!
Because one of my favorite people on the internet, Dark
This fucking hat.
Viper, 14 pages!
I don't think Ethan is a very good person. And his using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life for many, many years on his stream, perhaps 100 times, is a bit more than excessive and very sick.
Why was this traumatic for you? You're angry over nothing.
That is not at all what I said. You can note here that Willie's claim is that H3H3 spamming this clip for years was traumatic for me. But then he showed a clip where I specifically didn't say that. I called my interactions with Charlie years ago traumatic.
I said Ethan traumatized him when it was actually Charlie who did. My bad. He says he would sue me if he thought he wouldn't get bad press for it.
Why is why? I'm sorry. In Australia, can you just like fucking sue someone for calling you a twat because you're technically not a vagina? Is that why? Is this a trend? What's going on?
Sue these guys for defamation. Could spend all the money to no way make back the money that I would spend so much of my time that I normally spend on making content and get a ruling that would certainly be in my favor because they lied. Like so many times did they obviously lie. But I'm gonna look bad the entire time.
I followed him on Blue Sky after seeing this and he frames me as a stalker.
And it's not that he follows friends, family, content and he enjoys. He's like, oh, I can stalk that Dark Viper you guy, that guy who blocked me. This is insane behavior. This is psychotic. This is not normal.
I followed your branded social media and you're acting like I showed up to your house. He probably thinks I'm assaulting him just for watching his video. This video is about friendships.
There was this one question he asked where he asked about like who I talk about. He asked who I talk to about this. Who do I bounce ideas off? And I said to him, like I don't talk to anyone really. And then I'm a bit of a loner. I just assume that everyone will have—
A what? This guy, okay. Might have to switch sides on this. Listen, I like Willie Mack, okay? But this guy seems all right. Listen, I'm up for the taking now. He's stealing your name. Sue him.
eventually like work against my interests unless there's an explicit reason for them not to. I've just never really had anyone in my life that I can trust a lot. The closest thing I have now is my mods. Like if I'm gonna talk to anyone about anything, it is my mods.
How can you have no one you trust? If there's literally nobody that you trust, there probably is something wrong with you rather than everyone else. You might be kind of a schizo person. I mean, this is just very sad to listen to.
It's why it's important to treat your friends well by getting them
Imagine trusting your mods, man. If my mods are fucking barbarians. They're all traitors, okay? I just keep them close because you have to keep your enemies closer. That's it. Look at them. I'm scrolling through their chat now. These aren't even words. They're just, it's like a seance. Okay.
Fume. Ah, that's the good stuff. 2025 is right around the corner. It is the perfect time to start building better habits. Fume is smokeless, vapeless, and non-addictive. It is just flavored air, the perfect gift for somebody trying to break their bad habit. I use it all the time. You've probably seen it in the background of some of my videos. I like to use it to prevent me from snacking throughout the workday. It is the best adult fidget toy. It's crafted from wood. It has this great weight and this really satisfying stand. It comes in a whole variety of flavors, so there's something for everyone. My favorite is crisp mint, so whenever I'm itching to reach for my bad habit, instead I just play with the fume, get a little stimulant of flavor,
Okay.
and I'm right back to work. So whether you're getting it as a gift for a loved one or for yourself, Fume won't disappoint. So for this holiday season, give the gift of better habits by going
Do you think Willie? Oh yeah. Do you think Willie Mack has ever advertised pagers? Is that how it happened? Hang on. Hello, Libra.
Hello, Mr. Box. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Good. I was wondering if you would have like a few minutes for me to yap about Canadian politics because we've been having a bit of a tumultuous time at it for the last couple months. And it's kind of like just when you think it's not going to get any worse, it does.
Is this about Trudeau basically on his way out, or?
Kinda, yeah, more or less. I don't think he's honestly going anywhere. He's very much tried to hold on to the helm in the sense. I know some people are saying this is just going to be Biden again. He's going to give up. But looking at his career, he's had many times where he's been pressured to resign. Actually, in the last 2 years or so, the first time was after the whole trucker convoy thing, where they basically came in and occupied the Capitol for like a month and honked their horns and everything. And Trudeau employed what's known as the Emergencies Act. It used to be the War Measures Act, but it basically like suspends certain rights and stuff like that. You can detain people suspected of malfeasance and stuff. And basically the Supreme Court ended up ruling that the use of it was unconstitutional and that Trudeau overstepped his bounds. And there was immediately pressure on him to resign as a result. I thought he should have resigned. But he didn't. He was very much like, I'm not going anywhere. And following that, the Conservatives also switched their leader from they had a pretty moderate kind of Biden-esque kind of core candidate named Aaron O'Toole, and they gutted him in exchange for a more Trumpy candidate by the name of Pierre Poilievre, who is currently the leader, and the Conservatives have soared in the polls ever since he's taken over. The Trudeau, I think like the recent polls are showing the Liberals are polling at around 23%. They're projected to probably lose their spot as the official opposition to the Bloc Québécois, or potentially even the NDP. I think it's more likely the Bloc is going to become the new opposition, which they've been once before.
Who are the Bloc? Is that they're the Quebec ones?
Yeah, they're basically just like a Quebec interest party. They only run in Quebec. They're incredibly popular in the francophone-speaking areas. Oh, somebody sent me 338 Canada. Thanks.
But it looks like the right-wingers are going to come out on top, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Isn't a lot of this just
the interesting thing though about
bullshit? Like again?
Yeah, most of it. Yeah. I think Trudeau's a fine prime minister. I don't love him, but people have really just taken any opportunity to bash on him. But we've seen this is like probably one of the strongest incumbency fatigues we've seen. Like in the case of Biden or Harris even, like they were still admittedly we don't have a two-party system, so the options are more varied, but even still, like 80% of the province or country by this point is voting for someone else other than Trudeau. That's a lot. And he has, like, in terms of the economy as well, like, similar to America under Biden, and like, Canada's done relatively well. We recovered from COVID relatively quickly. I think Trudeau did a very fine job at handling it. GDP growth has been a bit slow, but yeah, otherwise, like, we've been doing relatively fine. And Poilievre has really just been hammering in on a couple key issues, which are really, like, it's really funny because the issues he's been hammering on make really no difference, like stuff like the carbon tax. That's been a big one. The carbon tax is, like, one of the most misunderstood things about Canadian politics. It's basically a big money reshuffling scheme. Basically, you pay the tax on carbon, and all of it goes back in. Most of it goes back in rebates. If you make under like 80,000 a year, you're probably going to be making more money in rebates than you're paying into taxes. I think it's something like 75% of Canadians make more back in the rebates. So they're getting something that's actually giving people like me, like I make more money in the rebates than I pay into it. It's admittedly different because I live in BC and we have our own provincial thing, but in every province except BC and Quebec, they use the federal one, and yeah, it works out better. And so as a result, like I think like it's just it's largely incumbency bullshit, but the main thing with Trudeau is he's basically killing the Liberal Party at this point. But also to some degree, like the Liberals have been in a similar spot before. Like, I think they got like 23. They got a similar result in the 2011 election, shortly before Trudeau took over. And so, it's not unsalvageable. Trudeau's gone. Like the frame one after he's no longer prime minister. He's getting ousted. We don't have a mechanism actually to get rid of the party leader while they're prime minister. They're kind of just there, even if their entire caucus revolts against them. They're technically still there until they lose a confidence vote. So that's we're kind of in a sucky situation. And I see some people saying Pierre is not like Trump at all. He's not in the sense that I am absolutely sure he is not going to erode democratic institutions. So, like, the most concerning things about Trump, the most concerning characteristics that Trump has, Poilievre does not have, that is true. But in terms of, like, social policy and general rhetoric, like, he's been playing on populist rhetoric. He's not Trump. I'm not going to try saying that he's going to be Canadian Trump. We have the People's Party for that, and they're polling at like 2% right now. But what Poilievre has done is he has like played on, especially economically, like populist issues, and there are some concerns that once he has a super majority, he's going to be able to ram through more populist-y social issues. He is pretty quiet on social issues because Ontario conservative voters are more moderate than, say, like the prairie voters, where populism is more popular in the prairies. In Ontario, they kind of lean a little bit more to kind of like, I don't know, like boomer centrism kind of conservatism. They like economic and fiscal conservatism. Like it's like suburb conservatism. Like they don't like paying the carbon tax. They're concerned about, their housing costs crashing if the housing market gets devalued or something like that. But they don't really subscribe as much to the social conservatism aspect as much. You even see this with the current premier, Doug Ford. He's trying to build... he has this really wacky proposal to build like another 18-lane highway underneath the current 18-lane highway that exists. But interestingly, when Alberta passed like some anti transgender education laws and such like that, they asked him if he was going to implement anything similar, and he said absolutely not, out of the question. We're not touching those kinds of issues. So, and even like in his handling of Trump and such like that, he's been very like anti-tariff. He's been very outspoken against Trump. He says he'll cut off energy. He'll cut off when. Cutting off energy didn't really spook them. He says he's going to cut off all beer and alcohol sales. And in all honesty, kind of those, they're known as the progressive conservatives because they're socially more progressive but fiscally conservative. They honestly are like, they lead more closer to Trudeau, but it's just that incumbency fatigue for them, I think, that's really driving them towards Poilievre. But yeah, the conservative victory is kind of inevitable at this point. I think it's really just kind of coming down to how salvageable is the Liberals' vote at this point. They're probably going to lose their spot as the official opposition to the Bloc. Again, yeah, that happened in 2011. It's not unsalvageable. The Liberals went from... Trudeau, it was actually the kind of person that brought the Liberals back from this decimate position in 2015. And so there's kind of a hope that maybe they can find some young, charismatic, populist person to take over the Liberal Party and really run it back in 2029. Polyev is probably going to get really screwed over by the tariffs, and he's not going to have an easy go at it with Trump in charge. So it's going to be a rough 5 years for him, or 4 years for him. But yeah, kind of wait
You've
and
got
see.
until basically next year, right, before the election, if you can hold out.
No, because the NDP just announced that they're going to vote for the motion of no confidence and the next winter sitting of the semester. So the government's probably going to fall in early February.
Good. Well, good luck with that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you
when
for
it
having
comes
me.
into the news. Okay, take care, buddy.
You too.
Thanks. Bye bye. Okay. I didn't know that. I don't know anything about Canada. Trudeau feels like he's been there for a while, though. I feel like it's been a long time since I heard any other Canadian head of state mentioned, or prime minister, or whatever. Yeah, the Jeanine Brigades responded. Okay, they responded to the... Okay.
A spokesman for the Jeanine Battalion has spoken to Al
Drama
Jazeera.
response.
In an exclusive interview, he said his armed group was the only thing keeping them safe from the violence of Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank.
They want the head of the resistance. We are not outlaws. We support the law. We enforce the law and the rule of law. The question is, whose law? When an Israeli jeep enters Jenin city to arrest me, you as the law, where are you? Today we are confronting the settlers across all the cities in the West Bank. They want Jenin to be disarmed. In short, no one can disarm Jenin. Our compass is clear. Only against the occupation and nothing else. Our message is clear to everyone. For God's sake, just let us be. We want to fight the Israelis. The vehicle that exploded near the special police was actually a car that was impounded 2 months ago. Although they accused us of the incident, our brigade commander condemned and denounced that incident in a press conference. It's impossible and unthinkable for us to kill our own people. Speaking about the Palestinian Authority's security who entered the camp, they would be 100 meters away from the location of the explosive charge, and we would set it off to warn them. We do not mean to kill you. If we really mean to kill you, we would set off the charge targeting your vehicles. As we speak right now, their vehicles are on top of the explosive charges, but we would not set them off. They attempted entering the camp once, twice, and 3 times. They assassinated one of the men who had been pursued by the occupation for 4 years, but the Israelis could not capture him. They killed 2 innocent children whose only crime was that they were children of the camp. This war is not against the brigade. This camp embraces the people of Fatah, of Islamic Jihad, of Hamas, and of the Popular Front. Yet they ask us to surrender. Let's say that I have surrendered. What if a settler enters my house? What could I do? We know the purpose of the Palestinian Authority's weapons. It's well known. One can't open fire against the Israelis. It's forbidden to open fire against them. How could I surrender? Protect me from the Israelis and my rifle is yours. Evict the Israelis from our country and my rifle is yours. I would be yours to execute. Evict the Israelis from my country and you may execute me.
Jeez. Okay. Just so you can hear both sides. All right.
Tryfume.com/WillyMac and use code WillyMac or scan the QR code to get a free topper when you sign up for the Journey Pack today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring this video.
Whisper in my ear that you want some more and I jizz in my pants.
Dark Viper is passionate about React content. He's made the same video now 9 times. He's mad that I partially cited his essay because that was just a draft script.
He seems blissfully unaware that I finished that draft and made it into a video. He has not seen all the
settlers usually enter Jenin. I don't think so. With the city of Jenin, I know that there are settlements are along the outside of Jenin. Let me have a look. Israeli settlement map Jenin. Jenin is way up in the north. Oh fuck! Why is there never a good map of Israeli settlements? Ooh! But I don't know of how often settlers go into... Definitely not the camp, surely. Is that common? Do Israeli settlers go into Jenin refugee camp? Israeli settlers, Jenin refugee camp. 2023. Israeli raid. Yeah, there are raids, but I don't think there are settlers who go in. But Salem has good maps. I guess they do, don't they? But Salem map Jenin. Interactive map. Ooh. Okay, Jenin. Up north, right? I don't know exactly where it is, so I'm going to take a second. Okay, I thought it'd be easier to find than this because it's a big city, relatively. There it is. So this is Jenin. The refugee camp is here. I'm guessing this is a settlement? Yeah, settlers don't go to... They're not even particular... They're near Jenin city, but not... They do like to get up close, though. Where's the key? The blue is definitely settlers, right? Wait, why doesn't it say? Regional Council Jurisdictional Area. Okay. Oh, built up. So it's not a built up settlement. What does that mean, Regional Council Jurisdictional Area? So where's the nearest built up settlement to Jenin? I don't know if built up means, what about outposts? Would they be built up? So, Hinanit over here. So this will be interesting to see how many settlements that are deep in are built up. Because I think most of these ones here, these like bolder blues, are going to be quite close to the green line. Like here. There's like fuck all up here. This one is a big one. This is near Jerusalem, right? Ofra. These guys can go. We don't need them. These guys, what the these guys have no business. Okay, look at this. You had no business being in there. You can probably land swap these ones that are right next to the border. Yitzhak, this one can definitely go, okay? Mostly as a revenge measure. Mostly as a revenge measure against Mr. Settler Vaush. This, what the fuck is this, man? This is bullshit. Look at this. This is not security. You're just creating targets. Like, come on. All right. He's talking about the IDF. Oh, like in raids. Well, he should be more specific. That's what I thought he'd be referring to, because those are the only Israelis who go into Jenin. Like, them and maybe sometimes Corey Gulshister.
These videos. I've watched all of his videos on this subject. His arguments largely remain the same. Not to mention this document was his magnum opus at the time. It's literally where the 14 pages meme.
Arabs of Yaffo are pretty deep in Israel. They have to go too. Nope. I don't believe those guys are settlers. Is that what they did? Did they go in under the context of a military occupation? Did they do that? Did they exploit the presence of a military occupation and the inequalities that occurred from that said occupation to squeeze themselves in between Jewish communities? Is that what happened? What a stupid argument. Holy shit.
Comes from
14 pages! 14 pages, 14 pages, painstaking detail.
He points to his other work that he wants me to watch, acting like it had all this tangible data.
First video is Why am I here? What am I trying to prove? The second is the main bulk of my work, arguing for the foundations in which I build my arguments, making those arguments. I use a lot of data, I use some animations, and so this ended up being like my main thesis, if you will.
It's just not true. It's the same thing where he claims that people reacting to your videos are exploiting you.
Reactors are playing a game with our online creator ecosystem where everyone loses except the reactors themselves. The premise of this video is that React content is a system of exploitation that siphons an incalculable amount of money and exposure away from the hard-working into the pockets of the incredibly lazy.
Most content on this website is lazy. Viper struck Chud because Chud reacted to a 9-minute video clip from Viper's livestream. Chud's reaction was a 35-minute video clip from his livestream. Both of you produced equally lazy content. He tries to show that React content is harmful by pulling up a creator named Josh's total view graph, and he applies the dips to Asmin reacting to him.
The first 4 reactions seem to have done nothing at all, often preceding dips in viewership. In fact, the period where Josh...
There are Arabs throughout Israel, north, south, east, and west. You're opposed to Jewish presence. Okay, you didn't listen to a fucking word I said. What an unbelievably obtuse piece of shit. Oh my god! Fuck! Thank you, Sulfur.
Josh's channel saw the greatest growth compared to the prior month was in May, and it had no reactions until the end of the month. These late reactions actually occurred prior to a downturn in the channel, and these in the middle did nothing to change its course. This therefore makes it hard to attribute Josh's July success to the reactions, considering that they occur just as much on bad days as they do good.
All you can really interpret is that Asmin's reactions don't lead to a boost in viewership. But then he immediately states that this means Josh is losing views because of Asmin, when there is so many potential variables in this graph he ignores.
While it is hard to know for certain, comparing the day before and the day of a reaction, I'd estimate each reaction gained Josh less than 500 subscribers each. Especially while remembering that Josh is losing views and impressions to Asmongold's business model during this process, you can see that this is not very much.
Now, other creators have made similar assumptions when they post a video that underperformed. The Ackman and Internet Anarchist are both creators that have complained about reaction content negatively affecting their videos. But as we all know, correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. And that's my problem with this whole dialogue. It's all based on vibes and people's personal opinions. So I wanted to change that. Since my last Dark Viper video, I linked up
Dwayne, that's the $5.
with a data analyst named Glisset. We then had the Ackman and Internet Anarchist send us videos that both were and weren't reacted to. Glisset then divided the views per day by the maximum views per day to normalize each data set, and modeled each day as a normal distribution. The final result for Internet Anarchist is this.
So you see the black line there? That's the sort of the average view count of a reacted video. It's dimensionless view count, which effectively means that I've divided it by the maximum view count. Which basically just makes each video more comparable to each other. Otherwise, you'd have all different lines going all about the place.
These shaded areas are the standard
That was
deviations.
a horrible audio imbalance. Holy shit.
The line is in the dark gray area. That is one.
Adam, thanks for 15 shekels. Appreciate it.
One standard deviation. The light gray is 2. The line being within either means there isn't a statistical enough difference in views to say that React content is affecting the work. But if it leaves the shaded areas, that means it's statistically significant. A trend is being formed.
For Internet Anarchist, there's, I think, most significantly, or I suppose uniquely about Internet Anarchist sort of situation, is that there are regions where that pink line leaves the shaded area. I call that very loosely statistically significant.
When it leaves the shaded area, does that mean...
Mina, thanks for the €5. Fourth, wow. What a terror. That's an act of terror.
The video is doing better, or is it doing worse? What's this?
So if it was above the line, then it would be doing significantly better. But because it's below the line, the unreacted video is doing significantly worse than a reacted video.
When it comes to the Actman, we get different results.
You can see in Actman's case, sort of from this one here, it's a much sort of steeper curve than the case of Internet Anarchist, which makes this sort of analysis a little bit more difficult because noise is a little bit more prevalent, I'd say, when you're dealing with such sort of small numbers towards the...
Ben, thanks for the 25 PLN. At least third. Appreciate it. This is such a difficult thing to gauge as well, because as you grow, more people are going to react to you. So, like, how do you... That's the thing as well, right? Like, if you're just like a new creator, then fuck all people are reacting to you. But once you grow, more people will react to you. But it might seem like the reactions are going to correlate with your videos doing better than they did, like, say, like a few years before or a year before. Huh.
The end there. But if we sort of zoom in a bit, you can see that pink line always stays within the shaded region.
Yep.
because it always stays within the shaded region, it's always within 2 standard deviations. And when it stays within that dark grey sort of shaded region, which it does most of the time, that's within 1 standard deviation, and I'd say that that's perfectly normal. And based on that, there isn't really an impact of the reaction on the video. Yeah, I'd say sort of if you are to see an impact, it tends to be either in the short term, so say 10 to 30 days, or the medium.
Eli, that's the 999. Is the Human Shield video going to be uploaded soon? Probably not. Nah, after New Year, we'll probably make some changes in that regard. The problem is, I kind of just want to make videos like that are self-contained and just address the issue at hand. I do wonder, but part of me is also tempted to address the Hassan drama on the main channel as well, like all the shit that he's been spreading about me. It coming from Bada Banada, I don't care, but when it's coming from someone of Hassan's size and his reach, that's kind of annoying. So I don't know if I should just like, it's probably going to be easier if I just post it like as if nothing happened, because I don't really want that audience anyway. Or if I squeeze it into the beginning of the video, like, oh, by the way, if you're wondering about XYZ, go here. Or I just do one and then just like one response to Hassan and then do all the other videos after that. There's definitely like, there's enough there for like a 1 hour fucking video about just how much of a moron Hassan is and how much shit he's been, especially with regards to me. But honestly, I don't really know if I care enough for it. If I did that, that would have to come first. I wouldn't have to. You should fully address it. Yeah, wow. The problem is, it's like, it's being dragged into these like hyper autistic arguments that I just like, as soon as you start talking about it, you're already losing. So, yeah, we'll think about it.
In terms, so 30 to about 150 days.
So the conclusion is that there is no measurable impact for Actman, while Internet Anarchist does seem to benefit at times.
I'd say this at least speaks to, because a lot of this has been done.
Jesse, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Are the Israel interviews going to be uploaded soon? PooTube. Haha, maybe.
On sort of commentary creators. I think this at least gives a decent...
It's going to get more annoying if you don't. You have no idea. No, that's not how that works. It's not going to get more annoying. We know that because I've already made videos addressing all of these like the stupidest allegations, and people are still just like, oh, what about this? What about this? What about that? Like, come on, yeah, fuck.
An idea of how this works in the commentary space.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd be fairly confident in saying that for the average commentary creator, the being reacted to doesn't really make a difference in your video performance. The only statistically significant finding we were sort of able to find in this case was Internet Anarchist.
Wait, what's this? Why this fucking... What the fuck is this? Hang on. I didn't... Remember, we watched this yesterday. This guy who's like apologizing to his like... to his audience for having recommended me about 5 years ago. This is John the Duncan, isn't it? JDT from YouTube. JTD. All I'm saying is if you want an actual left-wing Scottish YouTuber, I'm right here. What a fucking worm. Jesus. Shameless self from a god. Recommend card under that comment. What's that? Never miss a chance. What the fuck, man? What's card? I don't know what card is. This is the guy who is actually getting, like, visibly upset about the fact that people consider Israelis to be civilians on October 7th. He said it was problematic. Like, he was actually using progressive language to go against that assertion. Holy shit. Where are we? Yeah, this fucking prick. The constant invocation of civilians right now serves two functions. First, it further creates an idea of this as a conflict between states rather than a colonial occupation. Second, it creates this zone of innocence for people who are active perpetrators in colonial genocide. He's talking about, like, he's just talking about an Israeli civilian. Send him a thank you card for helping launch your career. And there are people attacking him for, like, the PLO attack in Munich. My issue is that the notion of civilian is creating an image of innocence rather than the reality of settlers actively murdering and excluding Palestinians while burning and stealing their... He's trying to essentialize so hard. Bro, how many people in the fucking Gaza envelope does he think were burning and stealing land? On October 7th. Yeah, he's properly, like, melting down over people calling these people civilians. Obviously here is because he did... This is someone, and he'll never admit this, but this is someone who thinks the West Bank and the Gaza envelope are the same. That's what he's doing there. Does armed resistance not necessarily entail the murder of those deemed civilian by international law? The fact that these guys try to say that I'm the one who is okay with killing civilians, but these guys openly do it. The projection is so fucking disgusting. Does it not morally condemn every single anti-colonial violent insurrection? The condemnation from the left of the imperial core. This guy's fucking Scottish, bro. Like, you live in the UK. Oh, God. The projection is so fucking gross. Ugh. Ugh. Ooh. Anyway.
And I'd limit that to saying that only in Internet Anarchist case could there be the compelling case that there is a significant benefit to being reacted to.
Now, is it like this for every creator?
All right.
In every reaction video on YouTube? No, these are two creators' data. It's a relatively small sample size, and the genre of video as well as the quality of reaction may affect the videos differently. Point is, there's a ton of variables.
It's so funny because he fucking hated people reacting to his videos when we were talking to him.
Well, it is, and that's the power of an
God, the
intuitive
fucking
model.
volume.
It's no good sort of saying, oh, that makes sense, therefore it must be true. You really do have to sort of, I guess, r/do the math. I'd say do this on a case-by-case basis. I mean, this is sort of standard procedure in sort of copyright. Always analyze things case by case. Conclusions here in the commentary space, probably not going to affect your video, but I would be interested in seeing sort of how this varies sort of space by space, and maybe seeing some data from some, gaming channels like speed running or
like what Viper does.
Yeah, because obviously I'd expect the dynamics to be slightly different because you're watching the videos for slightly different reasons.
So my point is, before we start a crusade against an entire genre of creators saying they're exploiting people, let's actually take some time and analyze some data.
Looking at the bigger picture here, this drama's been going on for 4 years. And it's still every now and then resurfaces. Eventually this is going to have to be sort of put to bed sort of thing, because I don't think it's going on for 4 years. It's not necessarily a productive use of everyone's time, especially when the big conclusion here, I think, is that it doesn't matter and it doesn't make a difference. Reaction videos don't look like they have any sort of impact on video's performance, and therefore, you know, I'm not really sure why people care quite so much.
Bro, you've been covering this topic for 3 years. How is this the first data analysis that's been done? He acts like this is a case closed argument for him. I bring up my own personal experience with React content, and he compares it to playing slot machines. My personal experience, because that's all we can go off of.
What do you mean that's all we can go off of? This man is literally all we have is personal anecdotes. There is a reason why we judge systems in their totality, not simply like people's interactions with them, but thinking about the process by which they do things. A person can walk up to you and say, hey, I want $1,000 on a slot machine. You can look that person dead in the eye and say, that's great, but slot machines are a terrible way to make money. And they go, but Frank over there won 10 grand. Yes, that's amazing, but still a terrible way to make money.
Slot machines are statistically rigged by design. That's a fact. You have no facts. You have no data suggesting that React content is the same way. I was going to make a video whether Dark Viper responded to me or not because I want this dialogue to be productive. Let's go get a data analyst, talk to Glisset, see how they mapped it, and compare Josh's reacted to his unreacted to video so we can build a data set.
He does put in quite a lot of effort in terms of trying to assign numbers to these things. I just think when he's tried to assign numbers, they haven't necessarily been, they don't really mean anything. So he goes on, for instance, total view count. Well, total view count is entirely dependent on how old the video is. It doesn't necessarily tell you anything about how a React video has actually impacted the video. And then we sort of saw slightly more sophisticated techniques when we went to sort of Nakrit's sort of analysis. To be fair to Nakrit, I mean, it slightly worked in the cases that he analyzed, but when you sort of broaden that theory, it starts to break down.
Well, here's the cool part though. You've explained how you've done it. You said that it really isn't that complicated if people want to get into it. It's a high school level thing. So if Dark Viper wants to, he could go collect data. I got a ton of creators that would love to participate. If he wants to do the same thing, he could test it himself.
Certainly. So, I mean, sort of the more stuff we analyze, the better picture we actually have of this. Previously, before, people just looking at graphs and going on vibes. That's not rigorous. That's overlooks some pretty basic math.
But Dark Viper's problem with React content isn't that it necessarily hurts the original video, it's that it takes away viewers from all content, completely unrelated videos.
Again, to be clear, the lion's share of what I talk about has nothing to do with the impact of the re-upload on the original. And what time I spend on it is largely because other people care about it. We have YouTube, with the best algorithm that's ever been made for distributing content ever. And there are no reactors currently in this hypothetical world. So viewers go to YouTube, and the smartest algorithm that has ever existed tries to direct them to
the TLDR. You watch Legal Eagle, and the TLDR of React content is that it's mostly stealing. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, it is.
the content that they want to watch and will watch long term. 100% exposure on the platform is going to creators. I ask you, how much of this exposure should we take away and give to reactors to grow them an audience? 100%? So that they can then act as a middleman for that exposure to creators. The click-through rate from YouTube itself to a video is like 5%. A click-through rate from a reactor to the original video is like 0.5% and confers no watch time. And it has all the other added costs that people have to spend time watching the reaction video itself, limiting the amount of content they can even watch from creators.
I get you, but you're discounting that the viewers count the reactor as a real creator. Hassan's viewers don't want to watch me. They want to watch Hassan respond to me. They want Tom's or Nick's or H3's or Asmin's opinion. If they edited the reactions down, I'm not convinced it would have any measurable impact on the creator economy like Viper implies. Maybe it would, but without—
I just never got it. Like, I don't care if people react to me. I liked it. Like, I think it's good that people are showing me to their audiences. I don't care. The only time it would get slightly annoying was when someone would watch a video like just as it was coming out, but it'd been out for like 1 minute and people start watching it. But even then, it's like it's nothing. It's maybe if like I'm used to, say back in the day when I was used to getting like maybe 1,000 views in the first hour, but then like a React streamer would watch it with their viewer base of 500 people. So I'm like, oh no, maybe I've lost like a couple of that's a substantial percentage of my first views per hour. Again, it's like nothing. Don't care.
Running tests or getting data, you're just throwing out theories.
Each of these YouTubers and Asmin Gold are attempting to attract to themselves viewers from the same general finite markets. Who is more likely to end up with the most at the end of the week? Do you think individual YouTubers would benefit more or less if Asmin Gold wasn't a reactor? Not just the people he steals videos from, but everyone else in the market, as his goal is not just to steal viewers away from those he reacts to, but everyone in general, as he can just as easily steal someone away from any of us as he can the people he reacts to.
And to that, I don't care. If your video gets beat out by a React creator and your video isn't the one being reacted to, womp womp. I can't believe I have this opinion. Don't care.
Again, his argument. I don't care. That's it. And Newsflash, in every single situation where a negative externality has been caused, impacting someone outside the original exchange, there is always going to be people who don't care. In fact, with every harm that has ever happened in the history of mankind, someone hasn't cared.
But you don't even know if they were harmed.
It doesn't matter. Your indifference to harm doesn't make it less impactful or potentially less meaningful to other people.
Bro, it's me giving my opinion. We don't have the data to discuss this further in a productive way, so I don't care. I am agreeing to disagree with you, something you should learn how to do too. He frames me as the evil man, exploiting other creators for personal gain.
At the end of the day, what Willy wants is to people have no rights over their work. No rights, no permission, no compensation. You work for free for Willy Mac Show, that's it.
Oh.
It's a garbage perspective.
But I don't even make that kind of React content. In Viper's world, I am the ultimate victim, constantly getting exploited. My videos compete with Chud's, Nick's, and Tom's reactions all the time. I have the most to gain from reaction content being banned, but since I demand evidence of harm, that makes me evil for some reason. Apparently, I'm the Uncle Tom of React content. We pretty much maxed out the conversation when it comes to React content, so I want to turn our attention to the eternal victim that is Dark Viper.
Like, wow! Yeah, there's no way any of Willie Mac's stuff would be classed as React content because he chooses clips and then makes his own video out of it. Yeah, it's all prepared.
Living in a studio, covered in mold. There are times where he says I'm taking him out of context, and then he plays a longer version of the same clip, and it has the same exact context. All React content makes you a bad person, not that it's necessarily illegal.
You are taking that guy's 500 hours of labor in order to take all these impressions, and therefore viewers, from every other content creator. If you were to disappear, everyone would be better off. However, all original content creators have just as much right to be in this space as anyone else. Reactors don't. I'm pretty sure that's cropped up.
The creator saw my reaction to it. He's very shouty. It's very, very shouty. Okay.
And was really disappointed. They didn't appreciate it. And I totally understood where they're coming from because I didn't really add anything to it. I didn't really react to it. So to them, it felt like I was just re-uploading their content on my stream.
Because that's what you're doing. Even when you pause and speak, the amount of effort you're putting in is a tiny, tiny fraction of what the original content creator put in place. Person spends 500 hours making a YouTube video, you spend 15 minutes watching it, and you believe you deserve to profit off that $500 worth of labor? As a multi-millionaire, you don't believe you owe that guy one single fucking dollar? On what basis? Without his labor, you'd have to turn off your stream because you'd have nothing else to watch. You'd have less uploads on your channel. Those people who aren't on your stream would go to other content creators. The people who can no longer watch your React content would watch other content creators, wherever they would be found. You are taking that guy's 500 hours of labor in order to take all these impressions, and therefore viewers, from every other content creator. If you were to disappear, everyone would be better off. And that is the case actually for any content creator. There'd be less competition in the marketplace. If all content creators disappeared except me, you can better believe my viewership would go up. However, all original content creators have just as much right to be in this space as anyone else. Reactors don't. All reactors do is sit and steal from the original content creators.
Don't know what he's talking about. Good meme. The British wife of Syria's deposed President Bashar al-Assad, Asma al-Assad, has filed for divorce after expressing dissatisfaction with her life in Moscow. Yes! He's on Fresh and Fit. That's good. Where'd you get this from? I'm taking it. We're in theft mode, okay? We're in banditry mode. It's actually true? I don't know if it's actually true.
They siphon exposure via impressions to themselves, keep people on their channels instead of other people's, and they flick a few every once in a while to someone else. So that section also is deceptively edited.
No, it wasn't. That's the same thing. I'm arguing with Autismo. I ask again, what context was changed? Viper is constantly calling me a liar. His examples are pointing out when I misspeak.
14 pages! 14 pages! He's using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life. It's 14 pages! So here you can see an example where Willy will just play something and then directly lie about what was just said. While he is taking these clips out of context, I'll explain why they exist or what the point of them was. Even in that clip, I said, one of the most traumatic moments of my life. He's using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life. He says, most traumatic moment of his life, which is not what I said.
He's arguing with the text on the screen. He says I'm lying because Ethan didn't traumatize him. Charlie did.
That is not at all what I said. You can note here that Willy's claim is that H3H3 spamming this clip for years was traumatic for me. But then he showed a clip where I specifically didn't say that. I called my interactions with Charlie years
Wait, are we doing this again? No, okay.
ago traumatic, and they were.
Don't admit that, bro. The point is that this shouldn't traumatize you. I point out his history of spurting out over nothing, and he brings up dates. Like, yeah, Matt, the dates are why people are calling you cringe.
One of the hallmarks of Willy's video, and that showcases him as a grifter, is he uses out-of-context clips that have no relevance to anything all throughout the video, spamming them, as I say. It doesn't matter how old the clip is, Willy knows that if he doesn't say what date it is, people will just assume it happened very recently. This clip, for example, is 4 years old, but he is even more dishonest than that. He uses clips far older, 6, 7 years old in this video.
The point is to show that throughout your career, you turn small disagreements and inconveniences into massive crash-out moments for yourself. You have a pattern of behavior. Ethan plays a meme soundbite on his podcast, and he's a sick individual.
14 pages! As someone who has been incessantly harassed by him for years in front of thousands, he is one of those truly deserving of being driven off the internet. I don't know how sick of an individual you have to be to do something like this. Like, if he was using it in some wholesome way, or shouting me out in some positive way, fine, but he's just using it to mock me.
Good.
This is Willie Mack's video.
My dog pulls a speedrunning for him, and Matt is suffering.
Why must my life suffer? Why must I suffer so?
Okay. There's no way this video made it for 45 minutes. I can't. Okay, it's okay. That was good. Good memes. I felt like I'm already getting deja vu with the 14 pages. I can't do it. Okay. Especially not when we finally are going to get answers to these questions, okay? From... I don't know why the guy is wearing sunglasses, but I guess he wants, maybe he wants to keep his, that's the only way he can hide his eyes, I suppose. Okay. Okay. So, for anyone who doesn't recall, okay, for whatever reason, in September of this year, about 3,000 or 4,000 Hezbollah pagers detonated spontaneously, permanently injuring at least 1,500 Hezbollah fighters, temporarily injuring God knows how many more, and killing about 35 to 40 people, 2 of whom, very tragically, were under the age of 10. The rest of whom all seem to have been affiliated or activists or militants of Hezbollah. Because it turned out that those pagers were purchased by Hezbollah because they were branded as heavy duty with incredibly long battery life, and basically made to be as attractive as possible to a militant group that's trying to avoid interceptions from an enemy military. And they were basically there on the persons of these operatives so that they could activate them for combat if they were needed. So, as we found out very shortly after, it seems to be that these pagers were sold to Hezbollah by a shell company created by Mossad. So Mossad, very sneakily, in between, like right in the middle of the battery system, were able to put the smallest trace of explosive that didn't even show up on security scans, and just attach it to thousands of Hezbollah operatives. And then the day after, the walkie-talkies exploded as well for the same reason. Because Hezbollah, as we know from Nasrallah's speeches, were trying to avoid using anything that was connected to Wi-Fi or the internet because they knew that their phones, because they knew that they were getting intercepted. So they reverted to older technology to avoid that. So instead of intercepting the communications, they just intercepted the communication devices instead. They intercepted the supply chain. It's insane. It's probably one of the most batshit operations I've ever read about or learned about in human history, really. Like, it's up there with, what's the general's name? World War II. Patton. It's like Patton's dummy army, you know? In World War II, when the Brits were trying to choose their location to attack the Germans at Normandy, because Calais was too fortified, one of the measures that they took to allow that attack to happen was that they built a dummy army to convince the Germans that they were going somewhere else. They built like inflatable tanks and dummy soldiers and dummy trucks. So I think it's kind of up there with that. Anyway, did it work? Well, Normandy was a success, so yeah.
The story will continue in a moment.
I wonder how much money they made selling the pagers. I don't know. When they say they made a profit, I don't really. The amount of money that they would have spent on intelligence to gather wherever, like how to get this, how to get these pagers into their hands, the communications, arming them with the explosives, all the trial and error that would have had to go into maybe doing that to make sure it doesn't go through. I don't know if they made a profit. I think they might have made a profit in the sense of like the amount it cost to build the pager and then to sell it. Maybe that would have turned a profit, but the entire operation, I seriously doubt they made a profit off of the entire operation. That's just something people say. Okay, that's just something people say because it makes the story sound more like comically Jewish. I don't know. I think this was also a very good turning point. It was a really good litmus test because there was, based on one article, there was one way, I think, where you could kind of like squeeze in a legal argument to why this might have been illegal. But that aside, I don't know if that argument would have held up in a court of law, not least of all because of how Hezbollah fights and how impossible, basically, it would have been to get this many Hezbollah fighters and their communications out of sorts, like disabled or out of order, with that few civilian collateral, right? Like there's no other way you could do that with conventional warfare. Like no way, impossible. The fact that people were still treating this like some serious like war crime or act of terror and all that, like that was probably like a big turning point where I realized that a lot of this hand-wringing was coming from people who are just upset really at any IDF operation against people who are attacking them. Like anything. The pagers don't count as booby traps. Technically, no, because the definition of a booby trap is supposed to be that it is a completely perceived to be innocent civilian item that is triggered to detonate upon interaction. So like if you push a door open, it explodes, right? Like that kind of thing. The way that these were remotely detonated and also the way that these pagers were clearly purchased for military purposes. Like the point of them was to have them on the persons of Hezbollah operatives so that they could be activated all at once in a way that Israel couldn't intercept it. That was the point in it. It was to activate soldiers. For as far as everything we know about it. And even the two innocents, it seems to be the two civilians who died, the two kids, the target, like they were getting pagers for their parents who were Hezbollah people. Like the girl that was like, oh fuck, what was her name? I can't remember her name, but she was only like 10 years old. You know, it was really sad. She was like 10 years old, but like she was grabbing the pager for her dad, who was a Hezbollah operative. I think it was like in the kitchen or something. Pretty unlucky. But yeah, I think the response to that, like the moral outraged response towards that was just like, that just made me think like these guys just want Hezbollah to win. Like, yeah. Did you guys not know that? Yeah, the walkie-talkies were in Hezbollah's hands for 10 years. Did you guys not know that? I thought we spoke about that, didn't we? That's not new information. No, they wrote about that. That was in the article that explained the New York Times. Was it New York Times? Yeah. I can maybe find it. What we know. New York Times article. Was this what I needed? Where else did I write about this? New York Times article. Yeah, I can't remember. I think it's here. Was this the one, or this is no, this is too recent. Years. This was too shortly after. Hezbollah walkie-talkies. There was an article about this. Not 4 hours ago, not 30. Oh God, it was in October or something, right? It was like end of September, beginning of October. That's not new information though. That's all I'm saying, okay? Say that this was just bought for regular old doctors and shit like that. Like, fuck off. I think there was There were 2 doctors who were killed, I think. But again, why wouldn't it have killed more if they were distributing these pagers to doctors? Why wouldn't it be the whole hospital? Or is it maybe because doctors would be using a different pager network, different pagers to do their medical work? Why did no one ask that? Like, the fuck? Clearly, like, and this doctor was buried with a fucking Hezbollah, like, Mukawama fucking flag on his coffin and shit like that, and listed on their website, so, ugh. Oh, it's so stupid. All right.
In the war. Funny/absurd. The whole pager move itself, or the fact they made a profit from this. Not beating the stereotype.
Thanks for $10. Again, I don't think they... I saw that ad in the Hassan stream. Shut up. I don't think they actually... No, I don't think they actually made a profit, okay? They might have made a profit on just production to sale, but on the amount of intel gathering and practice, you think really the amount of money that they spent testing those pagers on dummies for the explosions and shit, you think that was all worked into the cost to say they made a profit? No, that's a meme. Shut up. This operation obviously, as a whole, cost more money than it made, okay? Stop. Do you think the pagers cost versus an air operation to kill or maim 2,000 fighters? So my understanding of Gaza right now is that I think if you're talking the death toll being about 45,000 and the amount of tons of explosives dropped, I think it's between 85 and 90,000 now. So you're basically at about just under 2 tons of explosives per person. Assuming the IDF, that half of those people dead are militants, let's even say it's probably less than half, it's most likely less than half. But we'll go by the IDF numbers for simplicity. Then you're talking 4,000 people if it's 2,000 fighters. Then you need 8,000 tons of explosives. Yeah. Yeah. Why is there a Star of David there? Is this like left over from an old Israeli outpost maybe in 2006? Why is this here? Why is there a Star of David here? It's the target. Training oh, I know with simulated conquest, yeah, when they would simulate attacking villages, they would put like the Star of David on building, yeah. But this just looks like a random piece of wall. Original is on... Oh. So they only put highlights on YouTube? What the fuck? How Hezbollah's losses have weakened Iran.
60 Minutes overtime.
60 Minutes is about the Israeli pager operation against Hezbollah.
Is 60 Minutes the channel on CBS? Is that right? CBS.com? Full episodes. Oh! What is that? How long's the full episode? Is it 60 minutes? Why did I just watch that shit? Fuck. Hey. This is more like 18 minutes total. What? Where's their website? I can't see it. Is it on CBS? I thought they just called it 60 minutes for the memes. Where? It's a bit of a scam, really. CBS episodes. Do I not see the episode? Is this just a what? Okay, that's an advert. Okay, promising. It's all on the YouTube channel broken into segments. That can't be true because, oh, maybe they talk about other things as well, but this is just part of 60 minutes. Is that right? Because the total of Hezbollah sections is only 20 minutes or less. So 13 minutes. Look, this is on their website. It's 13 minutes. What the fuck? I don't care. Nonsense.
We're able
this
to
is on
find
overtime. I see.
out minute details of how Israel thought up the idea of using pagers as a bomb in Hezbollah's pockets. After
If they get to sell film rights for this operation, that probably would get them over. Do you think they're going to put it in Fauda? Do you think Fauda scriptwriters have to rewrite everything because they're like, wait, we can't write. Wait, everything we wrote is like less mental than this. Like, what the fuck? And they write some mad shit. They have like a tunnel that goes from Sderot into Gaza in Fauda, but they might have to do better.
pager attack, the Israelis dropped a massive bomb on the head of Hezbollah. They assassinated him. And once that happened, pretty much the entire organization, Hezbollah, kind of imploded. After 14 months of intense fighting, the Israelis and Hezbollah have agreed to a ceasefire brokered by the United States. The terms require Hezbollah to completely demilitarize in southern Lebanon and for Israel to withdraw all troops from the country at the end of a 60-day period. So where are we?
We are in a town called Shtula, which is on the border with Lebanon right behind us. And thank God the family was evacuated when this happened.
We spoke to a lieutenant colonel in the Israeli Defense Force up in the north. He showed
Thanks for the $5, 3DS Max 23.
us the destruction of homes that had been strafed by Hezbollah, basically destroyed. The ceasefire is pretty new. In your opinion, is it holding?
The state of Israel is committed to upholding the ceasefire. Having said that, we have the right to use force to eliminate threats or violations of the ceasefire. Yesterday, Hezbollah fired some shells into Israel. We responded very, very sharply.
So what is a violation, in the Israelis' opinion?
The movement of men and materiel in a manner that threatens the civilian population, we're going to attack.
The ceasefire appears to be holding. Is that the view in Lebanon?
The ceasefire is holding, and everybody is hoping that it will be lasting.
Ragida Durgam, a columnist and executive chairman of the Beirut Institute, spoke to us from Beirut.
The Lebanese did not want Hezbollah to stay in control of the south, and every now and then they decide that they want to take the country to war. What the Lebanese want now is for the Lebanese army to take over, to be in control in the south and beyond.
The Israelis pounded southern Lebanon, and civilian casualties did take place.
Civilians were killed, civilians were driven out of their homes. I mean, a lot of the Lebanese people in the south are displaced. A lot of them lost their homes. No, it was absolutely objected to by even the Lebanese who hated Hezbollah. They really felt horrified by the extent of damage that happened to our brothers and sisters in the south of Lebanon.
As part of the ceasefire agreement, the Lebanese government is required to take back control of southern Lebanon, prevent Hezbollah from conducting military operations against Israel, and dismantle any weapons that they find. The Israeli Defense Force said about 80% of Hezbollah's weapons have been destroyed, but tens of thousands of fighters are still alive. Do you think that they could come back, or are they finished?
I think they were defeated to a certain degree.
We interviewed Seema Shine. She's a former top analyst with Mossad and now an analyst at a think tank in Israel.
There is still an organization, but it's not an organization in a way it was, half a year ago. The internal political situation of Hezbollah in Lebanon, at the end of the day, it's a party, and their strength today is completely different in the political sphere as well.
So they've lost their political standing within Lebanon?
Not lost completely, because still they have arms and they can threaten. But voices that we hear coming out of Lebanon are voices saying, enough with Iran and Hezbollah, because everybody that is opposing Hezbollah believes that Hezbollah is actually fulfilling orders of Iran and not the interest of Lebanon.
They are still in government. Hezbollah ministers and members of the parliament, they are still active.
And powerful?
Powerful, but not as powerful.
Hezbollah particularly, they were the main protection of Iran. So Iran has now lost the sort of little armor that they built around themselves. So Iran as a force in the region is enormously reduced.
Hezbollah has been defeated in Lebanon, in Syria, and I think Iran has been weakened tremendously. In Syria, Iran lost hugely.
The Iranians used to send arms to Hezbollah through Syria, and that corridor has been cut off.
That's right. It has to review its raison d'etre. It cannot use the proxies
Did she introduce this person? I can't remember who this is.
And that will change the face of the region.
Who was that person? Rahida Derham. Pronouncing that properly would be absolutely fucking mental. Beirut Institute. Oh, those guys. Okay. You know who I'm interested in? Who is she still going around? Mona Fayed. This activist. Psychology professor. She's like a Shiite critic, this person. Oh, yeah. She was a colleague of Lukman Slim, the guy who was killed in 2021. Thanks for the $4.99. Sparkles Bibba. PewDiePie just uploaded. Gotta go, little bro. What the fuck? Sorry, you must be a Nazi, clearly. All right. What dogs 60 minutes episode. Apparently there's progress in the ceasefire talks. They're saying someone is saying 90% of the deal is reportedly closed. That's a lot. That's a big percentage number. That's a lot of deal.
Now, joining me in the studio is Dan Perry, former Europe and Middle East editor for the Associated Press. Dan, Hamas reportedly agreeing to the request of Israel to ask for these 11...
ceasefire between who? Hamas and Israel? No?
Male, former Europe and Middle East editor for the Associated Press. Dan, Hamas reportedly agreeing to the request of Israel to ask for these 11 males to be added to the list of hostages who will be released in the first phase. And in return, they're asking for more compensation. What could that look like? What can we expect them to be asking for?
I think they're asking for prisoners, basically, and high-quality prisoners from their perspective. And also the timing of the phases, the length of the phases, Philadelphia corridor, and things of that nature. The main discourse in Israel is whether Israel could have possibly done more to go for an everyone for everything deal where all the hostages are returned, because, as you heard in the report, there is a strong concern, a very valid concern, that the first phase may be the only phase.
Wait, there's no way we get to 90% of the deal and then it doesn't happen. Like, come on. That's like if you're playing fucking WoW hardcore and you get to level 56 or some shit. No way. Come on.
Because Hamas will retain some prisoners in its hands or in Islamic Jihad hands.
High quality prisoners. I thought they were all innocent. I thought they were all just random civilians. What could they possibly mean by high quality prisoners?
With which to bargain for an end to the war. And Netanyahu has made very clear, including over the weekend in a Wall Street Journal interview, note that he is only interviewed in a Wall Street Journal and foreign media and not really in Israeli media. He made clear that that he will not agree to an end to the war until Hamas is out of power, which makes a lot of sense, because most Israelis want all the hostages back, but they also don't want to leave Hamas in power. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. But where the plot thickens is that many people in Israel believe that Israel itself has engineered a situation where if it leaves Gaza, Hamas remains in power, because Netanyahu has an interest in a forever war for political reasons. Yes.
Right, well, we'll get back to that, but I want to bring into the conversation now Gidi Grinstein, a former peace negotiator under Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak and founder of the Reut Group. Now, we're hearing more and more details of the deal, but a lot is still unconfirmed, of course. And what does seem clear, though, is that we're looking at a deal in phases. And as someone with experience in the field of negotiating, what does that tell you about the chances for, one, Israel getting back all the hostages, and two, the
I'm not looking forward to this guy's answer. This guy's going to be like, doesn't mean shit, sorry. Cope.
Are actually holding throughout the 3 phases?
First of all, thank you very much for having me on your show. I believe that obviously right now we're converging into a partial deal, meaning some of the hostages will be released. They're talking about in the range of 30 to 40 hostages in exchange for a few hundred of Palestinian prisoners, including what we call some heavyweights, meaning people that were convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, is actually signaling to the Arab side, to the Qataris, to the Egyptians, to the Hamas, that he has no intention of ending the war. And therefore, the Hamas has no intention of actually doing a comprehensive deal. And as Dan Perry said earlier, the plot thickens not only in the sense that that Israel has not made it clear what it wants in Gaza, but Israel has not introduced a single alternative to the Hamas government in Gaza. Meaning Israel, the only possible alternative to the control of Hamas in Gaza is the Palestinian Authority. And Israel, Netanyahu, has actually blocked out the Palestinian Authority and has not taken the steps to prepare the Palestinian Authority for taking over and governing Gaza, which then would also allow the introduction of an international force that could begin to deal with the Gaza reconstruction and take on the challenge of security.
Right.
Meaning Israel itself is not preparing the conditions for the removal of Hamas. And that is a very complicated conundrum right now.
All right, but before we get to that step even, there are a few steps before that I want to discuss with you. A Palestinian senior official told the BBC that the deal is 90% complete, except for a few issues, and that includes the Israeli military presence currently in the Philadelphia corridor, which of course runs along the border with Egypt. How likely is this to be resolved, and what could that solution potentially look like?
I've said here on the show and other cases, on other shows also on I-24 and other, it is clear what needs to happen in Gaza. It's been clear for months. Gaza needs to be redivided into Area A and B. The security perimeter around Gaza needs to be declared Area B, where Israel has temporary security control.
That's very specific. Okay.
Palestinian civilian control, but there are no Palestinians there, according to which really makes the situation much simpler compared to the West Bank. And the Philadelphia corridor, if and when it is declared Area B, the Palestinians know that it will be part of the Palestinian area deep into the future. The IDF has always said that the Philadelphia corridor should not be a problem. There have been arrangements with Egypt. We know that the Egyptians have been serious about blocking the border, and that the Rafah crossing can be operated by the Palestinian Authority. So the building blocks for an arrangement around the border between Gaza and Egypt are there. The challenge is bringing them together. But again, in the longer term, it is very clear. There needs to be a transition period in Gaza of 4, maybe 5 years, dividing Gaza into Area A and B, reigniting economic life in Gaza by introducing the interim agreement that exists in the West Bank in Gaza, allowing the international force to come in and the Palestinian Authority with security forces. All of these things are essential. The question is, when will we get there?
Right, so you're looking ahead. Meanwhile, we have these ongoing talks right now, ongoing efforts, and we've heard that there is a, quote, unprecedented desire to reach a deal on both sides. This is the language used to describe the situation right now, and yet, of course, Israel is continuing its operations in Gaza. There are reports of at least 2 deadly strikes in the strip today. Are we looking at 2 sort of separate but parallel paths right now, that Israel is going for the military path, and then the diplomatic sort of side by side, or are they completely intertwined?
Lex Luthor.
At this moment?
Oh no.
At this phase, everything is integrated. Everything is intertwined. The military activities are part of the pressure and the signaling to Hamas that Israel has what we call in the world of negotiations an off-the-table option, meaning if you don't get an agreement with us, we can push you and squeeze in other areas. At the same time, what is happening is that there is this direct negotiations, probably probably called corridor negotiations, but is because the Israelis are in one room, Hamas is in the other room, the Qataris and the Egyptians are going back and forth in some hotel in Cairo or in some other place around the Middle East. But there's also signaling that is happening between the leaders, which
one of the guys Hamas wants, Ibrahim Hamid, military commander in the West Bank, who ordered suicide bombing attacks during the Second Intifada, which he claims is due to Israeli attacks on Palestinians until he was apprehended by Yamam on May 2006. He's been accused of being responsible for 96 deaths. Damn. Well. Bit of a nutter. Zion Square, oh shit.
which is what happened last weekend, as Dan Perry described, through the Wall Street Journal. Netanyahu is communicating with the Arab side above the head of the negotiators, signaling to them his red lines. So there could be that there is technical rapprochement in the positions, meaning the number of prisoners that will be exchanged, the number of hostages will be released, all sorts of security arrangements, perhaps the movement of Palestinian population to some areas in the northern Gaza, although some of them are biblically destroyed in terms of the biblical in terms of the level of destruction there, and it's not livable. At the same time, there are the political signaling that has been going on, as I mentioned earlier, in which Netanyahu makes it very complicated for the Palestinian side to agree for a deal when he vows to continue the war. Certainly, it prevents the prospects of a comprehensive deal.
All right. Gedi Grinstein, thank you very much for your analysis and your input tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Still with me in the studio is Dan Perry. You mentioned this earlier. We just heard Gedi Grinstein mention it. The interview that Benjamin Netanyahu did with the Wall Street Journal, where he said that there is not going to be a deal if Israel has to end the war. Israel is going to continue the war. We know that Hamas has said that at least some sort of commitment from Israel of ending the war has to be present. And now Netanyahu's political rivals, his critics, are saying that he's trying to blow the deal, that he's not actually interested in the deal. What are your thoughts on the situation right now?
I wrestle with my own desire not to sound too cynical and not to ascribe to Netanyahu motivations and strategies that would be morally reprehensible. But the suspicion in much of Israel is that Netanyahu has a need to prolong the war in order to, A, keep his government afloat, because an end to the war on terms unacceptable to the right wing, the far right, and the right wing wants to occupy Gaza and resettle it, would bring down his government. And two, an end to the war would end this paradigm, would end the applicability of the paradigm where Netanyahu says, well, yeah, October 7th was a horrible debacle and we need to investigate it, but only after the war. That obviously incentivizes a forever war. Now, do I really think the Prime Minister of Israel, because of that situation, is willing to prolong the war in a way that condemns hostages to death and will cause, therefore needlessly, the death of more soldiers and Palestinian Gazans? I mean, that would be wrong. But I tell you, at least half of Israel thinks that's what's going on, and that's a very unhealthy situation karmically. I don't want to believe it's so, but it's hard to otherwise explain why what's happening is happening.
Right.
It's not just that Israel has refused to
Sorry, peace bros. Trump's looking more and more bearish on a ceasefire. Trump sent messages to Israel. I won't insist on humanitarian aid as Biden did. Oh, I saw this. Yeah, I saw this last night. I did say this a while ago, didn't I? Didn't I say like fucking months ago that Trump, I don't think he ever even mentioned humanitarian aid. He didn't even, he's never even, this might be the first time he's ever said the words. Hang on. Where are we? Comparing Trump and Biden. Oh, one of his first. Hey! It's here, right? Yeah, something like this.
Enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire.
Okay. And by the way, Trump never talks about aid. He doesn't talk about aid. He doesn't talk about ceasefires. He says, get the job done. And he says, if I were president, this would never have happened. Well done, Lorna Box. Good boy. Good lad.
Create the foundations for a day after Hamas in Gaza. But also Israel's on the ground. Israel's military is not acting like the eradication of Hamas is imminent. They've settled in for what looks to be a long-term insurgency, not unlike what the Americans faced in Iraq. So when Netanyahu says, we won't end the war until Hamas is crushed, but does nothing to actually crush Hamas, it kind of looks like he's going for forever war. And Hamas will not release its final hostages until the war is over. So what should be done is precisely what Gidi said, and more. I mean, Israel should long ago, we're a year and 2 months into the war. Long ago, Israel should have said, this is the deal. Palestinian Authority needs to go back in, but not in its current constitution, but with reforms and with the assistance of the Arab world and with international backing. And we're going to do all this great stuff that will bring in a global backing for reconstruction of Gaza and create a positive narrative that will create tremendous pressure on the remnants of Hamas to essentially surrender. And probably it needed to put on the table a plan to allow what remains of Hamas to leave Gaza and go someplace that likes them, maybe Turkey, maybe Qatar. None of this was done. None of it.
Lorna Box, I'm curious, can you describe your emotional reaction to the news when 6 hostages were executed? I generally don't get strong emotional reactions to stuff like that. I mean, obviously it was bad, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say with that. Do you think that starving a population could be seen as an act of genocide, like HRW confirmed? Yeah, of course. Like if you're intentionally starving people because you want them to die, that would be genocide. Yeah.
And then I repeat, the tactics on the ground are cat and mouse games with an insurrection. So Israel that knew how to take out Hezbollah when it wanted to, because it has no political complication there, and knew how to make a deal, and knows how to win Nobel Prizes and be a global leader.
So a lack of willingness is what you're saying.
It kind of looks like they're not trying to create the circumstances on the ground that would enable an end to the war, and that is dispiriting, it's shocking, and it is at the core of what is right now in Israel just horrible and toxic bad karma, where what remains of this government support, about a third of the people, are at real loggerheads with the 70% or so that notice something is off and want a paradigm shift.
Okay, bruh. 90%, eh? Hopefully we can push that bar before the new year, eh? Okay. Good stream, guys. Good coverage. Oh. Oh. Let's do what we all came here for, though. Okay, really. We can't beat around the bush like cowards. I might watch something in the corner, though, because I might want to see... Syrians preparing for Christmas. Oh, that's cute. In Damascus.
اليوم نحن كنا بكريسماس ماركت بدمشق لأول مرة عم نحتفل فيه بدون الأسد. كان جو كتير حلو. أول مرة الأغاني الوطنية بنحس فيها ونحن أحرار يعني. كتير كنا مبسوطين وإن شاء الله دائما يكون يعني سوريا بخير وسوريا حرة دائما وميلاد مجيد للجميع.
Whatever
Did you know that Doron from Fauda was Arnie's personal security at one point? I did not know that. That's quite crazy.
happened in the world, and especially in Syria, we as a Christian believing in God, King of peace, and God came to the universe.
I thought that was he looks like my dad a little bit.
And God came to the universe to spread the peace, love among the people, among everyone. So we don't fear anything. Before and after what happened in Syria, in the previous regime, and hopefully in the coming regime, which we hope it will be as bright as everyone wish. We are living our Christianity. Nothing changed and nothing will change.
Okay. You can have stuff on in the background. Yeah, I can. I could have there's this whole roundup, the year's roundup from Novara Media, and Vivian Wolf on Twitter was saying that they're like doing a TYT pivot, which I would be very surprised by. But yeah, apparently they're talking about the death of woke. The death of woke. Among other things. Let's see. Talking about the Labour government and shit. I can put it here. I just need to find a place where they can sit peacefully and not interrupt my shit. Maybe up here? But this gets in the way of the map. I don't know. We'll see.
Welcome to a very special end of year downstream where I am delighted to be joined by my colleagues, my comrades, my bad influences, Michael Walker and Aaron Bastani. How are you both doing?
Very well, mate. Let's go.
Very well. Just finished the Novara Live, so I'm hoping I can keep myself together.
Am I
Have
repaired?
another Pro Plus.
That's the
It's too late for a Pro.
Yeah,
I'm going,
we're good.
I had two before we went live.
Soy.
Okay, all right. That is real Pro
Duh,
Plus.
go
It's
south.
not a, media euphemism for anything. Before we get started,
Delete
the first
the
thing that I
operating
want to say is
manual.
that we are
Fuck off
currently
then.
running a fundraiser. So I'm personally
Kill
really proud of the work that we've put out
sailors.
this year. We've launched new
Innocent
products like
sailors.
If I Speak. I think that the quality of Novara Live has gone up. We've managed to pay really close attention to stories, whether it's the ongoing genocide in Gaza or a firm commitment to looking at the economic foundation of this country and not getting distracted by what Laura Kuenssberg has to say. I'm really proud of that work. But
Laura
it's
Kuenssberg.
only possible because of your support. So what
Ah.
we're asking for is that you donate the equivalent of 1
Power.
hour's worth of your wage per month. Go to novara.media/support and we'll continue
Oh, I thought
working
these were humanoids.
around the clock
I
to
thought these
bring
were
you the
human
news and
sailors, not
analysis that you just
more
won't
pig
get
dogs.
anywhere else.
More
So
hogs.
for today's
Die, hog.
end of year roundup, a lot has happened. We have had some seismic elections, both here and in the United States. You've had huge
Yes!
shifts in geopolitics. You've
Good
had
start.
massive cultural trends. There's no way, even if I wanted to, and I kept you locked in here all night, that we could get through it all. So instead,
Mail?
what I've tried to do
What's in
is
the mail?
pull together some questions which I think
Fuck, he's
bring
mining.
together a lot
Shit.
of the big themes from this year. So hopefully we'll cover most of the important stuff, if not all of it. And this also gives you both the freedom to bring in whatever you like in terms of what you think the most significant
fuck
events
you.
were of 2024. So my first question, and maybe I'll throw to you first, Aaron, because I know that you've been looking at some polling. How stable is this Labour government? So, of course, they swept
They have like 1 million seats, but I don't think they're very popular. It's my understanding.
in on the back of a landslide, a parliamentary landslide, if not a popular vote landslide,
Yep.
in July. And already they're polling behind the Conservatives and Reform in one poll. So how stable are they?
Oh, there they are, humans.
We've got Mr. Sensible over here, Michael Walker. If I say anything too hyperbolic, he'll sort of course correct. So, well, I don't know about that. But the polling we're seeing within 6 months of a general election is unprecedented. And that doesn't just apply to the top two parties, because very often you have a new government, becomes very unpopular very quickly. You can look at Margaret Thatcher in the early 1980s. You can look at Ed Miliband outpolling the Tories after 2010. That's not unusual. Tony Blair had really strong poll leads for actually quite a long time.
Don't
Still had political crises like the fuel protests, right, in 97. This is really different in so much as the structure of voting intention is radically different to what we've seen before. There was one poll out recently, and again, polls can be wrong.
All right.
When Donald Trump went on Joe Rogan and said that he thinks
Die.
that most
Oh, wait,
polls are made
no,
up.
I just aggroed all
probably
them.
true, right?
Oh, fuck.
certainly when it comes to...
This is dangerous.
Can you do it in the Trump
I shouldn't have done that.
Look, I won't do it because I'm also personally unwell at the moment. I'm quite sick, so it's a struggle at the best of times. But he was saying that most of them
Cannoneers,
I think
okay, they're
with the
dangerous.
presidential election, I think actually they aren't particularly reliable. I think Westminster polling slightly better, but with these conditions at the moment, I think maybe there is more margin of error than usually. Why am I saying that? Because one poll in particular had, I think, the Greens on 9, then you have the Lib Dems, you have Reform, the Tories, Labour. You have 5 parties. They were between 9% and 26%. That's not meant to happen in a first past the post system.
The Barron.
So you could potentially see 5 parties between 10 and 30, let's say. Let's say that's the ultimate range, but even 9 to 26. That's never happened before. And then, of course, you've got the geographical concentration of the SNP, at which point predictions become quite hard.
Fuck,
and we're quite lucky in this country because we've got MRP polling at constituency level. So I think polls ahead of the next general election probably will be quite robust.
Thank you.
But in terms of predicting who then forms a government, that
Bring me his head.
Because actually, if that was correct, that particular poll, there isn't a majority, whether that's Reform and the Tories, or whether that's Labour, the Lib Dems, the Greens, and even the SNP, at which point you'd have to have another general election. So we have in this country an electoral system which is designed, if nothing else, to create majorities. And politics right now is so fragmented, even first past the post might not do that. So yes, there's a crisis of legitimacy for the Labour Party, but it goes beyond that. In that poll, I think the Tories were top with 26%. Now, You're
saying lower the gaming volume so you guys can focus. Mate, I'm sitting here considering turning this video off and just chilling. I don't know. What does chat think? Can we do a straw poll? Will I have to do that? Because I honestly don't give a fuck what these guys are saying. I don't care. Yeah, maybe they've gone against woke. Like, okay, great. Maybe they're going to grift to the kind of like left-wing populism and shit. Because it must be, there's going to be some kind of, here's one slight prediction, maybe. There's probably going to be a bit of blowback to some leftists, I think, who have employed rhetoric and positions on the Israel-Palestine conflict that has attracted a lot of people who are with them for the complete wrong reasons. Like if you remember that Raheem guy who was like, "Oh, Lauren, I used to like you, when you said bad things about Israel, but now you're saying like some nice things, so this is a real problem." And it turned it like, why are you not more like Hassan or like Emma Vigland or this kind of shit, right? And he after a couple of conversations, we ended up finding out that he thinks Jews control all the media and is like a full-on anti-Semite. Like, and then I saw him appearing in Denim's chat a few days later because he'd migrated over there. So I'm just wondering if maybe this anti-woke thing is kind of like, it's a bit like what George Galloway did, right? It's like taking a very left-wing stance on Israel-Palestine, but then grifting right on social issues because you've actually attracted an audience of people who hate Israel for completely different reasons than you do. I don't know. You already see people like tanky types kind of shitting on like id poll and stuff like that, right? Which is a very strange thing for them to do. They'd never have done that in like 2016, right? I don't know. Something to look out for, maybe. Wait, is that 3? Fuck, not 3. I can't take 3. I can take 1 though. Are you playing in OnlyFans? No. I did send a message to one of them though, in case because there could be some good memes there. I just don't know what they're, if they take it's any random streamer on, or come here, hey. All right, I'll watch a bit more.
Might be a Tory and think, wow, we're gonna come first in the vote share. Well, still by vote share, that's their second worst result since the 1830s. That tells you about the scale of the crisis of confidence in electoral politics more generally.
I mean, I guess I wanna tend to you because, you know, hosting Navarre Live, like you're looking at Labour stories every single day, and I suppose there's
I try not to now.
Well, you try not to, but like, you know, most days there'll be at least one. There'll be something that the government's done. And there might be a tendency, particularly in left-wing circles, to look at everything through the lens of what you want to see. So it's always, oh, Keir Starmer's fucked it. Like, this is going to kill them, da-da-da-da-da. I suppose something like winter fuel allowance, which, you know, does seem to be hurting them politically. You know, how important do you think that's going to be when it comes to Labour contesting local elections, obviously much sooner, and then obviously going into the next general election? Do you think that people are going to remember that kind of pain?
I mean, I think Keir Starmer isn't very good at politics. I think clearly the biggest error they have made up to this point was the winter fuel payments.
I wanted him.
But one thing you could say about Labour when they were in opposition is they seemed disciplined, right? Morgan McSweeney seemed like he had one thing on his mind, which is we are going to get elected. And you can also, you know, read his attacks on the left in a sort of sympathetic light. Was he saying, you know, for whatever reason, Corbynism was quite unpopular. He believed you could only get a majority if you distanced yourself from it, and proactively distancing yourself from it maybe was, you know, a decent electoral move. But you can only really be sympathetic towards it if it's in aid of something. And I suppose it does seem like maybe it was an end in and of itself, because they've got into government and they seem to have no idea what to do.
Yeah.
And if you were disciplined in terms of we are going to do whatever it takes.
Okay, again, even compared to Biden, like the economic policies of Starmer, for whatever reason, are just not even anywhere near as ambitious as even what Biden was doing. So maybe that's because Biden had a better economy to work with, but I don't think it was much better. Will you make a new vid on your main channel? Thinking about it, you know? No rush, though. I enjoy this right now.
To get re-elected, you wouldn't go after pensioners for £1 billion. Which
because they
which
vote.
is what they did. They vote. There's loads of them, right? And they vote in
There's
sort of
millions
key
of them.
Seats. You know, the Labour Party had this sort of hero voter phrase, which they went over to America and told Kamala Harris about.
Yeah,
which
really
was
works
supposed
for her.
to be people who are sort of somewhere in between.
So don't distract me.
Tories
Okay,
and
don't get me
Labour,
killed.
maybe a little bit economically left-wing, socially right-wing, or socially conservative, however you want to frame it. And they're who we have to be, in Keir Starmer's words, in our mind's eye all the time. And then you take away the winter fuel payment, which, I mean, it does seem to me.
Ooh, what
that
did that guy do? Did he kill someone?
I was thinking as well this morning, sort of looking at the notes. If you think about, you know, you don't want to get too bogged down in character, but I do think it does matter. And if you think about who are the politicians who've won 2 general elections in this country.
If you like RPGs, you can make a segment where you analyze the politics in games. I would love to hear Lona Box's peace plan for the Geth and Quarians.
Thanks for $10, Dwayne. I don't think I'm ever doing that. The people who do that, or I feel like they're just shoehorning. They're just full of shit. Here's my analysis of World of Warcraft, okay? World of Warcraft is a game where you meet a guy and he says, listen, brave soldier, the children of the forest require that you slay 17 goats and bring me their bladders. Their intact bladders. Go now, for there's little time. And you do that 800 times. And then you can start killing dragons. That's it.
In recent memory, Thatcher, Blair, Cameron, both people who could, you know, when you listen to them talk, they felt confident, they felt natural. You could see how they were sort of dominating the political scene. The ones who didn't win 2 general elections, John Major, Gordon Brown, Theresa May, Rishi Sunak. I'm going to leave out Boris Johnson because I think he's somewhat sui generis. And who does Keir Starmer seem like? Right? He is not the kind of guy who can dominate the political scene. And I think to sort of be a successful government and get re-elected at the end of it, you need a little bit of charisma, and he doesn't have it.
I mean, there was something that Patrick Maguire wrote about in the Times just last week, because you've had this thing of, like, you know, the 3 foundations, then the 5 missions, and then the 6 first steps, and now the 6 milestones. And Patrick Maguire called it a rambling, meta commentary. So
Meta?
it's always, I'm going to do it like this, and this is going to be the measures of the thing. It's not what the thing is.
Let's go.
And you compare that to the sort of laser-like focus of Boris Johnson on Get Brexit Done,
Yep.
or, the kind of like bigger story of like grievance and resentment that Donald Trump is able to tap into. And I just look at Keir Starmer and I go, I don't really know who your us is and who your them is. And I don't really understand how his priorities are being shaped. He seems to really enjoy being on the international stage. He loves jetting off to do sort of like confabs with heads of government. I wonder if Rachel Reeves has sort of taken up a bit more of the domestic agenda, and she's a bit of a bean counter. So she's looking at it as like, oh, £1 billion, great, rather than
I'm
the overall
surprised
political
that
story.
there's a clip, we showed it on Navarro Live, which I'm surprised hasn't been circulated more, which is her in 2014 when she was Shadow Secretary for Work and Pensions in Parliament, criticising a Tory budget then, or a coalition budget, for saying the Labour Party would means test the winter fuel allowance. And so, because they've tried to say, we didn't want to do this, we've had to do this because of this huge black hole in the finances that the Tory party have left. I'm surprised the Tories aren't sort of paying for loads of adverts.
Does it need to be us versus them? I feel like most of us, I think a lot of left-wing commentators, especially for some reason, the ones that seem more professional, are very much getting sucked into populism, like much more so than they used to be. It's definitely been the case with Crystal and Kyle. They've been like that for a while. TYT are going that way, if not just right-wingers. Because, Novara, I'm not sure. I haven't watched enough of them to know, but that comment did sound a little bit like that.
That's for that to be pushed out, because she's on record saying she wanted to do it. She's wanted to do this for 10 years.
Well, the Tory attack operation isn't what it was.
True.
I remember speaking to a senior Tory advisor before the last general election, and they were saying, we can't really lay a glove on Rachel Reeves. And I was like, she had a parliamentary credit card, which she refused, she forgot to pay. There was a couple of MPs who basically maxed out their credit card, and she was one of them. And you think, well, this person's going to be in charge of the national budget. That would be a classic Lindsay Crosby attack line. He was like, wow, I've never heard that before. That's crazy. So on the point you made a moment ago, Ash, I don't know Keir Starmer's us, no. I don't know his them. I don't know his objectives, and I don't know his theory of change. The theory of change point's really...
Is that what happens when you stop taking Vyvanse? What? You become a populist? What? Or are you talking about me gaming? What?
I got what you need.
I don't know what you're referring to there. I'm lost.
Have a good one. Kid. I ain't got all day.
really important, because we had Sue Gray come in as his chief of staff, because the theory of change apparently was we need an insider within the civil service in order to
buy a second scimitar. I don't need... Wait, 8.7, 8.2, but it's plus strength. Should I? No. It's too small of an upgrade for the money. Okay. Fly to Crossroads. Don't mind if I do. Have you played hardcore before this? Nope. This is my first time. Bub. Yow!
to achieve the things we want to achieve, right? We're going from opposition to government. And within 6 months, Keir Starmer is giving a speech, having gotten rid of Sue Gray, attacking the civil service. There was this weird sort of, crypto Dominic Cummings style rhetoric. So to go from Sue Gray, who was the personification of everything Dominic Cummings was attacking within the civil service, to basically Dominic Cummings, by the way, tweeting parts of the speech going, "This is really good. Maybe Starmer gets it." To go from one to the other, I think if I was a Starmer supporter, like a fan, I'd be really worried, because I'd be like, wow, they really are flying blind. There is no compass here. And that would worry me, I think, more than anything else. Because the objectives, you can work those out, the us and the them, that can, if you're a good leftist, you said that's formed during the process of struggle. But if you literally don't know how you're going to change stuff, I think then you're really screwed.
How worried should Labour be about reform? Because I've got a little tidbit of gossip for both of you, which is a friend of mine who's staying with me was at the launch of a Unison report. I believe it was yesterday.
Okay, it's more armor, I guess,
and
even though it's
who
intellect.
was there?
Hey!
None other than Richard Tice, who's of course a Reform MP, formerly their leader before he did the old switcheroo with Nigel Farage. And actually, a couple of years ago, Richard Tice met up with me. He wanted to meet with me to just like talk about politics. And I was really confused by it, but obviously, like, I kind of went to like hear him out, and he was like, "Oh, you know, some of the things that we're into might surprise you, you know." I didn't put much store in it at the time.
Plain Strider kidney. What did I say?
This is maybe indicating to me is that Reform understand that if you want to win from the far right, you should tilt left economically a bit, and I think they're doing a bit of sounding out for some ideas.
Rhetorically, at least.
In order to sort of, you know, collect that really, you know, big cohort of voters who are out there who, you know, lean left economically, lean right socially. So that's the gossip, but the question is how worried should Labour be about reform?
Well, I mean, I suppose on one level
16.
on a very base sort of level.
No class trainer, though.
Say level.
Oh, there is one there. I should go get it.
You've got...
Need more Pro Plus.
Need more Pro Plus. You like electoral strategies in the Labour Party.
Wait, is there a rogue trainer in here? No, I don't think there is. I'm thinking of Duratar. No, there isn't one here, is there? All right, whatever. Fuck. We wait. You
might be thinking, well, you know, the better
600 yards
doing,
away.
The lower the vote share we need to get a majority, because it means the right-wing vote is split between Reform and the Tory party, and maybe then they can have another loveless landslide. I think politically, all of us. I mean,
fuck you.
You know, the way we're talking about.
You thought you were safe
Keir
from me?
Starmer sort of.
I've come for you, baby.
You know, rudderless and not seeming very effective.
Ooh,
I don't say that with glee, because I think if this Labour Party fails, I don't see it sort of being something to the left that swoops in and takes over the country. I think if Keir Starmer fails, it's going to be Reform and the Conservatives. And I think Keir Starmer should be very worried.
I don't mind Starmer. At least he came from a working class background. Does that shit really work on people? Like, surely it's what you do that counts. Like, I don't care about some posho who expands the health system and deals with waiting lists and closes tax loopholes and invests in infrastructure. Like, I don't really... okay. Destroys Israel. Sorry.
About Reform and the Conservatives. If they were to make any kind of alliance at the next general election, they would win, I think. So, yeah, he should be worried about them. Although I do think that there will be some short-sighted people, you know, within his team saying, the more we talk about immigration, the more that becomes salient. People really hate the Conservative Party over that, because this is going to be a really big deal over the next 5 years. That the year before the Tories left office, net migration was 1 million.
Why is this person... Hello? Oh, I thought you were the Tequila Sunset who's a mod.
Oh, no, sorry.
Damn.
I did want to ask you some things, but you can move on if this wasn't intentional.
What's your story? Can I bring other people in all at once? Because in case it devolves into a group chat?
But you can, but I don't know how much what I was going to ask you overlaps with anyone else.
Okay, go for it.
Well, you could just call me Tequila or Johan. That's my other username online.
Gotcha.
I was actually just interested in asking you. I know you talk a lot about left-wing anti-Semitism, which I do generally agree with you on the problem with it. I guess it's more of a question of how much of it is actual anti-Semitism in the traditional sense versus just believing in things that lead to bad outcomes for Jewish people. Because it's like a fine line, I guess.
Like how much of it comes from a place of just like hatred for Jews?
Yeah, because like for what it's worth, I'm that one Baha'i community guy who's been upset about all the support for Houthis and all that because of I grew up a Baha'i. Just to be clear, I'm not currently a Baha'i. It's just I'm very close to the community. They mean a lot to me. I hate seeing this bullshit because they get the short end of the stick quite a lot throughout history.
The Baha'i are the minority group in Yemen that the Houthis are kind of shitting on right now because the Ayatollah put out a fatwa against them, right?
Yeah,
Am I stuck? Wait, oh shit, am I stuck? What the fuck? Oh no. What do I do here?
You okay? Oh, you're talking about your game.
Yeah, I have to. Do I have to
Yeah,
hearth
okay.
out this? What the fuck? What? Okay, that's fine.
World
Sorry.
of
I'm
Warcraft,
so sorry.
probably have to kill yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
In the game. I legitimately mean that. I realize that's a meme, but no, you should probably just die in the game and come back.
No, I can't die. This is hardcore. But nice try.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right.
No.
On you go.
Oh, fuck me then. Anyway, just I bring it up because, like, as much as I hate all the subtle Houthi support from left-wing creators, I guess I couldn't call them anti-Baha'i or anything like that. It just because, like, yeah, they're supporting things that lead to people doing bad things to Baha'is, but it's such a thing that I doubt any of them really think about that I can't, like, in good conscience call that intentionally anti-Baha'i. And in a similar vein, I have a hard time completely linking the bad behavior of these groups that I do agree with is bad behavior with it being anti-Semitism in the same way we normally think about it, you know?
Yeah, I think it does seem to me like they tend to stumble on it accidentally. But when I see like this level of like disproportionate attention to bad things in Israel does, even compared to like Saudi, because they've been doing what they were doing in Yemen for years. And if you're a leftist, you should hate that stuff because, again, it's armed by the United States, supported in a war by the United States, doing far worse crimes, I would say. But people just didn't say anything for some reason. It's really bizarre. And they only said anything when the Houthis came into the news through Israel, right? So it's like, and also with all the obsessive, like, Holocaust comparisons and shit like that, like, it does make me wonder, but if you're Jewish, it probably doesn't make a difference. Like, it feels the same, even if it's coming from a worse place.
Which is why I can't blame any Jewish person for being upset about it. I guess the Holocaust comparisons it's not necessarily anti-Semitism, it's more of the habit of literally everyone to compare things they don't like to the Nazis, and people probably do that way too flippantly. I agree. It's just, you know, the easy comparison everyone makes to everything they don't like. I don't know. That one's just one of those, like, I don't think it's intentionally trying to, like, jab at the Jews. I just think it's a bad habit of most people to compare everything to Nazis when we need to realize Nazism was really, really bad. There's a reason why it's the boogeyman of the modern era, you know?
Yeah.
People can be bad without being Nazi bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's roughly my position. I think it comes from, I don't think it necessarily comes from the same place that it would for a right-winger, but for Jewish people, it's going to feel about the same. Maybe worse because it's, like, insidious, you know?
I guess. I completely agree that, like, you know, my two best friends are also Jewish, and they're also very pro-Palestine in the same way you are, but they also feel weird with the anti-Jewishness it feels like it comes from. Like, it's a complicated line. I don't know how to balance it. It's just, is there a word other than anti-Semitism we can call this, like, dumb fuckery that ends up in harmful behavior to Jews, or is that just, or is there, like,
no, I'd be open to that if left-wingers behaved that way for anything else. They don't. These are the guys who will call you a Nazi if you debate a Nazi on the internet and you disagree with them on everything. But you don't, like, so, one person, one Nazi at a 10-person table. So they made those rules. Like, and they deserve to be held to them. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
just to quickly, just to go back to a previous point of understanding is, for people who really hate when people shit on religious minorities, a big reason Baha'is get shit on by Houthis and other groups is because they're considered to be Israel plants.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's two of their important religious sites are in Israel, and Israel just kind of lets them be there. But because of that, all Baha'is are Israeli spies.
Yeah, they do that. Yeah, the Axis loves calling people Israeli spies. Yeah.
Which is stuff like that really gets under my gears, and I can understand why anyone who is Jewish who sees all this behavior fucks with them even more. You know? Yeah. It's just a real pain. I wish we had a better word for behavior that leads to anti-Semitic outcomes rather than it being anti-Semitic. There's always a comparison I think of like, what if someone really believes you got to be like crack down on crime super hard in order to prevent crime, because everyone hates crimes and it does affect a lot of communities poorly. But even if you try to point out like, oh, this type of behavior doesn't help and also very negatively affects minority communities, but they say that sucks, but we really got to crack down on crime all the same. It's like, it's not from a racist place of assuming black or other minority groups are more violent, but like it still leads to a racist outcome. Would you call that racist behavior?
We call that like systemic racism or implicit bias or unconscious bias. Yeah, it's like it falls into those things. You can't really call it systemic anti-Semitism because it's not like they're doing this through like policies or laws or anything. Like it's just, yeah, it would be like maybe like implicit anti-Semitism, you could call it.
Yeah, there's something like that, because I would fall into the same group of, if you support these groups that hate, the Baha'i community in a very similar vein, I wouldn't call it anti-Baha'i because Baha'is are such a small community that no one even thinks of them. But like, it does feel shitty. It feels like some form of behavior that's worth calling out, but I don't even know what to call that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. But yeah, I just wanted to get a more thorough opinion. There's a lot of this stuff that is in degrees, and when it's in the middle, I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, I would use the same rules we use for everything else. We call it racism even though it's unintentional. Like when it happens implicitly or subconsciously. I think we can probably do the same with anti-Semitism. Especially if it's to people who live excessively by those rules, right? Like if you're gonna get called a Nazi for sitting at a 10-person table with one Nazi, then what happens when you glaze a Nazi and compare them to your favorite anime hero or compare them to Anne Frank? It's like, okay.
Yeah, this is one of those very, if you ask me, I would say that's a stupid opinion that people shouldn't have because, everyone teams up with everyone else for very different reasons.
Yeah.
I don't like the banking system in America for a variety of reasons, including how fucking opaque, difficult it is to sort out, and it feels intentionally confusing to fuck people over. But then the next person comes along and says, yeah, I hate the banks because they're all run by Jews.
Mm-hmm.
We both hate the banks, but one of them comes from a very different place. I don't know. So, but I guess I do agree that it bugs me that the people who push the narrative of if you're at a table with one Nazi, you're a Nazi, but then support groups as bad as Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, etc., or Assad even, as fucked up as he is. Like, these are the people who say you're at a table with one Nazi, you're a Nazi. But they agree with these groups, but don't want to be seen as anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's the thing is we should be. Again, I hate to blame it all on like people who've basically made their own bed with this, but again, the idea of talking about implicit bias or systemic racism is to try and delineate implicit bias from racism, which is a lot more direct and a lot more intentional and like a lot more dangerous, right? Because we do that, but the point in doing that, I talk about implicit bias, is like it's basically trying to say that some people can have racist thoughts or behave in subconsciously racist ways without actually having ill intent, right? And it's supposed to be a way of saying that, like, yeah, there are some people like this are like redeemable. Like, what you're doing is not the worst thing in the world, but we need to call it something and we need to address it with something. But people took that and took implicit bias or systemic racism or whatever as a way to just treat everyone who exhibits that behavior as like a Klansman. So yeah, like I think it's them that damaged that thing. Because like if I talk to a left-wing anti-Semite, like it should be okay to be like, listen, I think these opinions that you're espousing have like indirect anti-Semitic outcomes. It's not that, I don't think that makes the person the worst thing in the world. I don't think it makes them a Nazi or whatever, but it's by their logic it does, which is why they get so fucking defensive about it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly why it bugs me, because if you ask me, I would say that doesn't, there's degrees of racist behavior, a lot of which can be undone with just proper understanding of the issues.
Yeah.
But then there's these people who do the thing they're complaining about. When you call them out on them, they take it very weird and say, no, it's not true. It's very frustrating. I agree.
Yeah. How, if you don't mind me asking, are you like a Baha'i living in America?
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not currently a Baha'i. I was raised Baha'i, but I currently identify as agnostic. But I guess a lot of my personal spiritual beliefs are still very heavily influential by the Baha'i community and the faith. There's a lot of things. Baha'is don't really care if you leave the faith, you join the faith, go back and forth. It's all up to you. It's just don't call yourself a Baha'i if you're not practicing. And I'm not practicing, so can't call myself a Baha'i.
Okay.
I guess like if there's such a thing as culturally a Baha'i, then that would be me. But otherwise, I'm not a Baha'i.
Like
They're
ethnic,
just-
yeah. Would you call it ethnically? Like, do they see themselves like an ethnic group as well?
I don't think there's a specific ethnic group, but it's hard to say. There's only one thing that gets under Baha'i skin, and that's intentionally trying to dismantle the Baha'i faith from within. They deal with shit outside all the time, and that's just like what it is. But don't. The worst thing you can ever do is say you're a Baha'i and then try to fuck over every other Baha'i. So I don't know how that applies to an ethnic group because you can be excommunicated. It's only happened like 10 times in the entire history of the Baha'is, but yeah, I don't think you can be excommunicated from what's considered to be an ethnic group.
Yeah.
So there's probably, if you get in contact with any spiritual assemblies, which is what the all Baha'i spiritual leaders are elected, so you'd probably have to talk to one of them to get a better idea of it. We don't have clergy in any. They don't have clergy in any official capacity.
Okay. So what's your background? Did your family come from where were you before America, or your family?
So my family, born in America. I'm Irish American. They've been here for a while. Baha'i, very small American Baha'i community, probably only like 100,000 ish.
Okay.
But lots of them are refugee. But a lot of the American Baha'is I have met are from areas like the Middle East, or running away from persecution from other places. They bring their teachings here, they spread it around. Probably why there's not that many people here, because it's very much just something they kind of say, and it's hard to describe without going through the entire history. Basically, my parents joined it when they were in their early 20s. And then, they brought it along to me and my siblings, which is why we were raised as such. But it's difficult. Baha'is really don't like forcing anyone else to be a Baha'i if they don't feel like it.
Okay.
So it's probably not going to grow very fast. It's very heavily frowned on to force your religious opinions on other people as a Baha'i. It's a social faux pas.
Do you feel much of a connection to the Baha'i community that came from the Middle East, like the refugee group? Or are they just completely
Absolutely.
different
I met plenty of them. They're basically the same as me. Basically all Baha'is lean progressive, to various degrees. So in terms of there's very little I would disagree with a Baha'i either religiously or politically. And other than that, we're basically all the same, to different degrees of humanness, it's I do see them occasionally. They're still close family friends. There's definitely better people to talk to if you want to hear the specific experience of Baha'is living in more difficult areas like the Middle East and etc.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Baha'is keep them themselves. There's the very big thing with we Baha'is think that they're the future religion of everyone, but if you had to force people to believe in it, then what's the point? You clearly don't believe in it strong enough.
What were things like for the community in America when the Ayatollah put out that fatwa? Was it 2017 he did that, or was it a bit later? I can't remember.
I'd have to double check. Definitely around that time. A lot of worry about it. It's hard to say. There was definitely a lot of people talking about it constantly, but there was one of those things where it's like, we hope they can get out of there. There was a lot of effort to try to get any Baha'i from those areas out to safer areas. I believe that was orchestrated by the Universal Universal, God damn it, my brain is blanking. Universal Spiritual Assembly. But in local groups, we try to provide as much as we can. But there was more people who did organizing. I was not a practicing Baha'i at the time, so I just heard about it secondhand from my folks and other friends of the family.
Okay. Well, that was surprisingly interesting. I didn't expect that to come from a viewer call. Yeah, I appreciate it.
There's
Do you have
a lot
anything
I can
else,
talk
sir?
about there.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. There is a lot I can talk about there about Baha'i beliefs and community, but there's people who are probably more informed than me on that issue. I can give you an overview in general sense of what it's like to be an American Baha'i, but there's a lot of stuff that's probably more informed from, any form of the elected spiritual leaders or anyone who has to deal with being a Baha'i in more persecuted areas. It's a long-running history of being persecuted by the Baha'i faith. Baha'is have a long-running history of being persecuted by any major religion of the area.
Okay. Shit.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like I said, definitely look it up. A lot of interesting things there. Everything is, I say Baha'is are progressive, but you can always frame that in their area. Some Baha'is in more conservative countries around the world are probably still more conservative than what I would consider progressive, but progressive all the same. And this does answer my question of how do we address left-wing anti-Semitism in a way that doesn't confuse it with more traditional anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look it up.
Sense.
See if you can, look it up. See if you can find anyone who can talk to you more about it. There's a lot of interesting stuff in there. But yeah, thank you for talking to me. Appreciate it.
That's all good. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Okay, bye-bye. Holy shit. Okay, Stormer. We learned anti-Semitism is bad. Well done, guys. Right. What can I do for you guys? Jockstar, do you want to go first because you were here for longer? Are they here? What's going on?
I don't know. It's probably AFK.
Oh, what's your story?
Not a lot actually. I just saw in the Baha'i interviews, pretty interesting. Been to his temple, the big one in Haifa a couple of years ago. It's very interesting. I looked into the religion a bit at the time. It's also pretty interesting, the history. I'm gonna start with something really quick. I saw in one of your clips when you talk about the East Jerusalem and the Old City. And you're asking about the differences. There are differences. They are more in the bureaucratic sense, I would say. The old city, we usually refer to it to the old walls that were built by Sultan Suleiman at the 16th century, which were pretty much what would constitute Jerusalem from there up until the late 19th century. Meanwhile, East Jerusalem is it's a bit of a different distinction. It just means the eastern part of Jerusalem.
Yeah, it's like a municipality it was also expanded, I think, after the 6-Day War, right, for security reasons and shit, right? Is that more or less?
Yeah.
Or no,
yeah,
even 48.
So
yeah. Okay, sorry, go on.
Yeah, there is a difference. So when the 48 war happened, or the 47 war, depends on how you call it, it was an east-west split, but not necessarily the Jordanians didn't take the full old city. It was mostly the Jewish quarter they've taken, and large parts of the old city, not all of this, if I remember correctly, but I would just say there is a difference between the old city and this Jerusalem. I see sometimes people mix it up.
Yeah.
Because when they think Jerusalem, they think the old city.
Yeah, no, the East Jerusalem municipality is a much bigger thing, right? Because it includes places like Sheikh Jarrah and what do you call it? I can't remember the names of the other ones, but yeah, lots of places. Yeah, lots of neighborhoods.
Yeah, the suburbs. As in the suburbs areas.
Yeah.
Like how a metropolitan works.
Mm-hmm.
I saw I think it was the Batem Panada video. like the sourcing for it was terrible. As soon as you get to like Greater Israel stuff, I completely start to turn off. Because this is stuff that you would never hear out of actual Israelis, even like the racist. And I know that I come from a conservative Israeli area. I assume by my accent you can like figure it out.
Yeah.
And even like the most racist people, like the more like even I can go up to Kahanist, I would never hear this any idea of like Greater Israel. That is frankly ridiculous. If I remember correctly, those areas, those rough borders, like come from I'm pretty sure it comes from the Protocols of Zion, Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
I don't know, but I know that I think Herzl in one of his diaries or something wrote about the Nile to the Euphrates, but that's the problem with these people is they'll take one quote from someone who like no one has any idea how many people read this quote or like obviously the fact that it was that aspiration was completely officially abandoned by 1919 at least when they when obviously the Zionists accepted a much smaller border. But yeah, that's what people do. They'll just hold people to the most extreme quotes, regardless of the context of them, regardless of anything that changed, and just be like, "Yeah, we'll hold them to this till the end of time." Yeah, it's really retarded. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now the Nile of the Euphrates comes it comes from somewhere, but it's completely misinterpreted. It comes from Genesis. I don't know how you call it in English. That specific part in Hebrew, you call it Brit Ben Abtarim. It's when it's the second time fucking a leader kidnaps Sarah. And God has to rescue her, and then after the local ruler strikes some sort of a deal with Abraham, and that there is a line that involves a land around the Nile and the Euphrates, which I'm not the most knowledgeable about, but most scholars would agree that that would mean a land somewhere between the Nile and the Euphrates, which is what would end up to be Israel, and not actually from the Nile to the Euphrates, which would actually be a bit weird considering like in internal consistency in the Torah. In Talmud, the Talmudic scholars would agree that Abraham originated, like his original living place was around somewhere in the Euphrates roughly, before making his journey to what would become Israel-Palestine?
Yeah, I don't know what's the original Herzl quote.
Frankly, I don't know the Herzl quote. Let me Google it. I hope I don't get schizo stuff. I haven't done my homework about it later. Did he quote it in like Alt Neuland or in?
I don't know.
Like one of his diaries.
I don't remember. I've just heard people bring it up, and I think I googled it once and saw it was somewhere there. I don't know if it's on the Jewish State or Alt Neuland or whatever. I was just asking in chat if anyone has it or anyone knows the context, but yeah, it wouldn't like obviously, like this wasn't anticipated even very early on in the movement, because when the Zionists were negotiating in 1919, they didn't even ask for anything approximating the Nile to the Euphrates. They asked for a bit east of the Jordan River, a bit north of where the border is now, and a bit south of like to the southwest of the Negev, right? Like, yeah, it's just silly.
And even like with the people that claim that they are about the Transjordan, the other side of the bank, like even that was why most like Zionist organization was abandoned after 22, and frankly wasn't really in the original planning. It was mostly because it happened to be in the same province at the beginning when the British got in and did the mandate, and only got split in 22.
Yeah. Wait, are you talking about Jordan?
Yeah, so yeah, the other side.
Yeah, I know there's some dispute about that. I think it's from his name's Wasserstein, Bernard Wasserstein, who's like one of the main Israeli writers on the Mandate periods. There's a bit of a dispute about how decisive it was that Jordan would be part of the British Mandate, because when Faisal was overthrown from Syria by the French, that was when Abdullah and a bunch of maybe a few hundred people just went on camels to Amman, like Jordan, and just claimed it all, and the Brits were just like, what's happening here? Are the French going to take this, or like what's going on? Because they didn't really mention it at all in San Remo, right? Like they just they said they would decide that at a later date. So the idea that it was like whether it was a split or whether Jordan was like formally only added to the mandate in 21-22 is like a bit of a dispute. But yeah. Anyway, that's a completely side note.
Yes, so about that side note, that's fun, Clint. Like I just wanted to come in after the Baha'i interview. So interesting watching, hearing about like other minorities. I myself not really minority. Well, I'm like.
Oh, you cut out again. You're minority what? Maybe they come back. I don't like how many times I'm having little random lag spikes here. This is not nice.
Sorry, technical difficulties. I meant, like I'm technically like one of the more interesting Jewish group, which is the Bukhari Jews.
Okay.
Which is like the Central Asian ones.
Right.
Have you ever heard about it?
I have, yeah, like Mongolia and shit. They can, yeah.
A bit off. You're slightly off. It's Uzbekistan, Tajikistan.
Yeah,
There wasn't actually a pronounced Jewish community in Mongolia. The closest we got is the Kaifang Jews in China. It's a bit. The history there is pretty interesting. Nowadays, they mostly live. We mostly live in Israel, and New York, and Vienna for some reason.
Interesting. When did they go to Israel?
Well,
like when
it
did most
was
of them?
part of.
Sorry.
Well, as Central Asia was part of the USSR, you had then the breakup of the USSR, and in Central Asia particularly, it wasn't exactly a beautiful affair.
Yeah.
Especially around Tajikistan, there was in 1995, you had a particularly bloody civil war, which meant that most of the Jews ran away, which led to the Jewish community there being forced around a couple tens of thousands to nowadays a couple dozen.
Wow.
They were like, to put it like, they weren't like targeted specifically. It was just that Tajikistan had a particularly bloody civil war, so that like you wanna run away.
Yeah.
And that because of course of the law of return, and also the American refugee status. So that led why most of them moved to either Israel or the New York.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
That reminds me of another thing. I will probably go after that. People often talk about the 90s migration wave as if it was strictly Jews, not Jews, strictly Russian Jews, which is also slightly misleading because the USSR was a big conglomerate which had a lot of Jewish communities. You did have the Russian, but you also had about 100,000 Bukharim, like Central Asian Jews, who also moved to Israel, and I believe about 100,000 Jews from the Caucasus, Georgia, Azerbaijan, which would also move. And there are different communities from the Russians, but doesn't really fit the narrative of in the 90s all of a sudden Russian waves and European state. Yeah, sorry for that little rant. I just wanted to make a few points. I'm sorry. Also, sorry if my accent is terrible. You probably heard plenty Israelis.
That's fine.
I am a gracious one. Good night.
Okay, bye. Loner WoW stream is goated. Yeah. Hang on, we have some memes. Oh! Loincloth. No, I don't want a loincloth. Fucking freak. What is this? If this gets me killed. Bro. Another question for Box Loner and the Omniliberal. Was your trip to Israel self-funded? If not, who paid for it? A 14-day vacation on the other side of the world, along with airfare, apartment, dining, etc., is expensive. So, who paid? It could have been Destiny. But was it? By the way, yes, in Pick Related, they are actually responding to the war criminal guy, West Bank settler, Rhodesian tour guide, saying, these are Arabs, by the way, right behind us, but they're okay, by turning around to gawk. This is like, I'm going to start using this guy, History Speaks, as a litmus test for how full of shit you are. Like, if you take this guy seriously, you're insane. This guy is insane. This guy is completely fucking insane. If this guy tells you to look over there, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to look over there, you fucking retard. Well done. That's a sign off on everything he says to gawk. I love it. Like the editorializing of a fucking picture with a caption. Bro. This guy is so desperate to see me on some fucking safari where I'm looking at Arabs through fucking binoculars being like, wow, look at them, how they move, how quaint. But sure, dude, you're definitely gonna get me on that accountability project one day, right? I'm gonna be on the stands, court of public opinion. Vacationing is a funny phrasing. The guy is insane. The guy is completely insane. He is so desperate. Like the word choice, like everything about it is so fucking horny to make me into this guy. Like, he's just memeing on you guys because he views you as moral monsters. Bro, he's memeing on no one but himself in that by talking like that, okay? I didn't realize it was okay to smear people just because you don't like them. Sorry, I didn't realize that. That's almost actually the behavior of a moral monster, but okay. Okay. Fucking dipshit. Ugh. Man, these little fucking lions stand no chance against my wrath. Die! Oh.
Right, that's... they are not going to be able to land a blow on the Labour Party on that particular issue, which means that Labour might not mind it becoming more salient. They think that will split the right-wing vote. Where that takes our politics is a different question.
What do you reckon?
I think if Robert Jenrick was the leader of the Conservative...
It's funny, like, whenever there's, like, contentious conversations in this chat, some of the more far-left people in the community will be like, no, Loner, you're giving them ammunition, you're gonna get clipped. I'm like, bro, you have no idea, like, how little these guys need to build a story. They need nothing. If someone wants to make a story, they will make it out of nothing.
Conservative Party, I would actually say I think it's probable that there would be some kind of Tory reform government. I think Kemi Badenoch being so central to that moment of the Boris wave of immigration, I don't think Farage wants that, to be associated with his political brand, actually. And one line of attack which hasn't really been launched at Farage is, you stood down all these candidates, which is what Ben Habib attacks him over. You stood down all these candidates in 2019. You gave Boris this massive majority, and then we get circa 2.5 million people in 4 years migrating to the UK, net migration. I think 1.7 million in 2 years. Over 4 years, it's I think 2.3, something like that.
Will they all come to me? Oh shit!
There is
what
a
if they all
line
just
of
start
attack from
chasing
Farage's
me?
right, which is you gave this man the majority to oversee unprecedented levels of migration, and you're
Careful,
saying
half
you
elf,
do something about
half
it.
elf, fuck.
And I think Farage probably has that in the back of his mind. Does he want to do that again? He almost blew his political credibility by backing Boris the way that he did. Does he want to do that again? I don't know. We can talk about that over the course of the next 45 minutes, 50 minutes, whatever. What I would say is this.
Come here, Storm's here.
The party which has the most reform, I think, are the Conservatives.
Cavalry.
Right, even if they do go into government with Reform, I think Reform want to replace the Conservative Party.
Pick him off at the sides.
That's Farage's aim. And that's the reason why he's being quite, conciliatory, and he's trying to be quite grown up, and you've got these people on social media saying we need mass deportations. He's going, no, I'm a civic nationalist. He's saying the things he needs to say to win over maybe a Tory Lib Dem swing voter who watches Country File once a month. You know, he wants that person. I quite like Nigel Farage. You know, there was that election video ahead of the general election when, you know,
I love that the way British people talk about demographics is so funny. It's always people from London being like, ah, yes, maybe this will sway the people of Macclesbury. This will really tip the scale for the 30 to 45-year-olds from Macclesbury who watch the occasional loose woman. Like, it's just, okay. Ah, yes, this will really impress the Bill viewers of Bunbury. Fuck! Oh, shit! Get out! Three of them. Look at this. What about the Burnsley vote? They're gone, man. They're gone. The recovering League of Legends addicts of Burnley are done for, okay?
Announced that he was going to stand, and he was in the Kent countryside with his, you know, his Labrador and his Barber fleece gilet, looking at apple trees. That's the image he's trying to project, right? Family man, safe, stable, and ultimately, I think that means that he's coming for the Conservative Party's lunch. And in terms of, you were saying about the fuel allowance a moment ago, it's almost like the Labour Party is trying to radicalise the country's petty bourgeois as much as possible, as quickly as possible. And by the way, that is going to be the core vote for reform going forward. Petty bourgeois, small business owners, retirees who, you know, have, you know, maybe a large ISA, maybe a buy-to-let property.
Maybe they're fans
doing well for
of Alan Titchmarsh's old greatest
and
hits.
I think between the national insurance hike on employers, the winter fuel allowance gives them a sense of self-righteousness, inheritance tax reforms to farmers,
wrangling,
and then all the cultural stuff. It's almost like Labour's trying to accelerate this process of radicalising the petty bourgeois. I say this time after time, but Dan Evans' formulation of Trumpism is we are family capital versus national global capital. And I think Farage is alive to that tension, and Farage is saying, I want to represent family capital. Labour, the party of BlackRock, right? So I think that ultimately you need to be realistic. Reform is going after the Tory party, although of course they are going to also want a lot of Labour voters.
I mean, I suppose the last thing I want to raise with regards to this Labour government is the August riots. So that was...
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was fucking mental.
For me, it was both shocking and not shocking to experience it and to witness it. It was shocking in terms of the scale of the violence, in particular the targeting of asylum seekers and people who were just ethnic minorities. I mean, that's obviously a shocking thing to see. Also not shocking in the sense of when you
tried to set them on
have
fire.
a politics which is so committed to demonising asylum seekers. Ultimately, if you're being told that these people are, you know, swamping
terrorists,
the country, invading these shores, they want to do nothing but kind of, you know, rape and pillage, well, you make violence, if not inevitable, a lot more likely. So in that sense, it wasn't surprising to me. What maybe was a bit more surprising to me is that Keir Starmer, though he was not inspiring, I don't think that he sort of sold a message or a vision for the country at all. I don't think that he was convincing in his rejection of, you know, this kind of violent, you know, vicious racism. Ultimately, he had quite a good riots. Do you know what I mean? Like it didn't hurt him as much as I thought it might. And there was the attempt to fashion an attack line by parts of the right, you know, two-tier Keir, this idea that people of colour are treated more preferentially by the police and criminal justice system, which is kind of funny. But that doesn't necessarily seem to have stuck. I mean, what do you think? Like, do you think that Keir Starmer had a good riots? Do you think it could come back to haunt him in some way?
Well, in terms of what he did exactly what I would have expected him to do, which was be in sort of his comfort zone, and I assume sort of Morgan McSweeney's comfort zone, which is stay away from the issue of immigration and say this is a law and order issue and these people are law-breaking thugs. In terms of how it will play for him in future, I mean, I suppose on the right you are getting sort of lots of people who are sort of saying these people who've gone to prison for tweets, this is not necessarily two-tier in the sense that white people and black people get treated differently, but violent crime is treated less seriously than crimes against sort of manners or offensiveness.
Yeah, sure. It's just that the tweets were like burn down the hotel with asylum seekers.
I think most of it's ridiculous and silly, but that is that seems to be present.
I don't
Whether
want
or
to
not
see what
any
they
of those-
say if I call myself a minor. I'm getting the fuck out of there. Don't underestimate WoW players, okay? They're dangerous. They're a dangerous breed. All right. Very. Wow. Shouldn't fuck up with those ones. Shouldn't fuck about with those plane striders.
people were swing voters who might have voted for Labour is a different question. I think they probably weren't. Yeah, I mean, I don't think
Wrangler.
it will come back to haunt him because he played it safe. I mean, I don't think he would have won any voters during that period, but I think it was neutral for him, I suppose.
I guess I could kind of, I was trying to think about if this had happened under Tony Blair, I could imagine him in his shirt sleeves. Do you know what I mean? Like kind of staring down the barrel of the camera, giving it the big one over some vision of the country. Yeah. And that felt conspicuously absent from...
Why are these fucking fungal spores? Why have I not been able to find a single fucking one? Are they just... Oh, whoa! Hey! That's a big crowd. All right, yeah, the spores. I'm probably not going to get them. I think they spawn really badly. Yeah, the spawns suck. That's what I thought. Can I take these ones? These plane striders? I think they're all gonna fight if I trigger them. Trigger them. If I set them the fuck off. All right, sprint! 100 yards. Let's go!
Keir Starmer at that moment.
Well, that's true, but I would say in response,
facts.
Every single political problem which has beset this government since July, every single problem, major problem, has been self-inflicted.
Including the riots?
Well, the riots weren't obviously, but I don't like. I agree with you. There was no real
Obviously
political
not.
overhead for the riots, and they obviously didn't cause the riots. But if you look at all of the
But they
things,
should listen to the
I think
concerns.
created
Wait,
a
don't say
major
that.
issue
No way.
with
He
the
won't say
public,
that.
whether that's policy choices on things like the fuel allowance, whether it's the optics of taking expenses whilst in government.
Oh fuck, are you the real loner box? Big fan. Oh no. The racist just whispered me. The anti-undead racist.
Government. Every single misstep that I think has cost them politically, every single one has been self-inflicted. I can't...
This person's apologizing for RP racism.
I can't think of something where actually it was a really great line of attack generated by the opposition or the media, which obviously that happens to Jeremy Corbyn and Boris Johnson, constantly. That hasn't happened to them yet, and it will, by the way, because of course it happens to governments in an election year. Everything has been self-inflicted, which is just extraordinary when you think about it.
I mean, I think to be this rudderless on such a big majority feels quite significant. You'd expect that there would be a sense of stability and confidence. It's like, okay, we can do what we want. We can get anything we like through the Commons.
I mean, the budget wasn't that bad. I don't...
Oh, I didn't.
That's why I don't want the downfall of this Labour government, really. I don't think it would be replaced by anything better. I kind of want them to be a success. And, the budget was fine. It was a fairly bog-standard social democratic budget. I think they raised taxes across the board to fund public services, and they changed the debt rules so that they can invest in infrastructure. It was, it wasn't amazing, but it was fine. It was a lot better than what a Tory budget would have been. So, on some of the technocratic stuff, we'll have to wait and see. They'll probably argue that, if we can raise living standards in 4 or 5 years' time, everyone will have forgotten about the winter fuel payments, which isn't completely unreasonable. That might be true. But I mean, you're right.
Health warning. Don't worry. You stress too much. Hey, these crits are big, man.
You shouldn't, in the meantime, create all of these self-inflicted wounds, which are alienating really key constituencies who would get you over the line the next time around.
I mean, did you guys see the Liz Kendall story?
No, what was this?
About a week ago. So obviously Labour have taken the winter fuel allowance away from 10 million people. By the way, I think that was a misstep in itself. You should have just initially just taken it away from a few million people, see how that goes down, and just edge. I would have done that, personally. Anyway.
Do
Labour have
what?
taken the winter fuel allowance away from
edge
10 million people. It's just now with 2 million of the original 12. Liz Kendall lives in a £4 million property in Notting Hill with her financier partner. She is on £91,000 a year as an MP. I think on top of that, she gets circa £40,000 a year because she's in the cabinet, so she's on about £130,000 a year gross. Obviously, her partner's very wealthy. They live in a really nice place, in a very affluent part of London. And the taxpayer was paying thousands of pounds a year to pay for her energy bills. And I just think if I was the PM or if I was Morgan McSweeney, I would just be on the phone to them and say, are you fucking stupid? Do you want us to lose the next general election? Because even if there wasn't the winter fuel allowance crisis happening, that's awful. But to say that a pensioner, one of the edge cases, which by the way they do exist.
Oh, loads of them.
Yeah,
loads of them.
No, but there are some people who are spending the winter fuel allowance on their
something.
Christmas wine collection. I get it, but there are people who absolutely weren't doing that. Even if that wasn't a live issue, we've got the media coming after us in a way that has not been the case previously. And this is a separate point. I'll raise this quickly.
Wait, I need to.
I think people like Liz Kendall. I think lots of MPs think that the media environment is the same as 30 years ago. Oh, the BBC will go as a fair crack of the whip. Yeah, the tabloids don't like us, but whatever. We've got No, you've now got GB News, right? You now have GB News, which is a very successful news network. They've overtaken Sky for the first time in terms of monthly views. And you've got X, which is owned by Elon Musk. And it's such a huge shift in the media environment. And if you think that, oh, well, it's just going to be like, the early noughties where you can get away with little things like this, think again.
So I will want to move us on. And
one moment. I need a bathroom break, which means I have to log out. Fuck this. What's this in the mail? Is this from someone or is this... Bank Pepe and Chinwar. Who are these people? Who's Bank Pepe and Chinwar? That's not in-game mail. That's characters. It's players giving me shit. Maybe sending adverts. Maybe. 1 minute. If I don't get a $3 million house, you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee. Look. These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Day 2. This one we went with Corey to the West Bank. What did you learn?
Of Israeli law. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Benny Morris lied. Fucking cunt. Anyway. All right. Anything going on? Anything special? Oh, there is the Matt Gaetz report. The ethics committee. Fuck that. I'm gonna do the gamer thing where I eat like one bite of food every time I've got to rest. Or if I'm flying. Not a drop of water on those hands. Because I dry them and then I got food. What the fuck?
And the next question in my list is this. Is 2024 the year that woke died? Now, I've got a lot of thoughts on this.
Go on, you go first, Ash.
Yeah,
You're the smartest of the three.
We'll go first on this topic.
Okay. So I think that you've got to get a little bit into what woke means. For me, what woke means is a set of social values and politics which are more to do with culture than the economy, and has a focus on things like language, makes a virtue out of minority statuses, and I think has an approach to advancing that set of values and politics, not through persuasion, but through kind of creating a social code where if people fall foul of it, they're, you know, labelled in a particular way.
Surely not.
Labelled in a particular way. Even before Trump's electoral victory, where he won both the popular vote and the electoral college and made gains amongst basically everybody, including people of colour. Even before that happened, I was thinking a lot about this very individualistic, very guilt-laden way of seeing anti-racism, feminism, you know, the cause for trans rights, so on and so forth. And I wrote about that in the first chapter of my book, which is coming out in February. And
yes, I wrote it in my book. It is out next week. My book. I wrote it in my book. Every time people say this in media, I'm like, never let me say, I wrote this in my book.
The place I start is that I was at like a really big left-wing gathering, and it became so dominated by people who literally wanted the conversation and the political project to stop because they felt harmed by use of language. And it was a use of language which, while uncouth, was not racialized, was not transphobic, wasn't nothing. It was that somebody used the words cunt. And then you have a room full of adults being like, you've brought violence into this space. And that for me was like a moment of like, this has gone too far. And I think that like while this happened on a, you know, relatively marginal bit of political culture, I think that you do find it fairly dominant in spaces where you've got, you know, lots of liberal leaning graduates, and it's very.
I wonder, there's no way, maybe I'm obsessed. I don't think you can talk about this without talking about the campus protests. I don't know what they were like, especially in the UK, but if there's anything like it was in the US, where like you believe in two states, you're complicit. You believe in a binational one state, but you don't think it should be achieved through murdering civilians, you're complicit. Like, surely.
Very dominant within the NGO sector. I think that it's something which is crossed over into the world of corporations. It's an easy way for corporations to, you know, signal themselves to particular kinds of customers, and they also, I think, get it wrong. You saw it with the Jaguar advert, which is essentially because they got totally fucked by the government's new rules on producing electric vehicles. They were having to reorient themselves in the production of their cars. So they kind of did this thing of like, hey, what about if Jaguar was like electric vehicles, kind of exclusive and a bit non-binary? And that last bit was like, what? like what do you mean?
I kind of love it though. like non-binary EVs.
What? And that was a moment where I think even people who are like very, very pro-trans,
That was a strong harpy. Holy shit. Level 17? Maybe not right. God, she took my health down by half. And this is a crowded zone.
very, very progressive, were like, this is a completely hollow and self-destructive form of politics. Like, you as a corporation have tried to make people angry by doing this, by putting kind of, gender non-conforming people front and center. Why are you doing it? You're doing it to flog cars. And so I think that that moment of like, very, very liberal identity politics, a way of sort of trying to leverage social shaming to like get it through, and also within the workplace, kind of like war by HR. I do think that that's dying. Like, it's not dying easy, but I think it is dying. And while I don't like,
this is not them turning to the right like TYT. This is not them doing that. This is them turning to something that probably is still woke in some way without really realizing it, but also this is them moving to, like, I guess, like, I don't know, it sounds like a kind of like a class reductionist populism. I don't know. But could be wrong. Could be wrong.
the cruelty and the sort of like gleeful obnoxiousness that you see on parts of the right, where it's like, I really want to say the N-word and I want to call you whatever name I want to call you. I think that's disgusting. I think that that culture of like weaponized victimhood, of like the imposition of language and an obsession with language, which I think is particularly an outgrowth of like, arts and humanities grads, because you're trained to think about nothing but language all the time.
I'm pretty sure her Bernie Sanders interview, the only real highlight of it that everyone was spreading around was him not wanting to call the war in Gaza a genocide. I feel like he agreed with them on everything else, targeting, bombing civilians, indiscriminate, stop the war, da, da, da. But she was just like, the big clip that came out of that interview was just she wanted him to call it genocide. Like 6 months ago or something. So, yeah, interesting.
I think that being on its way out is a good thing.
I think there's a couple. I mean, I think it's on its way out. I'd say sort of two developments. Sort of one is just sort of the passage of time, to sound a bit like Kamala Harris, which is sort of lots of wokeness. I think was inside organisations, and it sort of started from sort of legitimate grievances that people might have had, and then it comes along with certain, let's say, sort of ideologies or ideas, which people high up in organisations don't necessarily agree with, but they think, fine, I don't want to have an argument, go for that,
But you do this, then unionize.
Exactly, they bring in DEI and everything like that. It's a bigger deal in America, I think, than here, and I think that's often created fairly toxic work environments that people don't really like, and now people are saying, oh, maybe that was a mistake, we're going to take a few steps back from that. I think Donald Trump's election is really, really significant second time around. The first time, people could sort of say it was an accident. And in many ways, it was a bit of an accident. This time around, clearly people knew who they were voting for. And I think it's really, really significant that the way we've talked about Donald Trump and the way sort of liberal people in general talk about Donald Trump is that he is an exceptionally offensive president, or a candidate beforehand, an exceptionally offensive candidate, an exceptionally racist candidate would be sort of one of the most obvious charges against him. Yet he is the Republican presidential candidate in this century who has attracted the largest number of Latinos and black voters. Now, if we have been if our model...
Cities generally, right, as well, which is not talked about.
But
just cities.
If our model of racism is something where the guy who we think is the most racist guy ever actually is he's still not getting a majority of black voters. I think Latinos is about 50-50 at this point in time. But if he can get more voters of colour than any other Republican in this century,
I don't want to win, caller.
then our concept of racism has gone wrong. I think, because the only people actually who have shifted away from the Republicans in that period of time are graduates. So we've got this model of racism which offends graduates of all races, but doesn't seem to bother non-graduates of ethnic minority heritage. So it seems like something's gone wrong there.
It bothers them less than other things.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's also this issue of, I think one other part of wokeness, which we haven't necessarily sort of covered, although I suppose you did mention it, is the tendency to argue from identity. So you argue your favoured border policy or whatever, you're not necessarily sort of having a rational debate about the pros and cons. You're saying to disagree with this is anti-Latino, or a conversation about police reform. If you don't want to defund the police, that's anti-black. And it turns out that actually Latinos and black people kind of vote, similarly to other people, right? They also want to feel safe in their communities and think that the police are going to provide that to some extent. Obviously, they want reform. They don't want to be shooting people.
That bit's true.
They have these opinions which normies of all races have, which is we want cops, we don't want a completely uncontrolled border. And so I think that tendency to argue from identity and on behalf of an identity group has now just been shown to be, I don't want to use too harsh a word, but sort of its flaws have become very apparent, let's say.
I think there's something in it, and I wonder what you think about this, which is also a tendency, I think, amongst progressives to take the most marginal edge case and to sort of like put it right at the top of like the priorities tree, right? Say that this person is the most vulnerable, therefore they've got to go right up here. And I can understand why morally you might want to do that. However, politically, and politics is always a game of numbers, if you're contesting elections, well, that person is not very representative of lots of people's experiences. And so if you want to talk about, defunding the police, or if you want to talk about, having a much more permissive border policy, and you're saying, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to center it on the people who are like directly have experienced police violence, or people who are, undocumented migrants seeking asylum. I can see why you do that, and I can see why they've got a particular form of authority, but they do not have an experience which is representative of absolutely everybody within that racial or ethnic group. And I think that there's been a sort of slippage, right? Which is you go from like, okay, well, we're taking this person, we're putting them right at the top of the priorities tree, and like they get to set the agenda. And then they suddenly become a stand-in for all people of color. So that's how it goes from, okay, well, if you want a pro-Latino candidate, it's got to be the one that takes a sort of maximalist position around borders. Or if you want a candidate which is good for black people, it's got to be defunding the police and not just reforming the police or something else. And it's just like, but that person does not mirror the experiences of the entire cohort. And so I think that there is, for me, the big thing here is minoritarianism versus majoritarianism. And this isn't about giving up minority opinions. It's about having an orientation towards most people in your politics. That doesn't mean you have to say, I'm going to repeat back whatever I think most people want to hear, but understand that you're trying to persuade and move most people. And so if you're centered on the hyper-marginal edge case, you're going to lose. But I don't know what you think about that.
So on the woke stuff, I don't like woke politics. Now, let me clarify what I mean by that.
You say so many slurs in the office, Aaron. So many.
As a set of political commitments, if you want to make some claim in regards to policy, like, I don't care. You may be right. I'm very open to a very wide range of views, including police abolition, whatever. Right? That's Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the data, etc., etc. Even if it's unpopular, unpopular ideas can still be correct. And with the passage of time, again to borrow from Kamala Harris, they're proven, proven to be right. So the policy commitments, whatever they may be, aren't the issue for me. The problem with woke politics is the style of politics. It's how you do the politics. So complete disinterest in persuasion, complete disinterest in a majoritarian politics, which, by the way, in democracy, you kind of need. True. Like you say, the standpoint epistemology. Well, this person is from this background, therefore they know more than you. Well, no, there are also these things called like objective facts, and we have data, and we can say actually, facts. We've got quantitative data which suggests that this person isn't entirely representative of the community they apparently do reflect. And I think as well, there is one point that's made by the right about the woke politics stuff, which is there's a sacralization of identity. And I think that's correct. I think there is a sacralization going on with regards to gender, race, sexual orientation. And look, to some people, I'm a white cis man, I'm half Iranian, whatever, but I mean, I'm, this time of year I'm racialized as white, fine. Maybe not in July or August. So it's easy for me to say that. But, the godmother, for instance, to my daughter, she's a trans woman. Fascinating, amazing woman. She cares, she's an activist. But there's so much to her, right? It's not just those particular features of them. And of course, she's very proud as a trans woman, and that's obviously impacts everything about her life. But you can have a conversation about a plethora of things. And I think, sometimes I've been approached to write something or do something because I'm half Iranian. And I think, what are you talking about? I've got so...
That's wild. Tell me about how that feels.
many things I'm interested and fascinated in. The idea that I'm only going to write about something as a British Iranian, I mean, I personally find it quite revolting. And it's probably because I've been white passing for most of my life. I had the name Peters, which is a gentleman my mum was married to. So I was in a grammar school in Dorset. I lived that quintessential British sort of life,
Dorset.
right? Primarily white place, Bournemouth in the 1980s and the 1990s. Not that many people of colour. So maybe I've got it wrong, and maybe it's my socialisation talking. But this idea that we sacralise our identities, I think it's really dangerous. And by the way, if white majorities sacralise their identities, guess what happens?
Well, exactly. I mean, so the first thing is that I'm also white passing, and it's very racist of you to tell me that I'm not. But I think just on that is that
I understand why she said
that. And I'm using the term liberal identity politics deliberately because the origins of identity politics were deeply anti-capitalist. It was a different way of understanding it. I'm not saying it was all good, but I'm just saying that it was different. It was much less centered around universities and much less centered around language. But liberal identity politics, which is the sort of focus on the individual identity and the whole speaking as a thing, is that you don't just get to play that game, all right? Your opponents will find a way to play that game and find a way to play it better than you. So one is the use of weaponized grievance and a kind of sacralization of identity. You do see the right do that. And I do think that, the use of the term white working class, which is the only time that the right talk about class, by the way. They don't talk about class in any other context apart from the white working class.
So true. When did they say white middle class?
Right,
the white middle class.
Never fucking do it.
It's Americans.
And they don't talk about the black working class, right? Suddenly it's
There's a really funny dog whistle in British politics where they'll say these traditional working class communities. And when they say that, they mean white working class communities. Traditional doesn't mean anything apart from white. That's why it's because they want to talk about some part of fucking Liverpool, but not but not fucking Hackney, even though these places have both been poor for the longest fucking time, right? Yeah.
Black people, Asian people, white working class, right? It's a way of turning class politics into ethnic politics. Because why? Talking about ethnic groups is smaller than talking about class groups. It's a way of breaking people down into minority statuses.
Nice evasion.
The reason why they do that is because minority statuses are not powerful, right? They are numerically weaker. But the right do that, and I think they do that with the way of segmenting off white working class. That's not to say that I don't think that there are differences in the experience of class and the experience of deprivation, which are kind of mitigated and changed by ethnicity. I think that's true, but it's a way of understanding it.
Tinkerer Sniggles.
That's the first thing, and then the second.
What's he? I'm sorry. What? Is that allowed? Sorry, I'm a bit hungry. Okay. Let's get back to business. Smash! Smash! Come here, peon. Lorna is hungry.
Second thing is that I think you see that weaponization of victimhood and a weaponization of identity when it comes to the genocide in Gaza and how pro-Israel advocacy groups weaponize Jewish fear, and I think in sometimes concoct it in order to try and close down space for solidarity with the Palestinian cause, or even just expressions of Palestinianness. And I'll give you an example. There was a hospital in London which had a display of paintings done by children in Gaza. Right?
I'm sure this happens. The fact is, we have data about Jewish students who feel like they're more unsafe than they ever have been in university for like at least the last few years. We have a rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes, like far more proportionately than for any other group in the last year in Europe. It's gone up for Islamophobia as well, but not as much for anti-Semitism. Not as much as for anti-Semitism.
Right? And these were children's paintings. None of these paintings were like of Yahya Sinwar, right? Like none of them were like, you know, an RPG. They were children's paintings, mostly with like...
How many people rip down hostage banners because they say that you're like, it's a sign of Islamophobia or anti-Arab racism?
You know, the dove of peace and stuff like that. Hopes for a better future. UK Lawyers for Israel put together a letter claiming that Jewish patients felt harassed and intimidated by the presence of these paintings and they got taken down. Now, two things are possible. One is that people genuinely felt harassed and threatened by the presence of children's paintings, in which case, get a fucking grip. Like, get a grip. Or this is a cynical manipulation of the discourses which are about, you know, lived experience, and people get to define the oppression that, you know, they face, and, you know, you've got to listen to them and in order to achieve a political goal. In this case, closing down space for expressions of Palestinian identity.
What are these paintings?
And things which humanize Palestinians.
Are these plates? What the fuck am I looking at here? Apparently this is the children's artwork. Let me have a look. Do you remember the University of St. Andrews, where that girl got in trouble because of her views on Israel-Palestine? And one of the complaints in the report was that a Jewish student said that they were scared to go, they didn't want to go to their graduation. They didn't want to go to their graduation because she was there. That's quite wacky. But this is what they're talking about with the paintings. There's like a flag there. Yeah, I don't really know what's... This is pretty inoffensive, I would say. Not really anything going on there that I would take umbrage with. All right. Yeah.
And so I think that is part of the story of like why, you know, these ideas around, you know, standpoint epistemology, lived experience, you know, always believe the victim is the person who sets themselves up as the victim. I think that, you know, Trump, of course, hugely important. The fact that, you know, working class people of color being alienated by these politics, hugely important. I also think that a reason why this is maybe, you know, even that sort of like university educated, like city living, you know, kind of progressive is also perhaps starting to move away from it, is because you're seeing it being weaponized in the context of the genocide.
Would it be, and I don't really have, I feel like it's probably worth throwing this out just because I imagine, you know, in conversations I've had with people, I imagine there will be people watching this thinking, oh no, Navarro throwing identity politics, you know, completely out, we're going to get thrown under the bus. And I suppose it might be worth us sort of like speaking about why we think that's not the implication of what we're saying. I mean, I suppose to go first on that, because I get, you know, I've been subject to criticism for this already. Heat, yeah. I think one thing that has been actually a feature of wokeness and has been self-defeating is to take a position, sometimes a fairly maximalist position, and then to say, if you disagree with it, you're going to be subjected to social pressure. Now, social pressure doesn't, it doesn't have to be, it's not the worst thing ever, let's say, to be subject to social pressure. But what it tends to do is make people feel, okay, I'm not going to enter that debate again. Now, I've had this a couple of times with sort of trans issues, where I've said there are certain areas where I feel like a maximalist position doesn't really hold up. So sports, for example, prisons, etc. And I think you're only going to have a successful trans politics where you make some compromises there. And I don't actually think that's a sort of compromise because of public opinion. I think that's correct, right? I think that the reason you have sex segregated sports is because you don't want male advantage in the women's category. If people have male advantage, maybe they shouldn't be in the women's category, right? It's perfectly also fine for people to disagree with me. But one thing I think that wokeness has done is it's meant that many people who have a sort of in-betweeny position have stayed completely silent.
Lots of people don't know, right?
On any kind of sensitive issue. And I think that has put the left in a very vulnerable, fragile position. Because essentially what has happened is, the left has had a fairly maximalist position.
I'll say, I don't really agree with these guys on all that much, but I feel like this level of discourse is just so much more, it's just so much like higher quality than what you see on these American alt media sources. Like even comparing this to Turning Points or to, no, is it not Turning Points, Breaking Points, or like the Ryan Grimm's fucking show or TYT or any of that shit. Like this is so much farther ahead. Yeah. Like it sounds like these guys have actually thought about things and they're going to tell you things that they're not just repeating things that they've only heard on Twitter, Funny.
On so many issues.
Brits winning again. Ah!
Borders, police.
Is that
on
true?
Trans rights. The
left has had a maximalist position on board. I mean, you've got a Labour government in this country with a big majority. They didn't win that majority saying we're going to,
but they're not
scrap borders.
So I suppose it depends.
So Kamala Harris, hold on, let me clarify this because Kamala Harris in this thinking is the left. She lost because of the left, but Labour win, and that's because they're not part of the left. I mean, that doesn't seem quite coherent.
Well, so I think electorally,
I love it.
Yeah, that's not good. It's incumbency disadvantage because of inflation. That's all it is. Don't care.
You guys fight.
Electorally, lots of what happened this year you can see as a bit of a hangover from sort of 2020. So obviously Kamala Harris in 2020, woke's kind of over, right? We've said that, So when Kamala Harris went to the US electorate and said, I'm actually a centrist, people looked at the clips of what she'd said in 2019, 2020 and said, are you really? She spoke positively about defund the police. She said she would decriminalize border crossings. She did tick a box that said she would, support trans operations for illegal immigrants in detention centres. I'm not upset about that, but these were all things that she felt she had to do because she wanted to appeal to the left. So I think the idea that these weren't left-wing positions is not true.
This is a long journey.
And I think one of the reasons
why
in that sort of race to be the left candidate in the Democratic primaries sort of led people to those positions is because people hadn't really found a way to have a moderate position on those issues.
Because Bernie Sanders famously said that open borders. I think he said open borders is a Koch brothers proposal. Mick Lynch wouldn't say, we need open borders and police abolition. And I do sometimes feel, with what you just said there, clearly, big parts of like the young, urban, graduate left
save
think
energy
that.
for when they run.
Actually, that's the majority opinion. It's a very big sphere of opinion. But it's not the left. I mean, I think that's just I just don't know if that's helpful, Michael, when you say that.
Well, let's not say the left then. Let's say the woke culture. I think woke culture has deemed positions that aren't maximalist to be not only wrong, it's fine to agree with someone, but offensive.
I mean, woke culture is sort of interesting in that it occupies this sort of like very powerful position within the sort of like movement left, right? Which you'd sort of think of as like extra parliamentary, right, in some way. And also
I need to save energy.
very powerful within, like NGOs and corporations as well. That is a weird two places to operate. And I think that's maybe part of this discussion about, is it the left, is it not? Well, that doesn't include, Mick Lynch and rah. is that like actually we're talking about a kind of like movement
talk.
left, which like also was particularly powerful in the States at the time because of BLM, right? And because of the size of those mobilizations, you know, and there are good reasons for that. And also, like, yeah, weirdly powerful in these corporate spaces.
But can I just say, you know, there was somebody in the US and they said Donald Trump is going to deal with Marxism in this country, and they were asked, "What do you mean?" And they said, "Wall Street." Right, so they think Wall Street is the left, right? That's just how, you know, screwed up things are at the moment. And I feel like by saying, you know, it's almost like repeating the right's analysis is that Coots Bank is left wing because they have a pride flag on their, you know, on the front of their building during, you know, Pride Month. And it's almost like saying, well, that's the left's position. Therefore,
water.
Coots
They're running
is
into the water.
the left. I feel like almost because you're a
drowning
very
himself.
clever man, you're a journalist. I know you
Where'd
say,
he go?
oh, maybe I'm not as left wing as people think I am, or I used to be. I still would say you're. I think you're on the left personally, centre left. It's almost like you're repeating some of the shibboleths of the right, I think, which fundamentally mischaracterise the left, because the left, like the right, like the centre, like the Green movement, like any political movement, is very heterogeneous. And the task of activism is trying to make it homogenous for long enough to a majority or to change a policy.
Well, if you define the left as something which includes the current leadership of the Labour Party, then obviously none of what I'm saying applies, right? So if you're considering the left to be something to the left of the current leadership of the Labour Party, then I would say that because of some of the processes I've described, sort of like it being, if you come in with a position which is not maximalist on certain issues which people can argue from identity, it's more trouble than it's worth. You don't do it. Means that I think on many issues, people to the left of the current leadership of the Labour Party have zero influence.
Check it.
Zero influence. Now, there are many issues sort of when it comes to economics where people to the left of the current leadership of the Labour Party do have some influence because they've formulated ideas which can persuade a significant number of people. When it comes to immigration, when it comes to police, when it comes to trans rights, people to the left of the current leadership of the Labour Party have zero influence because they only, you know, there is no one to the left of the Labour Party that I think is having conversations about those sensitive issues which can speak to a majority audience because they have been.
I hate these guys. This is
the
going to
kind
get
of
me
issue
killed.
where you're constantly walking on
This is
eggshells
horrible.
if you talk about it. And that's
fucking
meant that
die,
there isn't
mate.
really a sort of position that's coherent or sellable or strong.
I mean, I think to go back to the question that you put out, which is like, you know, there are going to be some people watching this being like, is Novara as an organization like, you know, chucking identity politics away and sort of moving to the right?
She just said
I mean,
that.
Obviously, we have a pluralist organization. People think different things, and that's what I like about it. So I'm going to talk from me rather than the organization. The change in my orientation in my politics is this. One, if you're coming from a minority position, whether that's because of an identity characteristic or you hold a minority opinion, you are much better off trying to emphasize the ways in which you are like somebody else rather than the ways in which you aren't like somebody else.
I'm sorry, am I getting fucking stream sniped? Am I getting stream sniped? Lonerbox talked about this on stream. There's a lot of rhetoric against me, but he didn't answer you don't deserve a fucking answer. It's funny watching you scratch your head over it. Probably the dumbest accusation I've ever heard in my fucking life. Like, just watch what we did there. Watch the kind of people that we met and the things that we did and things that we spoke about with certain people there. And you think someone would pay? You're so fucking stupid. Oh my God. Tone deaf. Where does all this education go, man? Fuck me. What do they talk about? There's no way you can watch that itinerary and you can see that lineup and think that the government would pay for this. You're so fucking dense. I just don't know. Oh shit! Fuck! Get the hell out of here. Save yourself. Don't run into more goblins, please. You know, it also gives one pause. Why did such a lowly streamer such as myself get invited onto the H3 podcast? Because he's a Jew. You know, it's not inconceivable that the Israeli government would like to bring on people that accuse them of war crimes to do their propaganda, because it looks like a kind of like a more accountable advocacy. It's not like Elon Levy just saying that everything is the right decision, and if it's not, it's a mistake, or it's Hamas's fault, or it's all those three things at once, and will never concede in anything, and just basically looks like the least trustworthy spokesperson on the entire fucking planet. It's not like that, you know, like that's not fooling anyone. What you really need is someone who shits on the Israeli state every now and then for the history or for the present day, and where like they do this trip where they meet with people who are Palestinian advocates as well, and Palestinian civilians who, like some of whom want to destroy Israel, and hear their opinions without pushback because it's just interviews. Yeah. Maybe that's just like a better decoy, you know? Maybe they've realized they're so fucked by the by the long, powerful, relevant arm of the ICC and Amnesty and HRW that all they can really do now is damage control. They can only downgrade their genocide, extermination, murder charge down to just like some war crimes, you know? Systematic prevalence of war crimes. Maybe they can just reduce it to that, you know? And that's where I come in, you know, a valuable asset. Hello, Mr. Mercenary. Woo! I'm aware Box Loner still hasn't answered the question.
So rather than trying to, I guess, like play up the scariness or the scale of your demand. I mean, you know, I think I speak to some people who describe themselves as gender abolitionists.
Consider skipping quest. Oh, it's a fucking escort. Okay.
Like, you know, you are talking about like such a tiny portion of people, and you are trying to overturn something which is meaningful for the vast majority of people.
Oh shit! I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble. Much closer to, you know, the cause of advancing trans rights.
Get the fuck.
I think that, you know, persuasion works when you emphasize shared humanity,
I'm fine.
and that means putting that shared humanity front and center.
Don't use your sprint for travel.
Like,
just use it for survival. Okay.
The second thing I think is that, you know,
Libby.
This obsession with language, and also I think a misuse of certain kinds of language, is a product of middle class graduates like myself, who then get to sort of take up loads of space and say, well, the experience of all people of color, or of all migrants, or all trans people, or all
Wait, if this is an escort quest, should I be doing it? Escort quests are usually kind of dangerous. Should I? It's in the speed run. I did say don't do hard quests, don't do like elites or anything, but maybe this one's fairly. Is this one quite easy? I forget, because it seems like this is a very packed area. Like I kind of want to get out of here as quickly as possible. This one's dangerous, yeah. It's the one in fucking the Night Elf area, Darkshore. The one going from there to Ashenvale is absolute cancer. Like it's so horrible. Fuck me, this person. Yeah, like the way that they run away like this is... No, I'm not dealing with that. Fuck off. You cannot fool me, quest guide. This is an easy escort. You're trying. Listen, State of Israel, trying to get me killed, okay? For my bad propaganda.
Whoever is my experience. And that's why I think you have a focus on things like language, things like microaggressions, and the sort of elevation of these ideas, because ultimately... I'm quite well off, right? I'm doing fairly
I'll come and heal you.
You know?
Yeah, get over here then. Otherwise,
I'm not
you're on your own.
worried about...
You're speaking personally, but we're talking about these people. Do you think that applies to them as well?
Well, when I say well off, I mean, you're not working, you know, multiple jobs, multiple cleaning jobs, right? You're not having to deal with, you know, lots of different kinds of you know, material dispossession, a lot of which is racialized. And so I think that there's a kind of focus on the subjective individual experience, because for you the stakes are relatively low. And I'll give you an example, and I don't want to pick on this person, but there was an article in The Guardian, and it's one of those ones where I just had to shut my laptop because I was like, fuck this. And it was about the experience of South Asians going into yoga classes. Now, you may not have noticed, but I am South Asian. And I do also like going to yoga. And someone described the experience of being a South Asian going into a majority white yoga class, or where the teacher is white, as being traumatic. Traumatic. Right? If going into a majority white yoga class in a majority white country is traumatic, then what words are we going to use for when, a teenage black girl is being strip searched at her school, or, someone is being unfairly targeted
Where is
by
she getting these
immigration
examples
enforcement,
from?
right? The problem is that if you go about all the really small stuff, no one is going to believe you on the big stuff.
that's me.
Right? It's called
I
The Boy
say
Who
that.
Cried Wolf, except here it's crying trauma at the yoga class.
But also, if you're going to say, look, for me as a brown person going into this space full of white people doing yoga, I find that traumatic. I just think that creates so much credibility for a white person to go into a majority non-white area and say, I find this traumatic, which, by the way, they shouldn't. That's ridiculous. And I think you're creating...
This is your no-go zones. That's what that is. A no-go zone is in the UK is basically a community where white people go and they feel a bit uncomfortable because they're kind of racist. Oh shit! Wait, what am I doing? Why am I not stopping and turning back? This is so dangerous. This mountain of corpses. They're gonna respawn. Fuck! No, their corpses haven't disappeared. They won't respawn. It's fine. Fast respawns and tight. Look, there's a dead body. The ground is littered with failure. I'll kill this guy. No, I can't. I'll kill that guy. Stay out of the cave. That cave nearly killed me twice. Bro, you think I'm gonna go into the cave? If it hasn't dropped after 25 mobs, feel free to skip. Bro, what? What are you... Okay. Wouldn't it be better to group up with this then? Because you just kill a shitload and... Or do you not get one each? Do you not get one each if you kill these as a group? Bro, I cleared that cave. Well done. I'm proud of you. I have no intention. What's up here? I'm tabbing. I'm spam tabbing. I'm spabbing. Ah! Okay, stop getting impatient, Lorna Box. It's only level 17, okay? So many bad things can happen. Whoa! So many bad things can happen. Get out! I don't like close spaces. Oh! Ooh! Come here. Save energy so when he runs, I kill. Imagine a level 60 elite waiting up there. Just one shot. Fuck, this guy's strong. He's strong. Strong cookie. He's not gonna run. He'll fight to the death. Okay. There's just not that much to go with here then. I just have to pick them apart one at a time. Oh well. Oh, they're higher level as well. That's why the cave is dangerous.
Like that.
But the credibility crisis comes from, I'm sorry, sounding insane.
Yeah, of course it's insane. But you're normalizing the idea of, well, there's loads of people who look different to me, therefore I'm feeling a sense of moral injury. I mean, that's a really...
No, stamina's better.
It's a really dangerous thing to normalize. And I don't think many people realize how dangerous it is if the majority ethnic group or the majority culture starts adopting that. And I just want to say quickly, we live in this weird moment because all the things we're ascribing to the left, lots of it also applies to the right. For some reason, in 2024 in Britain, everybody's black-pilled. Betrayal narratives are everywhere. Everybody's being betrayed all of the time. Everybody feels a sense of moral injury. You see it on the right, by the way, massively. All these people saying, Farage has let us down. Farage has done this. Oh my God, he's just a centrist as well. And so I think this speaks to, yes, of course, we're talking about the left because that's what we're interested in. That's the sort of part of the political spectrum we come from, we know more about. But I do think also that lots of the things we've touched upon today are actually, they're also just part of the broader political culture and the broader culture that we all...
Bro, this guy's an asshole. This guy is basically forcing me into that cave of death out of sheer impatience. I should skip this one. This one seems like a waste of time, but then I'm going to be kind of behind on my level, though. Oh! What do I do? What do I do about this? He doesn't want to go in there either. Yeah, I know. And he's higher level than me. He's got more firepower. Fuck! You! I'm leaving this place. I'm gonna try this guy, and then we're gonna leave. Fuck this. Waste of time.
Habit.
I mean, look, I know that you're not going to see this slogan on a cap anytime soon, but I'm just like, make harm material again, right? Like, the concept of epistemic harm, I think, has gone too far.
That's dark, and that's very left-wing. That is not something the right does.
I mean, I suppose that sort of talking...
Let me try to lair you. No, it's okay. I'll be busy anyway. I'm just gonna leave. Because, as far as I remember, that's a very difficult drop rate anyway. Enter Orgrimmar through the eastern entrance. Well, I can do that. That's possible. Where the hell is the eastern entrance? Wait, what? Is that up there? Where's the eastern entrance, man? Ooh. Is it anywhere in any of these maps? What the fuck? I don't do this shit, man. The eastern entrance. What do you think I am? Across the water. Okay. Is there an eastern entrance across the water? Is it that? Ooh, cool. Oh, there's a little ramp. Wow. Die, hyena. Meow.
There's a danger with The Boy Who Cries Wolf if you're saying I was harmed by going into this yoga class. I think there is another aspect to this, which is that it is possible that that woman did feel actual harm going into that yoga class, which isn't a rational response. And I feel like there has been an element of, I don't know, you're right, it's not just a left-wing thing, but let's say sort of modern grievance culture, whereby you strengthen your argument by being more harmed. You're sort of encouraging people to say...
It's about victimhood.
You're encouraging people to feel like victims. You're encouraging people to see the worst in other people. So the moment someone says anything that could be interpreted as racist or sexist or transphobic, you say they are.
Yeah.
Not just you say they are, you believe they are. And if you believe everyone is out to get you, then that's not going to be very good for your mental health. It's controversial mentioning Jonathan Haidt because I know he's not like seen as suspicious by many on the left. But I do think that he has an interesting concept in The Coddling of the American Mind, which is he says that sort of modern university culture, he's writing this in 2018, does reverse CBT on people. So CBT sort of is the idea, cognitive behavioral therapy.
Cool boys therapy.
Cool boys therapy, yeah. It tells you don't assume the world is out to get you. Don't assume the worst when...
You're on the speedrun guide, not the survival. Yeah, I know. The speedrun guide isn't even that fun either, so I don't want to know how... The survival guide was trash. I didn't like it. I don't think I need the survival guide. Listen, okay? I've played this game a lot of times. I'm beefy.
When someone says something, think about having agency, right? You can change your situation. Don't necessarily assume that what you feel is actually happening. Take a step back. Maybe there is a different scenario going on here and you're jumping to conclusions. Whereas he's describing university culture, and I would say, I know you're saying that I'm tarring too much of the left, but I'd say there's a certain type of politics which is also sort of doing reverse CBT on people, which is saying if you feel harmed, you're harmed. If you think that they're treating you with prejudice, they probably are. And then you go through the world feeling constantly aggrieved and scared. And I suppose one of the things that I think most about when it comes to Navarre Live now is I don't want to be part of doing reverse CBT on my audience. Like, I feel really strongly about it because I think there is a lot of anxiety around at the moment. I think it's mainly to do with smartphones. But I do think that there is a political culture which has made people more anxious than they need to be.
I'm going to move us along, but not because I'm trying to cancel you, Michael, or silence you. Just because we have a finite amount of time.
I'm going to assume The best.
worst. No,
I'm doing pro CBT
and
on me.
And if you think that you're being silenced out of latent homophobia on my part, it's true. You are.
Can I also just say that on the agency thing, that's not just CBT. That's Karl Marx. People make history under conditions, not necessarily their own making, but they still make history.
Still make history. Like, 100%. But I'm going to move us on.
Yeah.
Trying to find a way to talk about all of the big geopolitical shifts of this year is impossible. You've obviously got
Talk to the
Ukraine entering 2025 with the possibility of having to cede substantial amounts of territory in return for a peace deal. You've got Israel in Gaza, in Lebanon, and as of a couple of days ago, making significant incursions into the Golan Heights in Syria and destroying the Syrian navy. You've got the sort of like ongoing specter of China and possible ambitions towards Taiwan. And I think you've got the sense that international law is a talking shop, right? It's just yak to yak. It's not changing what states do. So my way of trying to bring this all together in one question is this. Are expansionist wars back for good? We'll start with you, Aaron.
Are they back for good? Well,
do we still think what Israel's doing is an expansionist war?
Stay away.
We'll see. I think the Lebanon ceasefire, the 60 days runs out soon. Jolani has said that he wants to go back to the 74 agreement, which means that it's in Israel's court to get out of there. Yeah, maybe. Turkey going into the buffer zone and to make the buffer zone even bigger. Oh, God. And I'm kind of actually quite worried about what Turkey you're talking about now. Okay, I don't need garrote, do I? Maybe I should. Picklock, yep. Yeah, we'll take this. Don't need exposed armor, backstabber feint. Hello? Who is this man? Oh! Hearth to the crossroads. Okay, don't mind if I do. Wait, is there anything else I can do here? I could probably bank this copper. That's what I could do. The year of the buffer zones. That's where actually. It's not expansionist wars, right? It's just a bit more. It's a bit more tame than that. It's just the year of buffer zones. The bank. The wank. Can accept RFC quests. Oh. But that's dangerous. I'm not going there without people I trust. Without trusted soldiers. Do I want to do an instance? Maybe I should, we are doing content after all. We're not just playing like cowards. What's this? Oh! Whoa! Someone give me a gold Bank Pepe. Thank you so much. Bags! I need to go to the bank first. Someone give me bags! I'm so taken care of. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's so cute. Eternally grateful. Fucking Strider me, go away. Everything else here, I just keep a hold of, right? Looks like it. Babu. Bags! An 8 bag! And 2 6s. I'll leave that one in there for later. Six, 6, 6, 8. Okay, good. We got a lot of backspace now. Also, this linen bag can go into the thing.
Blood and thunder.
Okay.
Farewell.
How many lifetime hours have you got in WoW? Probably a lot. I played a lot when I was younger. Gear vendor? Nah, fuck that. Should I do RFC? Who with? Yes. Let's go. Maybe I should edit my thing for that. We have a viewer. We're going to RFC. Wait, the priest. Are you coming? Alright. Getting. No. What if this guy's actually a griefer? He might kill me. Where are the quests? I should probably change this to... Fuck off. Survival guide. Options? Oh. Level... Oh, they're high level. Oh, yeah. Whoops. Okay. How do I... change the thing for the guide? Can I change it? Can I add in... Dungeons, I can throw these in. Ragefire, Wailing Caverns, Dead Mines. Okay, it adapts really quickly. Did I do it right? I don't know if I did it right. Where does run config? I don't see it. It's not been included, so maybe I'm not ready for it yet, according to them. All right. Settings. I'm at the settings. Ah! Options, right? It should be here. Should I do show group quests? I put in dungeons. Top right. Oh. Ah! Speedrun guide. No, I don't need that. Fuck that. Oh wait, I should do that. Haha. Auction house. Enable group, enable dungeons. You know what, I'll enable all of them because I can just get rid of them. Have you done the Skull Rock chain? Probably not. Oh! Select recommended dungeons, select all. Only the high impact ones. They don't recommend Alderman. Thank God, that one's a shithole. Alright. Got him. Let's smash. What are they doing? Wait, what? Why? Wait, this is... Oh, this is ridiculous. Why have they sent me here? Okay, get rid of that step. What? Okay, I've done that. Oh no, they've completely fucked my thing. Oh no. Train Synod? What do I do? No, this is ridiculous. This is not right. What do I do? Do I just get rid of all these? Just click through. Okay. Cringe. Okay. Alright, it's gonna move me along quite well. First aid, okay. Vendor okay, we're still at fucking Brill. That's Brill. Oh, okay, we're going for quicker now. Okay, okay, okay. Oh. Undercity, fuck that. Okay, here we go. Where are these quests? There is... I don't think I have. I need to get this one though, Slaying the Beast. Hidden enemies. I should do that one. Okay. Oh, is that part of a chain? Ah. Discolored Warg Heart. Did that? Did that? I await you outside of Bangor. Oh god, I really hope we get back to where we're supposed to be. Oh, you should now be looking for a group. Did I go too far? Oh my god. There we are. Okay, hidden enemies. Let's go. And slaying the beast. Nice one. Okay, we're in the right place. Now we're here. Is that where the stone is? Okay.
Blood and thunder. Victory.
Okay. Now go and get hidden enemies. Wait, what? Oh, that's later. Okay. We are all Ben Shapiro. Yes, we are.
Russia's behavior, not just towards Ukraine, but also Georgia in 2008, well, obviously in the Crimea in 2014 as well, there's been a shift. I mean, I think Seamus Milne talks about 2008, we think of the global financial crisis, but actually, you know, probably more important was Russia's invasion of Georgia in a weird way. Kind of interesting, right? He's clever despite what, you know, all his detractors said between 2015 and 2019. So this has been a long time coming. We are clearly moving towards a world of multipolarity. In 1999, the West produced 4/5 of global GDP. Today it's 3/5. An extraordinary shift of economic wealth, and with that, political power as well. And, you know, we are moving to this multipolar world. You have this bizarre take from some people on the supposed left. They're absolutely not. I won't say the gentleman's name because I say it far too often, or I have done in the past, which is multipolarity is kind of left-wing code for supporting Russia or China.
He's talking about Paul Mason.
It's always like, that's who it's talking about.
And it's not. It's just a simple observation that, you know, political and economic power is flowing from outside the heartland of the Atlantic, of Europe and North America. That's kind of changing. It's changing in a ton of ways, whether that's the rise of African cuisine. You know, I've got African Michelin-star restaurants in London. You've got Korean soft power, cultural products being exported around the world, whether it's Chinese EVs destroying the German car industry. Clearly, the world is changing in quite impressive ways, really quickly. And it means that cultural...
Where do I go for this fucking skull rock? But what the fuck? Where is it? So I did that. What? Oh, it's there. Now, okay, so now I have to go and do that quest, right? Or do I have to do something here first? Do I have to do this thing where I get the, Do I have to do this? Get a member of the Burning Blade? No, I don't do that. I go to Duratar. Okay, gotcha. Get the insignia. Wait, I go here then. I go here first. Bro, I'm useless without the guide. Where's the insignia? What does it do? What happens? Fuck that. In Duratar. Okay, so I go and do that. Okay. Yeah. Sprint! Coming.
Political economic powers is shifting away from the West. Now, tie that to the expansionist wars question. I think that's really interesting. They are back, and I think that's partly an outgrowth of the collapse of US empire. You know, we're talking in the days after Assad's escape to Russia. What I find fascinating with that, and HTS effectively, you know, taking over the Syrian state, is that was a shift in regime not overseen by the US. Fundamentally, it was pushed by Turkey, a powerful regional player, which is really new, I think. It's really, really new. Obviously, the US has a role there. Yes, of course, they're training people. Yes, of course, there's a US base in the south of Syria.
Was it? Where's he getting that from that it was pushed by Turkey? I know Turkey and HCS have like their blinks, but I think the big reason for it being allowed to happen is because of Hezbollah and Israel, like the decisions those two guys made. But okay.
Yeah, I'm not, naive enough to think the CIA didn't have some role in getting rid of Bashar al-Assad.
Of course.
I think the people who pushed this over the edge were the Turks, and I think that really speaks to moving to this multipolar world. And I think Turkey is actually the act that's not talked about enough. Right now in Ukraine, you have Turkish drones used, you have Iranian drones used, I think you have Israeli drones used. So even these leading military technologies now are no longer the plaything of solely the West. And so I think for me, that's the interesting question, right? So expansionist wars, if you believe that the US was an imperial power in the world of unipolarity, which I do, I think we probably agree it was an imperial power. So that hasn't changed, but I think we are moving towards a world of not competing imperialisms. I don't buy that because China doesn't have the world's reserve currency, but certainly a multipolar world where expansionism is more normal. But you do get some counter arguments there. So, for instance, Iran has an ultra-nationalist sort of sentiment within it, and those people would quite like bits of Afghanistan and bits of Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, and that isn't the default of Iranian politics right now. It's more religiously inclined, etc., and it's about national security. And the reason why they fund people like Hezbollah or backed Assad is because they viewed that as a way of maintaining Iran's safety. It was a
powerful,
a very sort of forward-leaning sense.
Well, it's about fencing in Israel, a lot of it, right?
Basically, they said, look, if we support Lebanon, if we support Hamas, if we support, the Houthis in Yemen, etc., that's how they solve it. It's defensive strategy. It means that they can't come and, bomb Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, Tabriz.
That's kind of true.
I don't view that strategy as an expansionist Iranian strategy. That said, I do think we're probably moving to an era where, if there was regime change in Iran, and some senior Revolutionary Guard general became, Reza Shah Mark II, yeah, I can imagine him trying to annex Herat in Afghanistan, saying this is a Persian city, it has been for 2,000 years. I feel like Russia's civilizational claims on parts of Ukraine is a big key shift from how 20th century politics legitimized itself.
I mean, I suppose the question I would like to put to you, Michael, particularly because you've followed the events of October 7th so closely in your work on Navarre Alive, is if you sort of take from October 8th to now, does Israel emerge the clear winner in the Middle East? So there's something of a power vacuum because America has, withdrawn from Afghanistan. It's focusing much more on Eastern Europe. It's focusing on Russia. It's focusing in a kind of different way on China. And Israel first is able to wage a terrible genocide in Gaza with aims of settlement, but also shows up Hezbollah as not having the kind of, long range kind of technology that they claim to have.
Long range Israel blew up all of or most of Hezbollah's long range technology. Wasn't that why they don't? It's not that they didn't have it. They blew them up, didn't they? Why is she? Okay. I guess they were maybe just bombing Dahia for fun. I don't know.
Clearly, Iran's ability to cause substantial damage to Israel is limited. You've now, with the fall of Assad, you've lost the land bridge between Iran and Hezbollah in terms of the flow of weapons.
Why is nothing dropping?
Does Israel, it's still a contested regional power, but does it emerge as the dominant regional power?
I think regionally it's been an overwhelming success and more than anyone had imagined. So, you saw it from sort of the multipolarity guys, but also, fairly centrist people sort of saying Israel can't really afford to have a war on all of these fronts. Yes, they might be able to sort of have a fight with Hamas, but Hezbollah has so many rockets that it will, Israel might have all of these defensive capacities with Iron Dome, but every time it fires up one of these intercepting missiles, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, and ultimately they might not have the the industrial capacity to keep this up. So that there were lots of credible, and I often found them persuasive arguments that Israel couldn't afford to have a war on all of these fronts. Now, regionally, Israel has just, I mean, won, in a way. You know,
Has redrawn the map.
people say you can't kill an idea, but they have decapitated Hezbollah, which is why Assad has fallen.
What's this?
Iran seemed a lot weaker than it was because its strength came from the axis of resistance, which is to say, don't attack us because we will threaten you with our proxies. You know, Hezbollah aren't just a proxy, but they were an organization which Iran could use as a sort of defensive measure to say, if you go for us, Hezbollah will be activated. Now, Hezbollah, not really a threat. Assad, gone. Iran, the axis of resistance, massively, you know, undermined. Where I think it's less clear, sort of where Israel will be victorious, I mean, is what it's doing in Palestine, right? Because it's still not clear to me how there is an end game that works. I mean, obviously they've got away with carrying out way more atrocities than sort of we might have imagined. I think that has massively sort of damaged the Americans' ability to ever sort of say that there is some sort of...
The lefties realizing they were wrong about geopolitics. Oh, I mean, mate, I don't know how many people thought Hezbollah would get that fucked up that quickly before it actually happened. Are you serious? Did people really believe that in the mainstream? Was that like a commonly held opinion that Hezbollah were a paper tiger? Like, I don't... I know that their victories and their successes in 06 are overstated, but I think they were definitely seen as more of a threat than they turned out to be. I think that's probably normal. Like, everyone thought that.
Of international law that should be upheld. I think that's been shown for the sham that it probably always was. But I mean, I was re-listening to your Ilan Pape interview, and I do.
Ilan Pape's he's on this fucking grift now, where all he does is he goes on to like white people's fucking shows and left wingers and just tells them Israel's definitely on its way down. It's gonna collapse soon. Like the end is nigh. And like I feel like he's been the amount of Ilan Pape thumbnails I see where it's just that, like Israel is gonna collapse soon. Israel's on the brink of collapse. It's like, bro, who the fuck are you kidding, man?
I do think probably the long-term threat to Israel is if it no longer is seen as in the vital interests of, you know, is something which Jews around the world, and especially liberal Jews, see as something in their interest to exist. And he talked about, didn't he, that there's the state of Israel and the state of Judea, and the state of Judea being just very explicitly a right-wing nationalist project, and what Israel is doing in Gaza clearly is taking it much further in that direction. And if, you know, the coalition who are willing to defend Israel massively shrinks, that will be a problem.
The thing is, after all of this, the West have still held on to Saudi Arabia. Like, we're still an ally of them, despite all the fucking pariah shit madness that they get up to. So it feels like Israel has a pretty high threshold to cross before they get ditched by their crucial allies. They might lose Norway, but like, not to be an asshole, but that doesn't really mean anything, really, does it?
For them. So regionally, I think unambiguously massive success. In terms of the long-term strategic future of Israel, much more questionable.
So on Israel, I think that's right. It's been a huge success. They've basically eliminated Hezbollah for a long time. They've obviously landed a few punches on Iran, although of course Iran has also sent hundreds of projectiles that hit, some of which hit Israel, which had literally never happened before. You've got Bashar al-Assad has gone, so that's all.
Guys in trouble.
A big win for Israel. And I think lots of the people you're talking about, the multipolarity people, and even the centrist people, saying, look, Israel cannot wage a war on all these fronts. There were really big constraints on Israel, right? But ultimately, Netanyahu and the people around him and Washington have said, you know what? Okay, fine, we'll have a 2-year recession. Okay, fine, we'll torch US credibility overseas. Okay, fine, we'll completely make a mockery of international institutions and international law. Okay, fine, I'll use American deficits. Bear in mind, Joe Biden has been using deficit funding. This is not like money America has. It doesn't have the money to send to Israel. All this is deficit funding. It's all deficit finance. Joe Biden in the last several years has been running the biggest deficits in US history, And even then, they still find tens of billions to send to Israel in terms of economic aid and weapons and so on. And I think, justifiably actually, I think most people, whenever in October 2023 or November 2023, I think most people would have said, that can't happen. You know, really? The Israeli public is willing to accept 2-year recession. The US public is willing to, Joe Biden is willing to risk, you know, the Democrats. I know you don't think it was an issue in terms of the election, but
no,
in an election year, you want US credibility like that to be destroyed overseas and so on. So the Israelis took a huge bunch of gambles and they seem to have paid off. But at the same time, I think that, I agree with you, Elon's hypothesis that the state of Judea ultimately will kill the state of Israel, I think is probably correct. And this idea now that you have an expansionist Israeli state, and it's not just with regards to the West Bank and Gaza, they've taken Syrian land, and you've recently seen a piece, I think in the Times of Israel, about the need for Israel, and this is not satire, to have Lebensraum.
Yes, this is in the Times of Israel.
Yeah, growing Israeli population, of course, by the way, it's growing far more than any high GDP country in the world. I think presently population of 10 million, of course, only about 8 million Israeli Jews. Projected, I think, by 2050 to hit 15 million, because you've got a fertility rate of 3 in Israel, and it's already a very densely populated place. So, of course, it's a coherent thing to say you need land. So you see these 19th century articulations of expansionism. You know, we need living space, which is just utterly extraordinary. And the West, the crazy thing is, the West is.
There's a really strange phenomenon here where one, like, I don't know if we ever do this with other countries. Like, one crazy fuck will write an article in Israel, like an opinion piece or whatever, and they'll just say Israel said this. Like the fact that, like, it's no wonder that every Israeli feels like they need to be a spokesperson because they're treated like one, right? Like anytime they go on TV and say anything, it's like they might end up saying something that will get attributed to the entire state. Like.
Enabling it, supporting it, funding it. I will never understand why Britain is a party to that. I will never get my head around that.
I guess I want to just shift our focus onto Ukraine for a moment, because I suppose there are some interesting parallels here, right? Because Israel's war effort is, you know, so dependent on US military aid, right? There's no way they could be fighting a war on all these fronts without US military aid, right? It's absolutely essential to them. But politically, that seems to be viewed very differently in American politics than the military aid to Ukraine, which obviously, you know, Trump has been swinging the sword of Damocles over that thing for ages, and it sort of seems like, okay, time's up. The election of Donald Trump seems to have had an immediate impact on what Zelensky has said about what he's willing to accept. For a long time, and this was also the position being parroted by Washington and parroted by Westminster, and it was always insane, was, you know, the goal is total defeat of Russia, you know, the entirety of Ukrainian territory being intact and being brought back. So I guess that would include Crimea and the territory seized a few years ago. That was always insane and unreasonable, I think. And I'm not talking about morally unreasonable.
It wasn't moral. That's the key distinction.
Sorry, like not morally unreasonable, but unreasonable in the sense of like that is. I don't think that is going to happen. With the balance of power being what it is, not morally unreasonable, just practically. And now Zelensky is saying, well, in order to have peace, I'm willing to give up some territory. He's talking about that explicitly in terms of Crimea. I think it would be difficult to see how that doesn't include, you know, parts of the Donbass. You know, it's difficult to predict what happens in 2025. It's difficult to predict what Donald Trump does. If Russia emerges with a peace deal where they get to keep Ukrainian territory, and I guess I'm thinking about this in terms of Crimea plus, does that mean that's a win for Russia? They've won. Their strategy won.
Is it a win for Russia? I suppose. I mean, I mean, Putin can definitely, legitimately, like, claim victory. I mean, I assume he's going to see it as a victory. Do you, like, our country's going to see that and think, great, let's do that? I mean, it's clearly come at an enormous cost to Russia. I don't think they can just sort of say this is a brilliant, cost-free.
Do Russians I think I know I think the answer to this is no. Do Russians know exactly how many people they've lost in the war? I don't even know if anyone does, really, like because they try to hide it. There's only estimates. But I'm pretty sure, yeah. But when people say things like 1,000 a day or 2,000 a day, it's like, shit, bro. Hidden enemies. Is this the instance version now? There's this Nero Fireblade. They're down there. 3 rogues. Okay, let's go. They don't believe they've done war crimes either. Yeah, but that's just Russians, right?
Victory.
Has it though?
Come at cost.
Well, Putin's still politically popular. I mean, obviously the polling
Go
that
there,
comes from
come,
inside
go.
Russia
Okay,
isn't all
fine.
that reliable, but he's still... And the economic hit is nowhere near as big as people were saying. Obviously, many people have died, but I think you can make the reasonable conclusion that Vladimir Putin doesn't particularly care about that.
That's partly because of a war economy, though, isn't it? I mean, I suppose if for a Russia that would be sort of integrated into the modern economy, you can say lots of those people have left. I mean, I suppose you could make a similar argument to sort of like the state of Israel and the state of Judea. Sort of, this has definitely made Russia a more conservative, less integrated country. But I mean, if this has spurred industrial production, then maybe they can sort of, after the war, I suppose people are going to be buying weapons for a very long time. Maybe they can become a weapons manufacturer for the world.
I mean, the Russian economy by PPP, which is, it's not nominal GDP, you're measuring the size of the economy by the domestic currency and what it can purchase domestically. And of course, given Russia buys, people in Russia buy things generally made in Russia because there's lots of energy, lots of food. By that measure, I think in the last 2 years, Russia has overtaken both Germany and Japan. And that's partly because they haven't grown at all. But I mean, that's quite extraordinary, right? So the idea that the disincentives are what maybe people were thinking and predicting a couple of years ago, I don't think that's necessarily the case. And I'd also say, actually, and this hasn't really been touched upon, if there is a negotiation, there's peace, let's say it's on the present borders, you have some sort of demilitarized zone, I would presume also in any peace settlement that you'd also have a renormalization or a reset of relations with Russia. So all the sanctions would end. It would just be bizarre. Wouldn't it just be bizarre? All this has happened. People are saying this guy's like hitting, and all of a sudden you say, okay, you know what? BP and Shell can go back to Russia now. I think civil society in the US and the UK and across Europe be like, what? This is bizarre. What? Really? And at the same time, NATO is saying we have to increase our defense budgets because of Russia. So I think it's a bit of a balance.
A level 13 healer for Ragefire Chasm. Is that okay? I don't know the instance fucking level of this place. What am I? I'm 17. Okay. Our tank is 18. That's the one that matters. The tank level is what matters. Okay.
Welcome to Mordor.
Whoa, let's go. Destroy the insignia. You no longer need it. No, I won't. I'm hoarding. Fuck off.
Balancing act there. And actually, I buy the argument that Russia probably would invade Lithuania, actually. I probably buy that. And on the other hand, of course, if there is a peace settlement, Vladimir Putin does look at cities like Odessa as Russian, So, I mean, is that good enough for the domestic political constituencies for him?
Potentially. I don't know. I'm not an expert. It's a very interesting question.
Get them on Navarre Live, Michael.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm gonna. Wait,
can you enter RFC as a 13? I don't know. I don't do Horde, so I don't know this place. If shenanigans start happening, just bounce. Oh yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I'll go to safety and then Hearth. Oh no.
Move us along. And I guess my question is this: have we already missed the boat on 1.5 degrees of global temperature change? And with the election of Donald Trump, does that effectively mean that
are we going in?
Countries' climate commitments aren't worth the paper
we
that
smash.
they're written on? Because if America
Sharpen
can
my
go
blade,
all in on
warrior.
drill baby drill, why should other countries hold back their development?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think anyone has ever really thought we were going to hit 1.5.
So wait, I have 2 quests for this place, right? I have hidden enemies and slaying the beast. Is that it? Is that all I gotta do? Oh! The power to destroy! Huh. should have 6 quests. 2 from Thunderbluff. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. I don't have those ones. So I'll have 5. 2 from Orgrimmar, 1 from Undercity, 2 from Thunderbluff. Right? They're coming. Okay. Oh, we can't summon them. They just have to... Oh, there they are. Ooh! Is there one more? Huh! Yes! We're gonna get fucking beefcake in this place. Oh, I need to vendor shit. Hang on. I need to make space on my bags. Come on. Come on!
What do you need?
Tough jerky? Tough bitch. Okay. Oh, a wand. Fucking fuck off. Okay. Alright, let's go. Let's... Wait, am I going to be the first one in? No, they're already in. Okay. Now, I should really macro my auto attack here. Maybe I'll just put it for now. I'll stick it on. Yeah. 7% crit already. Man, I am dangerous. Running out of small knives. Okay. Alright.
We're not going to hit 1.5. We're going to overshoot 1.5.
Dungeon, let's go!
I think if sort of countries meet their sort of the plans that they've sort of currently put forward as part of the Paris Agreement, we get to 2.1, which isn't, you know, it's not great.
3
not the end of the
rogues.
world. It's not sort of the 5 degrees that people were talking about 4 years ago. So some progress has been made.
Oh.
I mean, I think
that's a really good
election
buff.
of Donald Trump,
Plus
for me,
300
this
HP.
conversation we've been having on Navarro Live recently, it is a demonstration that, you know, the solution to climate change in liberal democracies can't be fundamentally political, right? You are not going to get a stable climate coalition of people who are willing to pay significant costs and sort of forego their consumption habits to sort of have impacts that will be felt in 30 years' time. I just don't think
danger
that's
worm.
I feel like people have sort of been kidding themselves for a while that is a politics that works, and I don't think it does. I think luckily it probably doesn't need to work to avoid sort of the worst features of climate change. The reason why
geoengineering is this what
well, no, I mean geoengineering is sort of at the extreme end, but more significantly, it's just that green energy has become vastly cheaper over the past decade. I think there were smart parts of Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which is that it's, you know, it didn't come with many sticks at all. He decided the way I pass this is it's not going to really impose any costs or taxes on anyone. But what I'm going to do is put loads of money into industrial policy, into green energy and other sort of green manufacturing projects. It just so happens that most of those are in red states, so Republican states. There's not really any political incentive for Donald Trump to say, I'm going to remove those subsidies, which are creating jobs in red states. And so there's no reason why I think, you know, a Donald Trump presidency, I mean, to be honest, Biden didn't stop any drilling for fossil fuels. So
that is the quintessential Obama legacy, actually.
Shut up! I want to see what happens. So I'm going to see what happens to the viewership if I just game, okay? Let's see. 656, okay. Just an experiment. Okay. Fuck. Let's go. Focus. Don't die. Don't get too close to the molten. He'll tear through us all. Fuck. We fight. Slice and dice for the next mob. Okay, didn't get it. All right. Come on. Don't go behind it, even though that'll be better damage. Because I don't want to bring that borer. Worm of death. Don't aggro. Okay, good. Yes. Ooh. Fat loot. Fucking smash. Yes! Look at these guys. They got no chance. They're so fucked. Be prepared to sprint if anything bad happens. Oh, strength! I forgot to increase my strength. Okay. Now I have elixir of strength. My attack power is up to 104. Ooh. Should I just crash the Pond Scum podcast? Get damage meters, I beg. Nope. Damage meters will make me die. Okay? Die, Trog. You fought bravely. Threat meters at least. I can get that. That comes with the game now, doesn't it? Where is it? Is it combat? There's a way you can show threat meters. Where is it? Is it an interface? Nameplates. Quest text. It's here, isn't it? Aggro percentages. Oh! Useless. Shit. What does this do? Where's the aggro percentage? What happens? Am I gonna like the look of this? Ooh, 3 on 1. 3 at once. 3. I don't see it. I don't see an aggro percentage. Interesting. I guess it means I'm safe, unless I'm like in big trouble. Come on, die. Why would I need a threat meter, bro? It's fucking this level? No way. Yeah, I should get more add-ons though. I should get health, like enemy health. And percentages. Because that's useful. Or you see their cast bar above their head, that's good too. Oop. Rage fire. Trog of Rage. We should really kill the caster first, eh? But this guy was closer. Haha! Health percentages in the settings. It must be because I saw it on the European one, but where? Is it in display? Nameplates display. Death announcements, consolidate buffs. Rotate minimap. Dynamic buff and debuff sizes. Ah! I don't see it. I don't see it. Sorry. If someone can tell me where exactly it is. Hope you go back to research soon. Shut up. How much do you trust your tank? Well, given that they found me on stream, not at all. They could be a hater. But if you can't survive a bad tank, a griefing tank, they don't really have any way of getting me killed that wouldn't also get them killed. So it would be a pretty bold sacrifice. Maybe they're doing it for Gaza, like a Shaheed. I don't know. Hold. Why are we holding? I'm pretty sure this instant is, like, stupidly easy, though. Your priest was drinking. Don't care. I'm not pulling. They're pulling. Interface, top right search bar, cast. What does that show me? Does that show me fucking enemy health percentage? Ah! He's healing his friends. I didn't know he did that. Okay, well, look out for those ones. Shadow wand. Healers that drink are bad healers. You should only drink for like 1 tick, and it's enough time for them to get to the fucking mob. Oh, I aggroed. I'm done for. Shaman. Fuck you. Go on. Hup! Did that fucking. Why is no one kicking that? There you go. Alright. We should kill the shaman first, man. Whoop. Quest. Oh! Look, he's gonna try to heal now. I'm gonna kick it. Come on. Come on. Hey, hey. Much better. Ooh. Ogleflint. Brave Ogleflint. Where's Garrot? Okay. That's a waste of a stealth. He's already on like 50% health. I did fuck all damage there. Quest. Whoop. Don't fall in the lava. If I do go there, you would probably have 1 tick before I died. Okay. The lava would just kill you, wouldn't it? The lava does, is it health percentages or is it 620 something? Does the lava take off a health percentage or is it just like 600 damage? I can't remember. I have a feeling it's 600 damage. 600 a tick. Okay, so if I fall in the lava once, I die. Okay. Gotcha. No problem. Good advice. Ooh. Molten Surger. Man, I really don't want to fall in the lava. Look at those guys! There's so many of them! We just skip them? One at a time. Oh shit. Bob. Imagine pulling all those guys. It'll be a challenge. Why is that person using slice and dice just as the mob dies? The fuck? For the next one, maybe? Patrol. It's linking 3 of them. Oh ho ho ho! Okay, this tank is reasonable. He knows what he's doing. It's a lot less scary now without 10 of these guys bouncing around. Fuck you. When people get up to 60, do they just spec all of their gear for maximum stamina? Is that what they do? You would, wouldn't you? If you don't, you're a fucking moron. No, they just play like it's normal. They just go for rating specs and shit. What? What now? Rebuff, okay. Oh yeah, he's got a low mana. Ooh. Cultists. Ooh. They get pre-biz for damage. That's fucking mental. Why would you do that? Little pug, little mana. Obviously. Alright. I should reset the goals, shouldn't I? Ooh! Come on! Does Rogue get Vanish on Classic? Yeah. Pull for the group and then Vanish Hearthstone. Yeah, I could do that. It's doable. It's an option. This instance is not great for XP though. 37 a mob. Is it just because I'm so high level? Fucking 5? What? I guess this is just for the massive number of quests. Woo! Look at him. He's a serious creature. Okay. Yeah, these are all green mobs. Yeah. Whoa! Don't backpedal. Don't fucking. Care. Potentially a good dagger for you too. Nice one. Don't backpedal. Don't get the cultist. That would have probably fucking ruined us. Let's clear to be safe. Yeah. Oh. This one especially. I hate this one. She looks dangerous. Ooh, big enforcer. Can these guys hear me? Oh, there is a VC option in the game, isn't there? But I don't think I really want to subject them to... That's only for you guys. Does that boss ahead have pushback? I hope not. It does have pushback. Okay. Don't stand with your back to the edge. Alright. Don't fall in lava. This is good advice. I like these guys. So we go back here and have our backs to this wall? Okay. So do we take him down here? Oh, patrol. Ooh. I shouldn't really aggro these guys, should I? They might crit me. That would be cringe. Alright. Come on. Stay back. Stay to safety. Wait, we're going up? Okay. Keep my back to this wall. Okay. He can't knock me to a side, can he? Fuck, that's so bad. Ah! Ah! Oh shit! That's a good weapon. 9 DPS? Yeah! Come here. Come on! I'm not gonna get it, am I? Fuck! God, look at that. It's just that you can just stroll off. Die. Oh, he's marked all the patrols. Nice one. That's what I like to see. Should we start sapping? I realize we can, like, sap mobs here, right? Leave that one. Get these ones, right? Get the 2 enforcers? No? I'm thinking this Zoltar guy can hear me. Because they're responding to things I'm saying on stream. Have you ever had 500 people watching you be bad at a video game? Nope. This is a first. We're doing well. Oh, Shadow Lock. Shadow Ball. Fuck. Stop. Oh, they got interrupted already. Just die. Get the cultists. It's more important. Hey. Strong weapon. Okay. What's happening? Huh. Okay. You die. Huh. Just make a swift end of that one. Wait, what? Am I the only one hitting this one? Warlock. Don't have kick for that. Oh well. The damage focus here is a bit shit. Alright. Start another goal. What if we go more ambitious? And looking away made me feel like I was going to fall in the lava. Smash. Okay, new goal. Let's get more ambitious, guys. You don't need to. It's just... I don't even know if it actually lasts 3 hours, because it seems to persist beyond. Okay. Hit. Why is my fucking garrote not happening? Fucking... Up. Loot the mob re. Okay. Don't worry. Oh, wait. Okay, no, yeah, I've got backspace. Oops. I fucked up. I shouldn't have sliced and diced. Hey! The power to destroy. Huh. Oh, I got this barbaric battle axe. Beautiful. Don't even need it. Oh, I aggroed the cultist. I'm so dead. I'm so fucked. Oh. Do we have a patrol? No. Did you go engineering? Nope, I'm using sharpening stones now, but I'll switch. I'll switch to engineering. It's once I can get to poisons. Once I'm on poisons, then I won't need sharpening stones anymore. I'm being very efficient right here. Whoops. Oh shit. Why is he on me? Get away! No! No, he's gonna... I'm tanking! Ah! What's scary is the guys who ambush you in UBRS. The assassins. They're gonna kill people. Easy. Or overpulling in Stratholme Baron Run. Ooh. 2 agility, 1 stamina. Ooh. Yeah. Did I get them? Oh! Upgrade. Why not? Cultist. Oh, there's the invoker. There's the fucker. Are you crashing Pawn Scum podcast? I don't know what I'll do though. I could just sit there in the background and have them yapping. Don't need. Is that it? Why am I still short 1 shaman? Bazalan, okay. Oh, we go up here. Oh! Oh, don't fall in the fire! Dangerous, bub. Oh, shit! Enemies on both sides. Fuck! Don't need that. Stamina, intellect. I do! I'm still on fucking level 2 grey pants. Bro. I need all the gear. Bard's Boots of the Gorilla. No. No thank you. I will take these though. Nice trousers. Did I not get the other thing? No. Let's clear these 2. Good idea. I like this guy. This guy speaks my language. But are there any more Ragefire shamans? Wait, why won't it fucking equip? Okay. Thank you. I'm too triggered. Wait. What the fuck? Oh. Wait. Wait. Okay, whatever. Oh, he got bashed. Okay, stop getting distracted. Whoa! Don't need that. What happened to the boots that I had? Did I get rid of what? I had different boots, didn't I? Oh, it was these ones. So it's either strength and intellect or 45 armor. I'll keep the armor. Because I'm a coward. Well, we have to go back if I want to kill one more shaman. Warlock. Come here! Shadow wand. Useless. Uh-oh! Don't aggro the enforcer. She's still on me. There he is. You see the last one? But remember, I need to get a shaman. I need to kill one of the fucking shaman guy. Single pull the cultists. Hey! It looks like he has a fucking escort, but he doesn't. You just single pull them. Now what does this guy do? Does he do anything cringe? The bosses are easier than the packs. He didn't even drop... he didn't even drop a fucking item. Where the fuck is that guy? Useless. At least we got all the quests, barring one. Are you topping the damage charts? I don't have a meter. It was here, wasn't it? It was whoa! No. I will look up enemy health percentages later. Don't do that when there's lava around you, Box. Stupid fuck. What's the rest of the party's level? We have a 13, an 18, a 15, a 19 now, and a 17. They were 18 when they came in. Stay next to the druid, because there's still a patrol, there are still packs. Ooh, watch the lava. Take care. Is there no AoE attacks? What, that I have or that they have? What do you mean? You're still all a bit over-leveled. Yeah, we are, yeah. We're all over-leveled. But it's fine, because I just wanted to get the quest done, really. And I still did gain, like... what was I on before? You can rewind the stream, but I'm pretty sure I was on like a third of a bar. A third of a level. You get Fan of Knives? Nope, not in Classic. Fan of Knives is not a Classic spell. Ooh. How did we miss this guy? Look at him go. The last one standing. Okay. Are there stream snipers trying to get you killed? No, it's not really that doable, to be honest, in hardcore. I mean, it's possible, but... You get fire... No, you don't get fucking fireball as a rogue. This is basically just like a copy-paste of the, almost a copy-paste of the Onyxia walkway. They do that with a lot of the caves. A lot of the caves in this game are just kind of like copy-pasted from different areas. Okay. I didn't even see the instance whirl thing there. Turn in slaying the beast.
Strength and honor.
Okay. What the fuck? Go away. Talk to Thrall. Oh, okay. Well, hang on. Blade merchant. You can repair, can't you?
Sub.
Shit. 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 Very shit. Mega shit. 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 Kinda shit. Oh. 8.2. 7.1. 8.5. Just a dagger, though. This doesn't matter. No, I'll wait. Strength. Why do I keep getting messages? I need to get rid of profanity filter. Where is it? Social. Okay. Can you gnomify yourself again? If I see the thing. What's the language app you're using? It's called Pimsleur. P-I-M-S-L-E-U-R. It's definitely the best one I've used so far. Like, it gels with my brain. I think it's called that's what it's the name of the method. The Pimsleur method. Alright. Do I leave party now? I don't think I have to go back. That was fun. I'm guessing I have to go to places like Mulgore to hand these things in though, right? Yeah. So it won't be all at once. Ooh, someone's selling a Black Lotus. Ooh. Okay. Huh. Shut up.
What is it?
Turn in hidden enemies? Did I not just do that? What the fuck? Oh, that's a fucking chain. Okay, sprint. Is there a quicker way? No, I did not see Task and Purpose from Ukraine. Maybe I should watch that. Am I wrong? Is there a quicker way in there? To that little valley? No. Give me random guild invites. It's really good. Okay, I can put it on. Okay. Huh. Surrounded by Russians with a Ukrainian drone unit. Is that right?
I went on a 30-hour mission embedded with this Ukrainian heavy bomber drone team on the front line while we were shelled with artillery.
Wait, there are two videos. This one's just from yesterday. There's another one that's I was on the front line. It's the front line one first, probably, right?
I went
to
the front lines of the war in Ukraine. But to be more precise,
What an influencer
I actually
voice.
went to the front lines inside Russia because I crossed
They
over
went to
the
Kursk.
international border into the Kursk incursion, which is one of the most dangerous 800 square kilometers in the world.
We're in North Koreans
Kursk
are in
right
there, man.
now in Russia. This is also where over 10,000 North Korean soldiers are stationed. Some 40,000
Okay, now we go
Russian
back to
soldiers.
Thrall. Good.
This is
Love
the
this.
direction where Americans just recently approved.
So based when I get to go up and down, back and forth on these long, shitty walks.
Attack of missiles to be fired here. If you're not aware, in August 2024, Ukraine shocked the world with a surprise invasion where they captured a chunk of Russian territory that they've been battling to hold on to ever since. The stakes couldn't be higher for Ukrainian forces, who are hoping to use this land as a bargaining chip in future peace negotiations. Meanwhile, Russia's throwing everything they have at them to deprive them of this leverage. Ukrainian forces have withdrawn from roughly 40% of the territory that they once held in August, from 1,250 kilometers down to about 800 kilometers today. My mission is to speak directly with Ukrainian soldiers to find out what it's really like to operate deep inside enemy territory, to interview Russian civilians who are now grappling with the shocking reality of the conflict arriving at their own doorstep. How has the Ukrainian military treated you? We'll also hear from a high-ranking Ukrainian government official about the geopolitics of the war, and to find out with my own two eyes what's really happening on the ground. If this is your first time watching the channel, welcome. My name is Chris Cappy. I'm your average infantryman.
Dagger!
I was a lower enlisted,
Offhand,
regular old
probably,
19-year-old grunt in the US Army when I deployed to Iraq. This is my first time back in a war zone in over 15 years. On a personal level, this report is kind of my attempt to find closure with my own complicated relationship with war, which left me questioning my role in the conflict. So while I've been away in Ukraine, my team and I still managed to
Travel to
post a new
Crossroads.
video each week.
Wait, could I not just hearth to the crossroads like I did last time? No, this is asking me, this is all quests I've done, right? Plane Strider Menace, I've done all this shit. Yeah, done that. Okay, let's go. Let's fast forward the fuck. Abandon testing an enemy's strength. Why? Fuck you. I'm handing this in when it's time. What? What? Why would I abandon those quests? What the fuck? No, fuck that one. That's the escort. Okay, we're close. Done that. Fuck that. Get the Orgrimmar flight path. We have that, because I flew here. Hearth to Crossroads. I think this is where we're supposed to be, right? Yes. Yes, we haven't done this yet. Okay, good. Holy shit. Wait, Thunderbluff? Thunderbluff, Undercity. Okay. Now, one question is, how do I even get to Thunderbluff to hand this stuff in? Do I just run there? Do I have any other reason to be there? Would I just be running there to... Ah, not you. Fuck off. Up here. Walk. Should I do that now? No, there's a quest that sends you to Thunderbluff. Okay. The Spore one. Ah, I see it. Well, I'm almost on that one.
And the only way I could accomplish this is thanks to Odoo, which is the best all-in-one business management software. It's a must-have for any upstart entrepreneur who's trying to build out a small business while juggling a million different things. Odoo helped me tackle tons of dry, menial managerial tasks like dealing with expenses and reporting while I was away. All the stuff that takes valuable time away from the creative part of YouTube that I love doing. Odoo does this by using their suite of more than 45 easy-to-use applications that touch on everything from invoicing and sales to inventory and website creation. It uses built-in features like AI integration and Smart Button, which is my favorite feature. It lets you gain quick insights without having to navigate away from your current view. And the best part is you get your first Odoo application for free for life. That includes hosting and support, and I can confirm that once you see how much time Odoo saves you, you'll want to get more and to make your job even easier. If you want to supercharge your productivity so you can focus on the parts of your business that you love, click the link in the description or the pinned comment below the video to create your free database today. Even just my journey to Russia was eye-opening to me in terms of the logistics and just seeing how the sausage is made. We met early in the morning on the side of the road in the closest Ukrainian city of Sumy. We would travel in a Canadian-provided Senator armored vehicle, which was a blessing and a curse at the same time because it's more protected, but anything worth more than like $15,000 is a magnet for explosive drone attacks, or so I'm told.
Броньована техніка цільному ради. Armored vehicles are number one aim.
High value target.
Yeah. So the most dangerous part of the route between the border control point and the Sucha, because the road is the enemy's gun control and FPV range.
The operation that they have here is insane. Just seeing the amount of material and manpower that they're pumping into this region is very impressive. Whoa. From what I observed is that for as far as the eye can see, logistics trucks carrying fuel, water, food, ammunition, and troops into the fight 24/7 day and night. I was surprised to see that about 70% of the logistics vehicles I observed in the Kursk direction are a hodgepodge of repurposed civilian cars and trucks. They often repainted them matte green and slapped a few triangle symbols onto them to show that they're military related. We drove from Sumy towards Kursk, which is roughly 60 kilometers away. We set off along the same exact supply route that sustains troops at the front. There's only one way in and out of Kursk, and there's a choke point that's been zeroed in by Russian artillery fire.
The enemy made more than 13,000 cells in this area, so this is the
Dwayne, thanks for the $10. Appreciate it.
So we're crossing over into the Russian territory now?
Yeah. Already Russian territory.
We just crossed the border into Russian territory, right?
Wait, if he's already dead, can I not summon him again? Hang on. Will he be too slow? If he doesn't spawn after using the horn. Okay. Let's just hope he comes. Hello. Give me the tag. Hey.
Kursk now. And this is, I think, one of the more dangerous parts of the trip, going to Suja. We were now well within Russian artillery and FPV drone range, and this section, this choke point, entering their country was a main target for strikes. This is my first time in Russia. Probably one of my last times in Russia, because I don't think that they're going to let me into Moscow after this. I was warned by Ukrainian officials that by choosing to report from inside Russian territory, I'd now be put on a list by the Kremlin and potentially arrested if I ever traveled to a country that's friendly to them. I was advised to not go to Venezuela or Uzbekistan anytime soon.
Wow.
This was an intimidation tactic to make journalists think twice about drawing attention to a part of the war that's seen as kind of embarrassing for Russia.
Yep.
So here we should be very fast.
Are we getting out now?
Yeah. Let's open one.
Okay. Nice to meet you. The artillery fire is very close. Their position's got to be within 50 meters of here. Wow. I could see how the Russian civilians were desensitized to violence. They didn't even react to the artillery rounds. Although I'll admit I was a little bit rusty and it did scare the fuck out of me.
Oh God.
Can I ask you, do you have everything you need? Do you have food? Do you have water?
Medicines are needed. My wife is diabetic. She needs medicine. Well, there is food left. We bring water from the well.
Yeah, they have food, they have water. How has the Ukrainian military treated you?
It's normal. The guys are normal.
Well, if I want to go to the gym, I have to stop stream now.
Well, they don't touch us.
Now everything is fine. The guys are not aggressive.
Pay close attention to what the Russian civilians' reaction is to this explosive drone flying overhead.
To be fair, if I go now, I'll only have like half an hour. I could go tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow's the 24th, isn't it? Let's just do what I need to do here first.
Blood and thunder. Dabu.
Ooh. Cope. What? Why are people messaging me shit now? Now I'm getting messaged a lot more often. Someone just made a level 1 to talk to me. That's when you know it's bad. This person's gonna say some bad shit.
What do you need?
What? Was that deliberate? Was I supposed to do that? It auto did it, so. Oh. Oh no, the guy who sent me bags died. Where are they taking me? Oh, Ratchet. Hey. Okay, I have been leveling kind of slowly though. I shouldn't be level 18, just... Oh, it's only been less than 12 hours. That's fairly fast, no? It's only been 11 hours.
What up? Yo! Be good. Have a good one. Be good. Keep it real.
Okay, I probably didn't need that quest, but it's okay. Oh. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. What now? Talk to Renix Gizmo Apparatus. Okay. Why not? Obtain Thieves' Tools and an ECAC. Whoa. Where's this guy? Here.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, this guy. Why did I laugh at that? Accept raptor horns? Have I not done that already? Oh no, the horns. That's different. Play the video.
Is that friendly or enemy?
FPV. Let's hope so.
They're not even fazed by it. While we were speaking with the Russian civilians, I could hear grad rockets impacting a couple hundred meters away. Just an everyday reality.
What did I take that I should be getting rid of? It's probably this one. I don't think I need the family crypt anymore. Wait. There'll be some that aren't on here, right? Because I've picked up quests that I shouldn't have. Will it tell me if it's not on the guide? No, it won't. Oh. What do I get rid of here? I think it's this one. Or is it this one? Fuck it. All right.
Talk to me.
You didn't do the Agamemnon Mills question. Did I not? I don't know. Maybe I abandoned something that I shouldn't have. Okay. Talk to the innkeeper, get some mud snappers. I already got those. Huh.
Time is money, friend.
Sure. Milk. I need the add-on that has all the bags in one thing. This is annoying. Alright, sorry.
Reality they live with here.
Okay.
How much aid did Russia bring? How much insulin did Putin give you? How many candles, matches? How much did he...
Okay.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
I think I'll go... Oh, I can go to the gym for 40 minutes. I can just blast. Okay. Oh. Whoa. Sorry, you can watch the task and purpose video yourselves. Shit, fuck. Okay. Don't get mad. Call a general election. What, in the UK? Mate, we had one, you fucking morons. What the fuck? Is this Elon Musk's doing? Fucking lunatics. Okay. Do not host Pawn Scum. Why not? What are they talking about?
I can't do this. I'm done. What? Oh, it's pedophiles! Pedophile shit! Pedo shit!
Isn't it cold outside at this hour? It's going to be very cold, yeah. Okay, good stream, guys. Good fucking memes. Good gaming. Good smash. See you guys. Will I stream tomorrow? Probably. Probably stream in the day and then in the evening. Or wait, hang on. Is my gym even open on the 23rd? 1 minute. It's only closed on the 26th. Huh. Interesting. Oh, okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Fuck you guys. Bye. Bye-bye.